The day started with Reacher receiving another Legion of Merit, his second, a polished white and crimson decoration handed to him in a ceremony at Fort Belvoir. Army regulations framed it as recognition for exceptional service in a critical role, but Reacher knew better. It was a quiet trade, a shiny trinket in exchange for silence. The job itself had been straightforward. 2 weeks in the Balkans, tracking down a pair of men with dangerous wartime secrets. 4 bullets later, the problem was solved, and the region settled. No fanfare needed. The ceremony followed the usual script: flags, formalities, a 3-star general from the Pentagon who eyed him with a mix of amusement and understanding. The guy had been around long enough to recognize the unspoken deal. Take the medal. Move on. The room was packed with brass, most flown in from Germany, but Reacher's mind was already on the exit. Before he could slip away, the general pulled him aside. "Heard you're getting new orders?" he said, gripping Reacher's elbow. "News to me," Reacher replied. Motorpool's got a requisition driving distance, supposedly. A sergeant intercepted him in the hallway, breathless, relaying a summons from General Garber. "Earliest convenience, sir." Reacher didn't wait. "Where am I headed?" The sergeant grinned. "Close enough to drive." Garber's office was tucked deep inside the Pentagon, so Reacher hitched a ride with a couple of captains stationed at Fort Belvoir who were heading to the B-Ring for their afternoon shift. The space was surprisingly private for a military building, a proper enclosed room 2 levels up, guarded by a sergeant who rose from his desk like an old-school butler announcing a guest. The man stepped aside to let Reacher in, then hesitated when Garber motioned for him to stay. Reacher took a seat in a flimsy visitor's chair that groaned under his weight, tilting him backward like he was caught in a stiff breeze. Garber wasted no time. "New orders," he said. "Where to?" Reacher asked. "Back to school." Reacher stayed silent. "Not thrilled?" Garber prodded, nodding toward the sergeant still standing at attention, a witness. This wasn't a private chat. "Happy to serve wherever the Army needs me, sir," Reacher said, though his tone suggested otherwise. Garber smirked. "You should be excited. Career advancement is a gift." "Which school? Check your office." "The details are waiting." "How long?" "That's up to you. Could be quick, could take a while." Reacher caught a shuttle from the Pentagon lot, hopping off near Rock Creek HQ. He trudged uphill to his office, where a thin file sat perfectly centered on his desk. Inside, freshly photocopied papers detailed his temporary assignment: some corporate rental space in McLean, Virginia, civilian clothes required on-site housing. A car waiting, no driver. He grabbed the file and walked out unnoticed. The NCO gossip mill had buzzed with possibilities, but this? A dry seminar on forensic collaboration? No one cared anymore. He was yesterday's news, out of sight, out of mind. The desk sergeant barely glanced up as he left. Reacher's civilian wardrobe was sparse, mostly military cast-offs. His khakis were vintage Marine surplus, snagged for $5 from a warehouse stash supposedly misplaced since the Johnson administration. His T-shirts were faded Army issue. The only truly civilian piece was his Levi's jacket, meticulously stitched by an ex-girlfriend's mother and soul. He changed, stuffed his duffel and suit carrier, and hauled them to the curb where a black Chevy Caprice idled. Probably a retired patrol car, stripped of its decals and lights, the antenna holes plugged like old bullet wounds. The key was in the ignition. The seat sagging from years of use, he tossed his gear in and drove off, already forgotten. The engine roared to life, the transmission shifted smoothly, and the brakes responded without issue. Reacher wrestled the bulky vehicle into a tight turn, maneuvering it like a tank in a parking lot before pointing it toward McLean, Virginia. With the wind rushing through the open windows and classic rock blaring from the speakers, he rolled past endless corporate campuses, each one a carbon copy of the last, with their muted earth tones, sterile landscaping, and generic signage designed to blend into the background. Educational Solutions Incorporated stood out only by its laughably plain lettering on a stubby sign, as if designed by someone who thought corporate branding should resemble a kindergarten project. 2 Chevy Caprices, one black, one navy, sat parked near the entrance, both newer and far more polished than Reacher's ride. Their extra antennas gave them away immediately. Government issue, no question. But the mismatched lengths hinted at two separate agencies playing nice under one roof. Inside, the lobby was a study in bureaucratic blandness, industrial gray carpet, fake ferns, and two unmarked doors, one labeled office, the other classroom. Reacher pushed open the latter to find a standard-issue training space, green chalkboard, rows of student desks, and two men in suits perched on them like they'd been waiting for something interesting to happen. One wore black, the other navy, matching their cars outside. The dark-haired one had a rebellious length to his hair for a Fed, while the other sported a buzz cut sharp enough to belong to an astronaut. Both turned as Reacher entered, sizing him up. "Who are you?" the dark-haired one demanded. Reacher shrugged. "Depends. Who are you? My identity affects yours? Whether I answer does?" Reacher nodded toward the parking lot. "Those your cars?" The guy's lips twitched. "Why, you casing them? Just noticing the differences. Two agencies, one room. What's the play here? Interdepartmental kumbaya?" The buzz-cut agent sighed. "Cooperation school where they teach us to play nice with other alphabet soups." He shot Reacher a skeptical look. "Please don't say you're from one of them, military police," Reacher said. "But relax, I'm sure the real team players will show up soon. You can save the bonding for them." Buzzcut shook his head. "Doubt it. Only 3 bedrooms are set up. We might be the whole class." Reacher frowned. "Since when does the government run a training with 3 guys? Maybe we're the instructors," the dark-haired one mused. "Or maybe," Reacher countered, "we're the lab rats." He replayed his orders in his head. Career development, Garber had called it, with a heavy emphasis on fast if he put in the work. "You two get the same song and dance?" Buzzcut shrugged. "Close enough." The other agent stayed silent, offering only an exaggerated shrug that said, "If you squint hard enough, maybe this all makes sense." The man with the close-cropped hair extended his hand. "Casey Waterman, FBI. Jack Reacher, U.S. Army." Across from him, the other agent barely kept still as he introduced himself. "John White, CIA." Handshakes exchanged. The room fell back into the same uneasy, quiet Reacher had walked into moments earlier. The conversation had stalled. He took a seat on the edge of a desk near the back, observing the 2 men. Waterman stood motionless, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp, a seasoned agent who knew how to wait. No rookie mistakes here. White, on the other hand, couldn't stop fidgeting. His fingers twisted together, his gaze darting around as if chasing invisible threads of thought. The man looked like he'd spent too long in the shadows, deciphering lies within lies. After 5 minutes of silence, Reacher finally spoke. "So, is there some kind of bad blood between our agencies?" "FBI, CIA, military police. I don't recall any major feuds, you?" Waterman shook his head. "You're reading this wrong. This isn't about the past. It's about what's coming. They know we already work together, so now they're pushing it further. Think about the course title, Forensic Innovation, not just cooperation, and innovation is just code for budget cuts. My guess they're building one shared lab, and we're all getting a crash course in how to pretend it's a good idea," Reacher scoffed. "That's insane. I don't know the first thing about lab schedules." "Neither do I," Waterman admitted. "Not exactly my strong suit." White let out a frustrated sigh. "This isn't just insane, it's a massive waste of time. There are real threats out there, and we're stuck here playing office politics." His hands never stopped moving, fingers nodding and unnodding. Reacher studied him. "They yank you off an active case for this?" "No, I was due for rotation. Just wrapped up an operation, successfully, I might add, and this is my reward. Look at the bright side," Reacher said. "You get a break, play some golf? The CIA doesn't care about labs anyway," White grimaced. "Meanwhile, the job I should be starting is getting botched by some second-rate analyst. He'll miss details, critical ones. What kind of job? Classified. Who's handling it instead? Also classified. Good at least? Not good enough." Reacher turned to Waterman. "What about you? What you do to earn this reward? Closed a major case, a cold one years old, took us forever, but we got it done. A service to the country then? Waterman narrowed his eyes. What's your angle? Just comparing notes. You're both top-tier agents, trusted with serious work, and yet here you are. So either the brass thinks you screwed up or they're deliberately sidelining you. White shook his head. No, our work was praised. This is just bureaucracy at its finest. Reacher leaned back. Or someone upstairs doesn't want you asking too many questions. The recognition came quietly, a classified commendation and a handwritten note from the Secretary of State himself. No leaks, no whispers in the usual corridors, total silence. Not a soul in those circles had a clue. Reacher studied Waterman. Any skeletons in your manhunt's closet? Waterman shrugged. What's option 2? This isn't some training facility. Then what is it? A holding pen for top-tier agents fresh off a major win. Waterman hesitated, gears turning. You're one of us, aren't you? No reason you wouldn't be. Why draft 2 and leave out a 3rd? Reacher gave a slow nod. Same deal. Just wrapped up a flawless operation. Got a shiny medal this morning, ribbon and all, no loose ends, no regrets, the kind of job that stays in the shadows. What'd you do? Classified, obviously. But let's just say it involved a late-night visit and a very precise double tap. Location? Forehead and behind the ear works every time. No, where did it happen? Also classified. Somewhere overseas, if I had to guess. Place name sounded like someone dropped a Scrabble bag, all consonants, no vowels. Then a repeat performance the next night. Different house, same outcome. All justified. You'd think that it'd earn a guy some say in his next assignment, maybe even a choice. Exactly, White cut in. And my choice wouldn't be this. I'd be doing what I should be doing right now. Sounds intense. Damn right. Typical real rewards aren't easy. We don't want cushy postings, we want the hard stuff. Exactly. Maybe we got it, Reacher said. Here's a question. When your orders came through, was it in person or on paper? Had to be face-to-face for something like this? Anyone else in the room? White's jaw tightened. Yeah, some admin assistant, just standing there like a piece of furniture. Humiliating. Reacher glanced at Waterman, who nodded. Same, secretary stayed put. Normally she'd be dismissed. How'd you know? Because it happened to me, too. His sergeant, witness, and gossip rolled into one. That was the point. Word spreads fast. Within minutes, everyone knew I was off to some pointless training with a laughable title. Yesterday's news, poof, vanished into the bureaucracy. By now it's everywhere. We're ghosts. And if those assistants talk to each other, we're the 3 most invisible people alive. No one's asking about us. No one cares. We're already forgotten. You're saying they moved 3 unrelated but high-performing operatives off the grid. Why? Off the grid? Try erased. We're in a classroom. We don't exist. Why us? What's the link? No idea, but I'd bet it's the kind of Mission 3 top-tier agents would call a real reward. What is this place? Reacher shook his head. Not a school, that much I'm sure of. At exactly 5 p.m., 2 black vans rolled in, bypassed the knee-high sign, and boxed in the caprices like a barricade. 4 suits stepped out, Secret Service or Marshals, hard to tell. They scanned the area, gave the all-clear, then opened the van doors. From the second vehicle emerged a woman, her sharp gaze taking in everything. The woman carried a slim leather briefcase in one hand and a thick stack of documents in the other, dressed in a tailored black dress that hit just above the knees, the kind of versatile outfit that could transition seamlessly from corporate meetings to evening events with just a change of accessories. She was in her mid-40s, a decade older than Reacher, but carried herself with effortless poise. Her blonde hair fell just past her shoulders in a casually elegant style, as if she'd run her fingers through it on the way out the door. Tall and lean, she moved with quiet confidence. Then, stepping out of the lead van, came a man Reacher knew immediately. Alfred Ratcliffe, the National Security Advisor, a fixture in the news and political footage. His face was everywhere, in newspapers, on TV, even in the background of White House briefings. Though rumors pegged him near 70, he carried himself like a man 20 years younger, a seasoned political operator who'd weathered shifting administrations until his stubborn resolve landed him the most powerful advisory role in the country. The woman fell into step beside him, flanked by four stone-faced men in suits. They moved briskly through the lobby, their footsteps muffled by the industrial-grade carpet, before filing into the classroom like an unexpected delegation. Ratcliffe scanned the room, his gaze lingering on White, then Waterman before settling on Reacher in the back. "This isn't a school," he announced, his voice dry with irony. The woman set her briefcase and papers down with deliberate care, while Ratcliffe stepped forward. "You were brought here under false pretenses," he admitted, "but we needed discretion, no press, no spectacle, at least not yet." He paused, waiting for questions, but the room stayed silent. No one dared interrupt. "Who here can summarize this administration's national security policy in plain English?" Ratcliffe challenged. Silence. Waterman retreated into a blank stare, while White gave a half shrug as if to say the subject was too convoluted for simple terms. Reacher, however, cut through the tension. "It's a trick question." Ratcliffe's eyes narrowed. "You think we can't explain our own policy? I think there isn't one. You're calling us incompetent? No, I'm saying the world's too unpredictable for rigid plans." Ratcliffe exhaled, then dropped the real weight of the conversation. 3 years ago, a bomb detonated in a New York garage. A tragedy, yes, but globally insignificant, except it revealed how little we truly understood. Enemies we couldn't name, threats we couldn't trace. We had no playbook, no clear targets, so we didn't waste time pretending we did. His voice hardened. False certainty is more dangerous than admitting you're blind. Right now, our daily routine is pure chaos, constantly juggling a dozen emergencies as they pop up. We tackle everything head-on because there's no other choice. The clock is ticking toward the new millennium, barely 3 years away, and when that night hits, every major city will be lit up in celebration. That makes it the biggest propaganda opportunity the world has ever seen. We need to identify every potential threat long before then. Every single one, which means we can't afford to overlook even the smallest detail. The room stayed silent. Ratcliffe didn't wait for questions. "Not that I owe anyone an explanation," he said. "But you should grasp the philosophy here. We assume nothing. We check everything. Nobody dared speak, better to stay quiet and listen unless directly addressed." But then Ratcliffe turned toward the woman beside him. "This is Dr. Marion Sinclair, my second in command. She'll finish the briefing. Every word she says comes straight from me, and by extension the president. Every single word. This might turn out to be nothing, but until we're certain, it gets the same attention as everything else. No shortcuts, no half measures. You'll have whatever resources you need." With that, he strode out, flanked by two stiff-backed aides. Reacher heard the lobby doors swing shut, then the rumble of their van pulling away. Dr. Sinclair dragged a desk to the front, turning it to face the room before sitting down, all sharp professionalism from her toned arms to her sleek dark stockings and polished heels. She crossed her legs and said, "Gather up close." Reacher slid into a third-row desk, joining Waterman and White in a tight semicircle. Sinclair's expression was open but strained, like she was carrying the weight of something big. Whatever was happening, it wasn't good. Maybe Garber had let something slip earlier. You don't sound happy, but you should. Maybe there was still a shot at turning things around. Reacher could tell White was thinking the same thing. He was leaning in, eyes steady. Waterman, though, stayed perfectly still, like he was saving his energy. Sinclair began. "There's an apartment in Hamburg, upscale neighborhood, central pricey, but the kind of place that feels temporary, like corporate housing. For the past year, it's been rented by 4 guys in their 20s, not locals. 3 Saudis, 1 Iranian. They look secular, clean-cut, well-dressed, the kind who wear pastel polo shirts with designer logos, gold Rolexes, and Italian leather shoes. They drive BMWs, hit nightclubs, but they don't seem to have jobs." White gave a slight nod like he'd seen this type before. Waterman didn't react. "Locals assume they're spoiled rich kids." Sinclair continued. "Maybe distant relatives of oil tycoons blowing off steam before settling into cushy government jobs. Just another bunch of Eurotrash, right? Except we know better." We know they were recruited back home, funneled through Yemen and Afghanistan by a new organization. We're still piecing together well-funded, hardline jihadist, paramilitary training, and shockingly, no loyalty to national divisions. Saudis and Iranians working side by side, unheard of. But here they are. They aced their training, got sent to Hamburg a year ago with one job: blend in, stay quiet, and wait for orders. So far, they've heard nothing. They're a sleeper cell. Waterman finally stirred. How do we know all this? The Iranian is ours, Sinclair said. CIA runs him out of the consulate in Hamburg. Kid's got guts. Sinclair nodded. And guts are in short supply these days. The game's changed. Back in the day, assets would walk into embassies begging to help. We used to turn some away. The old-school communists were a thing of the past. Now they needed fresh faces, young Arabs, and they didn't have any leads. Waterman frowned. Why us? The situation's locked down tight. Those guys aren't going anywhere. You'll get the green light the second they make a move, assuming the consulate actually answers their phones after hours. Sinclair let him finish before responding. True, it's been quiet. Nothing ever happens until it does. A few days ago, a small, random encounter changed everything. They had an unexpected guest. She suggested moving from the cramped classroom to the office, where the seating was far more accommodating. The desks had been torture for Reacher, who at 6'5" and 250 was practically wearing his chair rather than sitting in it. The office, on the other hand, had plush leather recliners around a polished conference table, luxuries Sinclair had clearly planned for. No surprise, since she'd arranged the space herself, likely just the day before, or delegated it to some junior staffer. 3 bedrooms, 4 briefing chairs. The suited men stayed outside while she laid out the details. Their informant had been squeezed dry, and his intel checked out. The visitor was another Saudi, same age, same flashy styles, slicked back hair, gold chain, designer shirt. Total surprise to the house guests, but in their world, favors could be called in at any moment. Turned out the guy was a courier, nothing to do with them, just passing through. Couriers avoided hotels, too much paper trail. These networks were paranoid, convinced every call was monitored, every email hacked, even snail mail tampered with. So they moved information the old-fashioned way, face-to-face, word of mouth, no briefcases, no documents, just questions and answers carried in memory, bouncing between continents, slow but untraceable. Just another guy in an airport, blending in, white cut-in. Was Hamburg his final stop, or just a layover? Hamburg was the mission, Sinclair said, but not for the guys in the house. Same senders as before Yemen, Afghanistan? Almost certainly. Here's why. Waterman leaned forward. And that would be pure chance? The courier recognized one of the Saudis? They'd trained together in Yemen? Months of ropes and AKs? Small world, they talked, and the Iranian caught snippets. What'd he hear? The courier was waiting for a meet 2 days out. No location mentioned, but close by, no message to deliver, just there to receive one. An opening statement, some kind of initial position. Clear from context, he'd memorize it, carry it back. Sounds like the first move in a negotiation, Waterman said. Sinclair nodded. We expect him to return at least once with a response. Any clue what's on the table? She shook her head. But it's big. The Iranian operative was absolutely convinced the messenger had been a top-tier fighter, just like him. This wasn't some low-level errand boy. The guy had access to designer polo shirts, Italian leather shoes, and multiple passports, which meant he had serious connections. No way was he working for minor players. This was a high-stakes game, and the messenger had been trusted by the big names. Did the meet go down? Late on the second day, he was gone for about 50 minutes, and then he took off first thing the next morning. No other chatter? Just one more conversation, and it was gold. The messenger couldn't keep his mouth shut. He spilled everything to his contact, practically gushing about what he'd heard. The Iranian said he seemed electrified, like the intel was too huge to keep to himself. These guys are young, early 20s, and whatever went down had them buzzing. What was the message, an opening offer? Straight to the point, just like the Iranian expected? No fluff. Which was? The American wants $100 million. Chapter 3. Sinclair leaned forward, elbows on the table, her voice sharp. The Iranian's no fool, he's sharp, fluent, and picks up on every subtlety. The station chief grilled him repeatedly, and we're certain the message was crystal clear. During that 50-minute window, the messenger met an American, definitely male, since the Iranian would have noted if it were a woman, no question. The American laid it out plain. He wanted $100 million. For what? No clue. From who? No idea. But that was the demand, loud and clear. White tapped the table. $100 million narrows the pool. Even if they haggle it down to 50, that's still serious cash. Who's got that lying around? Plenty, sure. But at least we're not sifting through every millionaire on the planet. Reacher shook his head. Wrong angle. Find the seller, not the buyer. What's worth $100 million to guys scaling cliffs in Yemen? And what kind of American in Hamburg is sitting on it? Waterman frowned. That price tag makes me nervous. Sinclair nodded. It should. It's unprecedented. We've got every asset worldwide digging, but we need more. Your job, track that American if he's overseas. CIA takes point. White leads. If he's stateside, FBI steps in. Waterman's show. And since most Americans in Germany are military, Reacher, you're in the mix either way. Reacher exchanged glances with Waterman and White, all three sensing the complications ahead. Sinclair's tone turned steel-edged. You'll have unlimited resources but absolute secrecy, no leaks. Every request goes through me, Ratcliffe, or the president, which means me. Paperwork stays in the West Wing, no personal exposure, $100 million changes loyalties. The American could be anyone, state, justice, Pentagon. One wrong word to the wrong person, and this blows up, so keep your mouths shut. Waterman leaned forward, his brow furrowed. Okay, so what was the first rule again? The woman paused by the door, her hand resting on the frame. Rule number 1, don't let the Iranian get burned. We can't afford to lose him, he's too valuable. Whatever happens next, we'll need him. She shot them a sharp look before adding, and don't forget, hair on fire. Then she was gone. Reacher stretched back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight. White tapped his fingers on the desk. It's got to be tanks or jets, he muttered. Reacher scoffed. Our tanks are 1,000 miles from Yemen or Afghanistan, and moving them would take an army of logistics. Might as well teleport the whole country to them. It'd be faster and quieter. Fine, then, planes, White countered. Sure, $100 million might buy a few rogue pilots, Reacher admitted. But jets? They'd need mechanics, spare parts, training, and we'd blow them out of the sky before they even warmed up the engines. White frowned. Then what, 1 million rifles? At $100 each? We don't have that kind of stockpile. Waterman cut in, his voice low. Could be intel, codes, maps, financial hacks, political bribes. Something digital? What else moves that quietly and is worth that much? Diamonds, White suggested. Wrong city drugs? No American sitting on that kind of shipment. That's cartel territory. White exhaled sharply. So what's the nightmare scenario? Reacher smirked. Above my pay grade, ask Ratcliffe, or better yet, the president. Your gut, then? You first? White rubbed his temples. I deal with the Middle East. Everything's a worst-case scenario. Waterman's voice dropped. Biological weapons? Smallpox, Ebola. Or worse, an antidote, meaning they've already got the virus. Reacher stared at the ceiling, his mind racing. The contradiction nagged at him. Protect the Iranian at all costs, yet ignore the messengers who held all the answers. It didn't add up. White noticed his silence. What's on your mind? The rules, Reacher said. We can't touch the messenger, can't even surveil them, but those couriers, they're the ones with the real intel. They're walking databases. Waterman shook his head. It's a hurdle, not a dead end. We'll work around it. They need that Iranian. Reacher leaned forward. Or pull him out the second they grab the messenger. Give him a beach house in Florida, White snorted. The messenger won't talk. This is tribal. Loyalty runs deep. They die before betraying each other, Reacher shrugged. Then we're flying blind, and that never ends well. Reacher leaned forward, his hands flat on the table. Even a sliver of intel could help. Waterman shook his head. You feel it too, don't you? This isn't just another assignment, it's off the rails. Ever crossed paths with Ratcliffe or Sinclair before? Reacher asked. Never. You? Waterman exhaled. They didn't pick us because we're familiar. They picked us because we weren't in Hamburg when it mattered. We were somewhere else. Clean. That's why we're the ones in this room. Sinclair had called it a quarantined unit, and the description fit: 3 men locked away, isolated, carrying the weight of an alibi like a contagion. By 7, Reacher grabbed his duffel from the car and hauled it upstairs to a bedroom at the end of a sterile hallway that still smelled like photocopier toner. The space was too big for a bed, more suited to some corporate drone's late-night paperwork, but it worked. Dinner meant firing up the Caprice and rolling through McLean, following gut instinct until the streetlights thinned and the neon flickered into view, a diner wedged between a gas station and a highway ramp. The place had seen better days, its chrome dulled, its booths cracked, but it had character. The air inside was sharp with cold fluorescent light, and then he saw her sitting alone in a corner booth. Negley, the best damn soldier he'd ever commanded. Maybe the closest thing he had to a friend, if friendship meant never having to explain a damn thing. At first, he chalked it up to coincidence. DC's orbit was small, especially near the Pentagon, but then logic kicked in. Negley wasn't just sharp, she was a tactical genius. She'd been the backbone of the 110th, outthinking everyone, including him. This wasn't chance. He slid into the booth across from her. She didn't flinch, just watched his reflection in the back of a spoon. Hello, Negley. She looked up, her dark eyes unreadable. Of all the diners in all the world, what are the odds? Calculated, Reacher said. You knew I'd head west, keep DC at my back. You mapped the turns, narrowed it down to this spot, and timed it for after the briefing. She smirked. This isn't some training exercise. The title alone is nonsense. They always are. This one's worse, still a school. She leaned in, her rolled sleeves revealing forearms that could snap a man's wrist. Garber wouldn't waste you on that, not now. Can't talk about it, it's that dull. Let me guess, it's cover. High stakes, given your track record, which means you'll get whatever you ask for, including personnel. So why wait till morning to call me? Her uniform was crisp, her hair short, her tan hinting at recent field work. She looked deceptively soft, but Reacher knew better. He'd seen her move fast, brutal, efficient. He'd never touched her, not even a handshake. Don't know what we'll need yet, he admitted. Best bet? Start pulling names from movement logs. Anyone active duty in Germany on the right day. Negley's grin was razor thin. Already did. You're slipping, Reacher. The conversation shifted to civilian passport records as well. When asked why, the response came. They needed to track down a specific American who'd been in Hamburg during a critical 50-minute window. The reason? This guy was preparing to sell something worth a staggering $100 million to a dangerous new breed of criminals from Yemen and Afghanistan. Nobody knew exactly what he was selling, but the stakes were high. Land borders posed a challenge. Thanks to the European Union's open travel policies, passport records might be spotty. Still, they could narrow it down by checking who had traveled in and out of Switzerland the week before, when the seller was finalizing his plans. He'd likely opened a secret account in Zurich, then returned to Hamburg to name his price. But even that was just a guess. The account could be old, or in Luxembourg this might not be his first rodeo. The uncertainty meant they had to cast a wide net. Was he military, possibly? If so, what was he selling, intel or hardware? If the latter, they'd need to consider discreet transport like a shipping container or a nondescript truck. Whatever it was, it had to be foolproof. No tech support would be tagging along. The plan was to compile every possible lead and be ready to move by 9 a.m. Everything would funnel through the NSC, specifically Marion Sinclair, Alfred Ratcliffe's right-hand woman. Time was of the essence. No room for delays. Was this a real threat? Maybe the intel was vague, could be a joke insider slang or something far worse. But a $100 million price tag suggested serious trouble. As they ordered food, Negley congratulated Reacher on his medal. He brushed it off with his usual dry humor before shifting back to business. Sinclair had impressed him. She and Ratcliffe were scrambling, but at least they were honest. The team also included FBI's Waterman, an old-school investigator, and CIA's White, who seemed perpetually on edge. More staff would join soon, all overseen by an NSC supervisor. Negley suggested looping in Reacher's brother at Treasury to monitor wire transfers, but Reacher hesitated. Sinclair wanted caution. He disagreed, though. This wasn't about singling out one person. It was a dragnet. They'd uncover all kinds of shady deals, secret meetings, and Swiss accounts stuffed with cash, and in the process they'd make plenty of enemies, military and civilian alike. The operation demanded silence. Too much attention now could ruin everything. For the moment, Sinclair remained their best option, though they'd reassess if things changed. Negley nodded in agreement just as their food arrived. It was 8 in the evening in McLean, Virginia, a quiet suburban evening far removed from the late-night chaos unfolding in Hamburg, Germany, where it was already 2 in the morning. The American lay sprawled across an unfamiliar bed, the ceiling above him a blank canvas. A high-end escort curled against him, her apartment immaculate and subtly perfumed. She wasn't cheap, but then again, neither was he, not anymore. A small indulgence felt justified. He had expensive tastes, not in material things, but in experiences. The thrill wasn't just in the transaction, it was in the energy, the way she listened like she genuinely cared, and that was dangerous. Pillow talk turned reckless. He'd let slip his plans, a sprawling ranch in Argentina, bigger than Rhode Island. The words tumbled out, fueled by adrenaline and the illusion of invincibility, she'd remember. In Germany, sex workers weren't afraid of the police. The system tolerated what it regulated, and when the manhunt began, she'd have no reason not to share every detail. A ranch, that size, that kind of purchase left a paper trail? Stupid. He mentally retraced his steps. What had he touched? His fingerprints would be useless, smeared beyond recognition. DNA? A fleeting concern. Science wasn't infallible yet, and he doubted they'd waste resources chasing shadows. Still, the risk gnawed at him. He'd left the hotel unseen, cutting through the garage on a whim. No cameras, just blind luck. Then he saw her, fresh from a shower, radiating confidence. The price she quoted was steep, but he would have paid triple just for the way she held herself. They drove back to her place, a loop that felt surreal. Now, lying there, he realized commitment felt like free fall, no control, just the rush of inevitability, no turning back. He'd always been meticulous, a man who noticed everything, yet here he was, gambling on arrogance. One misstep, and the whole plan unraveled. But doubt was a luxury he couldn't afford. Not when he was this close. The garage ceiling was lined with fireproof insulation, snaking electrical conduits, thick drainage pipes, and a sprinkler system, but no surveillance cameras. It was secure, almost too secure, which made the whole thing feel absurd yet perfectly calculated. He ran through the plan one last time in his head before moving fast. At first, she mistook it for some kind of twisted role play, like something straight out of a cheap VHS thriller. He flipped her onto her stomach, pinned her elbows beneath his knees, and settled his weight on her like a jockey riding a horse. She let out a moan, the kind he'd heard before, but then he leaned in and wrapped his hands around her throat from behind, squeezing hard and fast. She thrashed, her legs kicking uselessly, heels scraping against his back like she was trying to swim through air, but it didn't matter. Soon the struggle faded, and he held on just a little longer, just to be sure, before finally letting go and vanishing into the night. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Meanwhile, Reacher slept soundly in his upscale hotel room but woke before dawn. By 7, he was already out the door, just as a catering truck rolled up with enough coffee and pastries to feed a small army, far more than 3 people could handle. That meant reinforcements were coming. Sure enough, by 7:30, 2 mid-level National Security Council officers arrived, both grim-faced men in their 30s, looking like they'd spent too many years buried in classified files. Sinclair vouched for them over the phone, calling them reliable. By 8, secure lines were up and running, and Reacher had already put in his request for backup before Waterman and White could even react. Negley arrived by 9, wasting no time pulling intel through NSC channels before Waterman's guy, Landry, and White's pick, Vanderbilt, even showed up. The two newcomers were younger versions of their bosses, efficient, no-nonsense types who rearranged furniture and set up a makeshift command center in the classroom. By 11, the place was buzzing. By noon, they had their first real lead. Sinclair called in on speakerphone, eager for updates. Reacher laid it out. Nearly 200,000 Americans were in Germany that day, 60,000 active military, double that in dependents and retirees plus vacationers and business travelers. That's a lot of potential targets, Sinclair said. Reacher didn't hesitate. We should head to Hamburg now? Better now than later. We won't crack this from a desk. Sinclair turned to Waterman, thoughts. Waterman hesitated. Depends on how fast these messengers move. If the usual response time is 2 weeks, we've got some breathing room. I'd say go next week after more intel. Then White chimed in dryly. I'm assuming I'm not invited. What use is a paper pusher in the field with a tracker and a killer? His tone was light, but the jab landed. The room stayed tense, the clock ticking down. Sinclair rarely ventured beyond the East Coast unless absolutely necessary. When she questioned Reacher's sudden desire to head to Hamburg, he simply reminded her of Ratcliffe's open-ended promise anything they needed was theirs for the taking. Neither White nor Waterman objected, though Waterman added a cautious stipulation: Reacher could go, but only if he promised not to stir up trouble. Thanks to their West Wing connections, arrangements fell into place effortlessly. Within half an hour, Reacher and Negley had first-class tickets on a Lufthansa flight that evening, along with reservations at an upscale business hotel in Hamburg, close to the apartment in question, in the kind of posh district Sinclair had described. They spent the afternoon in McLean narrowing down suspects by cross-referencing military movements. If someone had been stationed on the Eastern Plains driving a tank, they couldn't have been strolling through Hamburg at the same time. The list shrank fast, a satisfying sign of progress. Meanwhile, the first Zurich flight reports trickled in. Vanderbilt, White's sharp-eyed analyst, volunteered to stay late and sift through the data, promising to call with any breakthroughs the moment they landed. Reacher almost smiled. Who knew cooperation could be this smooth? Negley took the wheel of Reacher's Caprice, parking it in the short-term garage on the government's tab. Her idea of casual wear was a beat-up leather jacket over a plain T-shirt, paired with what Reacher assumed were surplus Marine Corps pants until he realized they were designer, Ralph Lauren. She carried a bag. He traveled light. Their coach seats felt like luxury compared to the punishing benches of military transports. They ate the in-flight meal, reclined just enough to pretend it was comfort, and dozed off. Back in Hamburg, the air in the hooker's apartment had soured. Not just the lingering perfume of her trade, but something far worse. By midnight, the stench had seeped into the hallway and through the kitchen vents, prompting irritated neighbors to call the cops. A patrol car arrived, expecting a noise complaint, but left with a very different problem. The super was roused, keys in hand, and within hours the place was swarming with detectives, forensic techs, and yellow tape. Finally, a body bag was zipped shut. For Hamburg's police, it was a mixed blessing. The city had its share of rowdy sailors and red-light chaos, but murders were rare, less than one a week. A fresh case meant career opportunities, especially with their near 90% solve rate. The catch? The unsolved 10% were almost always dead prostitutes or overdose junkies, occupational hazards, not headline makers. Odds were. The killer was already miles offshore, bunked down on some freighter, vanishing into the horizon. Reacher and Negley stepped off the plane into a damp Hamburg morning, West Wing cash lining their pockets. They hailed a Mercedes taxi, weaving through sluggish traffic under a pale, watery sun. Their hotel sat on a quiet, tree-lined street flanked by sleek glass buildings and pricey compact cars. Their fourth-floor rooms offered rooftop views of a city that had risen from ashes, centuries of history erased by firestorms in 1943, when British bombers returned the favor tenfold. The skyline bore no scars, just the quiet resilience of a place that had learned to rebuild. The inferno raged with towering flames reaching 1,000 feet into the sky, scorching the air and boiling waterways under a blistering 1,000-degree heat. A single devastating raid had claimed 40,000 lives, more than half of Britain's total wartime losses. The ancient words of Hosea, one of the lesser-known prophets, echoed with grim accuracy. "They that sow the wind shall reap the whirlwind." The phone in Reacher's room buzzed, first Negley confirming breakfast, then Vanderbilt calling from McLean, Virginia, with a list of 36 Americans who'd traveled between Hamburg and Zurich during the critical week. "We're going to catch all kinds of people," Reacher had muttered before heading downstairs. The breakfast spread was unmistakably European: cured meats, sharp cheeses, delicate pastries, but he barely noticed as he joined Negley by the window. Outside, Hamburg stirred under a crisp morning sun. Half a world away in Jalalabad, Afghanistan, the midday heat pressed down on a whitewashed mud house where lunch simmered in the kitchen. The messenger, clean-shaven and unarmed, unlike everyone else in the compound, had arrived after a grueling journey. 4 flights and a bone-rattling ride in a battered Toyota pickup. Offered a sparse breakfast, he waited in the familiar antechamber, resigned to the endless back and forth of his role. When summoned, he entered a sweltering room thick with sluggish flies. 2 men in plain white robes and turbans, one stout, the other gaunt, listened as he delivered the American's demand. $100 million. The taller man nodded. "We'll discuss it over dinner. Return at dawn for our answer." Back in Hamburg, Negley unfolded a street map, angling it to catch the light. 50 minutes unaccounted for suggests a mile radius, she mused. 20 there, 10 to talk, 20 back. Where would they meet? Reacher ticked off options: a dimly lit bar, a cafe, maybe a park bench. Tracing a mile-wide circle around the apartment, they mapped a mix of residential and commercial streets. Reacher knew cities, and this one would have ground-floor delis, jewelers, maybe a dry cleaner tucked between low-rise apartments. 4 tiny parks dotted the area, each with a bench or two. "Spies feed pigeons in movies," he remarked dryly. Negley smirked. "Lucky for us, it's perfect walking weather." 3 square miles of urban sprawl meant over 2,000 acres to scan. They passed the apartment building without a glance, blending in as tourists while studying the map. The first few streets alone offered a boutique bakery with gilded tables, 3 cafes, and a pair of bars. Reacher shook his head. Bakeries are morning spots. This was late afternoon, had to be a bar. Negley countered, "Or a park." Reacher's eyes narrowed. "Think like the American? He'd want control. A bar's louder, darker, better for leverage." The hunt was on. Reacher knew the type, someone who needed comfort while making others squirm. "Think he's white?" Negley asked. "Statistically likely," he replied. "So we're looking for a skinhead hangout." She shrugged. "They don't exactly advertise. It's more about the vibe." Studying the map, Reacher searched for wide intersections with heavy traffic, cheaper rents, and alley parking. One spot stood out. "Might as well check those parks on the way," he said, stretching. "Decent day for it." The parks turned out to be concrete patches with garish flower beds, more urban than scenic. Still, the benches offered privacy, perfect for a quiet exchange between 2 men who didn't want attention. One sits, talks, leaves, simple, no witnesses. The commercial strip nearby buzzed with activity, storefronts bleeding into side streets. Outside one bar, 4 burly guys in their late teens nursed morning beers. Their shaved heads looked self-inflicted, rough and uneven, like badges of pride. Not locals, Reacher guessed, which meant they were either lost or marking territory. Negley nudged him. "Coffee break here?" "Those boys are staring. They've got opinions." Reacher turned. The group stiffened, eyes locked on him, part challenge, part unease, like wolves sizing up a threat. One finally spoke. "You American?" Reacher smirked. "What gave it away?" "This bar's off limits to Americans." Later, Reacher admitted he'd normally throw the first punch before the sentence ended. No sense letting an instigator set the tempo, but these were kids. So instead he drawled, "You sure you're speaking English? Sounded like you said there's places in Germany where Americans aren't welcome. That can't be right. Germany's for Germans." "Fine by me," Reacher said. "Yet here I stand, just want coffee, giving you a chance to walk away before this gets embarrassing." "4 against 1, the kid sneered. "Took you all day to count that?" A face flickered in the bar window, watching, then vanishing. Negley sighed. "Not our guy. He'd never get past the door." Reacher eyed the kid. "But the coffee's good, right? Best around, then move." The kid didn't budge. "We call the shots here. Occupation's over. Germany's for Germans." Reacher almost laughed. The kid delivered the line like a B-movie villain. "So we're fighting over this." The kid stepped closer, chest puffed. "We're not scared." Negley rolled her eyes. "Let's go. This is pathetic." Reacher leaned in, his voice low and steady. "You really believe tomorrow's yours to claim?" The guy smirked. "Damn right it is. Funny thing about insanity, doing the same dumb move twice and expecting a miracle. Heard that one before. Pretty sure Einstein called it first, and he was a genius, so maybe take notes. You need to walk away." "Or what?" "Let's make this simple. On 3, you step aside. Silence. 1. Still nothing." Reacher didn't wait for 2 rules, were for people who had time to waste. A sharp right to the gut folded the first guy like a bad poker hand. Consider it mercy, quick and clean. The second guy, not so lucky. Momentum carried him straight into Reacher's elbow, cracking between the eyes. As he dropped, he tangled up the fourth guy just long enough for Reacher to pivot, driving the same elbow down like a hammer on the third guy's collarbone. That left number 4 wide open, so Reacher went for efficiency. One solid kick and the fight was over. Inside the bar, the air smelled like stale beer and regret. The bartender, a withered old man with skin like crumpled paper, barely glanced up. "You speak English?" Reacher asked. The old man nodded. "Yeah. Saw you watching through the window. Knew those boys outside were trouble. What about them? Only wanted Germans in here. That's it right with you. My bar, my rules. Feel like bending them for me? Not really, but I will. Coffee any good? Best in town? Not thirsty. Just curious about one thing." Reacher leaned on the counter. "How's it feel to lose a war?" 5 streets later, they admitted defeat. Too many possible spots, too many variables. Guessing was pointless. "We flip the script," Reacher said. "We wait for the messenger to lead us to the meet, then we tail him, see who he's working with. But it's messy, tight streets, too many eyes. We'd need a pro surveillance team." Negley shook her head. "Can't risk blowing the Iranians' cover. We stay ghost. Just ID the contact, then circle back later through other channels. Make it look unrelated. Who even has surveillance teams anymore? CIA might. Here, doubt it. It's just us. And that apartment's got a back door. We're split before we start." Reacher exhaled. "Maybe Waterman's got people. This should be a full-scale OP, supposedly. We've got unlimited resources." "You really believe that?" "One slip, one face spotted twice, and the whole house burns. We're stuck." Reacher stayed silent. 2 blocks from their hotel, flashing lights lit up the street, 4 cruisers, 8 cops, door-to-door questions. Something had gone wrong. Badly. As they moved to continue down the street, a police officer halted them with a question in German about their residence. Reacher deflected with his own question about English, prompting the officer to switch languages and repeat his inquiry. With a gesture toward their hotel, Reacher explained they'd just arrived that morning after an overnight flight from the States. The cop's sharp observation about their American appearance led to the inevitable request for identification, citing German law. Reacher handed over his military ID without fuss. It wasn't like his pockets were cluttered with alternatives, while Negley did the same. After jotting their names in his notebook, the officer returned their cards with polite efficiency. When Reacher pressed about the reason for the stop, the cop dropped the bombshell about a murdered prostitute before wishing them a good day and walking off. Meanwhile, less than a quarter-mile away, the killer was finalizing a car rental from a cramped storefront wedged between apartments. The urge to flee town gnawed at him, childish maybe, but he needed distance. Just for a day or two, Amsterdam sounded good. No real concern, of course. No evidence tied him to the dead woman. She was disposable, forgotten, yet the itch to move was undeniable, like gravity pulling him forward, unstoppable. Back at the hotel, the front desk clerk flagged them down, urgent calls from a Mr. Waterman in the U.S., despite the time difference. They hurried to Negley's room to return the call, connecting first with Landry before Waterman himself cut in with grim news. Fresh intel suggested shifting threats, demanding their immediate return. By evening, they boarded a Lufthansa flight packed with an eclectic mix of solo travelers, some disheveled, others oddly academic, before touching down stateside just 2 hours later, thanks to time zones. Retrieving their Caprice from the garage, they drove through the night to McLean, where newer Caprices and black vans sat untouched outside. Inside, Ratcliffe and Sinclair waited with the rest of the team, having tracked their progress. Perfect timing, Ratcliffe said before diving into the crisis, a looming digital apocalypse tied to outdated computer systems. The Y2K bug, he explained, threatened to plunge the world into chaos when clocks rolled over to 2000, potentially erasing bank accounts, shutting down power grids, and rewriting history as 1900. Reacher's dry response, "I saw one once," barely masked the gravity of the situation. The stakes had just gotten higher. The air was still, not even a wisp of smoke lingering. Reacher shrugged. "I'm broke," he admitted. The other man smirked. "You catch my drift, though." "Who built this system? What's their take?" Reacher pressed. "Most of them are either retired or 6 feet under. They never thought their code would outlive them. No manuals, no notes, just a bunch of brainy guys tinkering in a lab, making it up as they went. Now, nobody recalls the specifics, and nobody's sharp enough to reverse engineer it. Worst part, they might have botched the Gregorian calendar. Forgot that 2000 is a leap year. Normally, years divisible by 100 aren't, unless they're divisible by 400. Total disaster." Reacher frowned. "What's the fallout?" "Everything's wired now. By 2000, the internet could be massive, tying every system together. That means one glitch could bring down everything. People are finally realizing how bad this could get. So now you've got slick operators selling quick fixes, software patches, big money in it. Millions of users worldwide need this yesterday. They'll download first, ask questions later, leaves them wide open. To what? Rumor has it, there's a patch out there, looks legit, but it's poison. A Trojan horse. Not quite a virus, not quite a worm. It's got a 4-digit calendar that can be frozen remotely anytime. With the internet growing, imagine the havoc. Governments, power grids, banks, all frozen. Somebody could make a fortune off that kind of chaos. Or worse, use it as leverage," Reacher scoffed. 100 million? That's a stretch. People pay that for all kinds of crazy. Why assume this is the golden ticket?" Ratcliffe leaned in. "Takes a special kind of mind to code something like that, a renegade streak. Not that they see it that way to them. It's just clever. And guess what? About 400 of the world's top programmers just wrapped up a convention in Hamburg. Half of them were American." Reacher nodded. "Saw a few on the plane. Scruffy Kids convention was still going when your messenger showed up. 200 U.S. techies in town. One of them could have slipped away. Ratcliffe left soon after, his security detail trailing behind. Sinclair took over, shifting focus to the programmers. The FBI had a new cyber unit, and Waterman would handle coordination strictly through channels. White would dig into the Americans' backgrounds. Reacher? He was told to stick around, just in case the Pentagon had its own tech headaches after all. Maybe the culprit was drumming up panic before cashing in. As Waterman and White got to work, Reacher stayed put, just him and Sinclair alone in the quiet office. The hum of the fluorescent lights the only sound. Her gaze traveled slowly from his head to his toes before she finally spoke. "Got something on your mind?" she asked. For a brief second, he considered asking if she'd eaten, but his attention shifted to her outfit, another sleek black dress hugging her curves, paired with sheer stockings and polished heels. Her effortless beauty struck him again, the tousled hair. the bare fingers without a ring. Instead of small talk, he cut to the chase. You honestly believe mercenaries scaling cliffs in Yemen would shell out for this? She didn't miss a beat. Why not? They're not amateurs. That price tag tells a story. Either corporate backing, government funds, or deep-pocketed private money. Any of those means they're plugged into modern tech. He scoffed. Sounds like you're convincing yourself. Improvising's fine, but desperation, that's a dead end. What happened to thoroughness? Got a better lead? She challenged. Not yet. Sinclair shifted gears. What about Hamburg? Dead ends, Reacher replied. Just an apartment. How's our Iranian contact? Alive and bored. Some commotion nearby. A murdered sex worker. We saw the aftermath, Reacher said. Too many loose threads. We need to tail the messenger from the apartment to the meet. No shortcuts. Too dangerous. Only way, Sinclair sighed. Or find the American before the meeting cleaner for everyone. Pressure from upstairs? The brass wants this wrapped up yesterday, she admitted. Narrowing the field feels like progress, but fast isn't always smart. After a tense silence, she relented. Fine, when you're not needed elsewhere, run your play. The concession came with strings, one shot, no mistakes. Negley jumped in, frustration sharp. Every path circles back to the same question. What's being sold? Reacher agreed. Your list? Blank slate, she shot back. What intel's worth $100 million to them? They already know we'd crush them in a fight. Why pay to learn how badly? Hardware, then? Like what? Cheap stuff's worthless. Complex gear needs engineers. That price is a red flag. Reacher nodded. White suggested tanks or jets. Negley rolled her eyes. Give me one field-ready example. Simple soldier-proof tech. Something with a giant on switch. Plenty exist. Shoulder-fired missiles, she countered. They've got warehouses full from us, the Soviets, and knockoffs. You couldn't spend $100 million on those if you tried basic supply and demand. Her tone turned wry. Unless they're buying confetti for a parade. The room fell quiet. The absurdity hanging in the air. Somewhere outside, a car alarm blared, underscoring the chaos they were trying to untangle. Spending $100 million on dirt would be pure insanity. Then what's the alternative? Nothing. We're completely out of ideas. At 10 o'clock that night in McLean, Virginia, the clock in Jalalabad, Afghanistan, read 7:30 the next morning. The messenger stood patiently in the antechamber once more, where the early sunlight streamed through a high window, illuminating swirling dust and rousing sluggish flies. The scent of brewing tea drifted from the kitchen. Eventually, he was escorted into the same cramped, sweltering room where sunlight sliced through another high window, casting the same dancing dust and drowsy insects into motion. The same two men sat beneath the beam, one short and stout, the other tall and lean, both bearded, dressed in identical white robes and turbans. The taller man spoke first. You will depart today with our answer. The messenger bowed his head in deference. The world expects negotiation, the tall man continued. But we are not haggling over camels. Our response is straightforward. The messenger tilted his head slightly, offering his ear. Tell the American we accept his terms. 4 hours later in Hamburg, Germany, the city's chief medical examiner arrived at the central morgue at 8 in the morning. He had worked late the night before, finishing an autopsy, unpaid overtime, but homicides were rare, and this was the kind of case that could make a career. Now he needed to review his notes before presenting his findings. The victim was a tall, fair-skinned Caucasian woman. Her documents listed her age as 36 years and 8 months, which aligned with the physical evidence. She had been in excellent shape. Low body fat suggested careful dieting, while her muscle tone hinted at regular gym visits. 6 hours before death, she had eaten a couscous salad. An hour before, she had ingested semen. Then she had been brutally strangled from behind by a right-handed attacker. The tissue damage was slightly more severe on the right side, indicating greater strength in those fingers. Her pale skin revealed faint but distinct bruising on the backs of her elbows, likely from her assailant's knees as he pinned her down, straddling her like a rider on a horse. Her buttocks bore subtle marks from his bony frame. The medical examiner pictured a wiry man, strong but lean with sharp edges, the kind of guy TV shows would call a skinny-ass dude, probably high-strung, prone to sudden violence.
The most revealing detail?
The exact distance between the bruises on her elbows and buttocks matched the span from the attacker's pelvic girdle to his kneecaps. Factoring in joint flexibility, this gave the precise length of his femur, a bone that never lied about height. The killer stood at 1 meters 5 feet 8 in American terms, and since the victim was a prostitute, likely catering to American GIs with cash to burn, the conversion was necessary. Not a giant, not a dwarf, just average. The medical examiner, caught up in the thrill of deduction, added an unofficial note to the file against protocol, but he couldn't resist. His theory: the killer was right-handed, average height, underweight, with a bony frame and a runner's build. He sealed the envelope and sent it by courier to the chief of detectives. Detective Chief Griezmann wasn't thrilled at first, but his mood shifted later. After all, he had a reputation to uphold, and this case was about to get interesting. Griezmann's department boasted an enviable 90% success rate, but this time he wasn't interested in statistics. He needed a quick resolution, something he could bury in the 10% pile of unsolved cases, forgotten and gathering dust. His detectives' reports painted a familiar picture. The victim usually drove to the hotel late at night, parked in the garage, and worked the bar. But that evening, no one had seen her arrive. Most clients used their own rooms, and she'd leave in the early hours, sometimes not until morning. The staff might recall the men she'd been with, but one detail stood out: she rarely entertained clients at her apartment. Hotel workers rarely did. Unless, of course, the client was a repeat customer, someone she trusted. That meant digging into her regulars, maybe even tracing back a year or two. Griezmann rubbed his temples. The reports missed the mark. It wasn't unusual for her to bring clients home. Not at all. Some were locals, men stopping by the bar after work, not hotel guests. Men with families, with reasons to avoid their own homes. Men like him. He'd been her client almost a year ago. 3 times. Fine, 4, all at her place. The first time, he'd lied about having a room. "I'm just here for a drink." They'd taken separate cars. The money had come from an insurance payout meant for his kid's future. Now, she was dead, murdered, and his name would surface in the investigation. Someone would remember his career, his marriage, gone. He flipped through the medical examiner's report, his stomach tightening. He knew that neck, pale, delicate. He knew her favorite meals, the way she laughed. Then he reached the final note: right-handed, average height, underweight, wiry build, like a distance runner. Griezmann smirked. At 6'6" and 300 pounds, his idea of cardio was lifting a fork. He called his team in. New theory, he announced. She never made it inside the hotel. Maybe someone intercepted her in the garage, a regular but not a guest, rich enough for her tastes but not staying there. So, local or crashing elsewhere. Did he have a car? Maybe. Or maybe he cut through the garage as a shortcut. If not, she might have driven him herself. Check her car. Fingerprints on the door handles. Seatbelt latch. His detective scribbled furiously. Then Griezmann dropped the clincher, and according to the coroner, our guy's average height and skinny. That's science. So focus on that, nothing else. The detectives dismissed all previous suspects unless they matched the exact profile, average height, and slender build. Anything else was a distraction. Sure, the lead was probably a dead end, some sailor already halfway across the Atlantic, but appearances mattered. Stay sharp, stick to the facts, prints in the car, the right build, no detours, save the energy for what comes next. As the team dispersed, Griezmann exhaled and slumped into his chair. Meanwhile, the American was just waking up in Amsterdam, showering off the night in a modest hotel favored by airline crews. The place was tidy, unremarkable, a stone's throw from the action. Over coffee, he skimmed German newspapers in the breakfast nook. No alarms, no headlines. For now, he was invisible. At the same time, the messenger jolted along a brutal stretch of road in a Toyota pickup, the first leg of a grueling journey that would span hundreds of miles, multiple airports, and a series of safe houses. The terrain was punishing, more like a dried-up riverbed than a proper road, but isolation demanded sacrifice. Back in the States, dawn crept westward, painting the Delaware coast gold before spilling over Maryland and finally washing Washington, D.C. in a fleeting cinematic glow. In McLean, the corporate park buzzed with activity as a catering truck rolled in with coffee and breakfast. Landry, Vanderbilt, and Negley were camped out in the second building of the Educational Solutions campus, makeshift beds shoved between desks. The NSC team rotated shifts next door, always one awake, one asleep. White updated the group. Most programmers are either stateside or en route. 10 are expats, scattered across Europe and Asia. One's right in Hamburg. Reacher smirked. Case closed then. Priorities, White countered. Do we assume expats are higher risk? Do we hit them first? Who's the Hamburg guy? Tech anarchist, thinks hacking is political art. Vanderbilt slid over a grainy magazine photo, a wiry man with wild hair, mid-40s, looking equal parts genius and lunatic. Reacher frowned. If he's local, why meet during the convention? Too many eyes, before or after would have been smarter. Meaning you think it was an outsider? Meaning this whole thing's a rabbit hole? White shrugged. It's all we've got. Messengers cover Europe, Scandinavia, North Africa, the Middle East, but not here. Not yet. Then track the programmers who made it home, Reacher said. Wait for one to bolt back for the second rendezvous? Could be Paris, London, anywhere but Hamburg convenience shifts? Your whole theory doesn't pinpoint a location, the first voice argued. We'll track his ticket purchase. We'll know exactly where he's going, the second countered. Last-minute buys are his style by then. It's too late. We'll still have the flight details. And then what? Chase after him on the next plane, arriving hours after the deal's already done? Wow, you're just full of optimism today, aren't you? Your own theory suggests the messenger will be traveling at the same time, heading to the same place. But we won't know his alias, his departure point, or which passport he's using. Pakistani, British, French. Too many unknowns. We checked Hamburg's airport records 2 days before the first meetup, and there were 500 potential matches. On paper, they all looked the same. Who do we even watch? Reacher leaned back, smirking. Maybe drink more coffee, that usually solves everything. Meanwhile, in Hamburg, Chief of Detectives Griezmann was minutes away from a well-earned lunch at a cozy cellar restaurant near his office. But duty came first. Part of his job was filtering intelligence, deciding what mattered and who needed to know, like a gatekeeper, ensuring nothing slipped through the cracks. If connections were missed later, someone had to take the fall. That's why they paid him the big bucks, as the saying went. Better safe than sorry. Every day before lunch, he sorted through stacks of reports, carbon copies, Xeroxes, labeling each for the right agency. His secretary would dispatch them while he ate. Near the top was another update from the ongoing prostitution investigation. Door-to-door interviews had turned up 2 U.S. military personnel, a major and an NCO, claiming to be tourists. Border Control confirmed their arrival that morning, clearing them as suspects. Still, the reporting officer noted they didn't exactly look like vacationers. Griezmann tossed the file into the pile marked U.S. Army Command HQ Stuttgart, the only item there so far. Next was a standard bureaucratic note from the uniformed division. Days earlier, a local had called in, reporting an American deep in conversation with a Middle Eastern man at a rough downtown bar. The caller insisted the man was agitated, muttering about life-or-death secrets tied to regional chaos. Officers quickly dismissed it. The informant was a known conspiracy theorist prone to wild accusations. Besides, the bar was a rough spot. Anyone out of place would have been nervous. Still, protocol demanded it be logged. Griezmann smirked. 2 could play the cover-your-ass game, but where to send it? The U.S. consulate, naturally, partly to needle them. Why would an American drag an Arab into a dive like that? The invitation had to be one-sided, mostly though he sent it because Americans talking to Middle Easterners was suddenly a hot topic. Careers were made on less. He dropped the note into the U.S. Consulate Hamburg pile, another lone entry. As he stood to leave, his phone buzzed an urgent update. Another name had surfaced in the investigation, one that didn't fit the usual patterns. Maybe today wouldn't be so routine after all. Reacher and Negley settled into the makeshift command center inside the empty classroom, poring over stacks of personnel files. They methodically narrowed down the list, first 100 names, then 200, then 500 at a clip. The Army usually kept tight tabs on its soldiers, but leave was another story. Some were visiting family in quiet German neighborhoods, others catching budget flights home or off on impromptu trips, thousands unaccounted for at any given moment. Negley tapped a report. "We've got 3 AWOL privates in the mix," she said, "plus an O5 who won't cough up his whereabouts for the day in question." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "A lieutenant colonel playing hard to get? Who are the deserters? All privates, infantry, armor, and a medic?" "A medic?" Reacher scoffed. "Since when do medics bolt? How long they been gone? Medic's been missing a week, infantryman 10 days, and the armored guy 4 months. 4 months is more than a weekend bender." Negley shrugged. "No passport activity. Odds are he's still in Germany, but good luck finding him in that mess. As for the tight-lipped O5 infantry commander, word is he's solid but bitter, spent the Gulf War watching sandstorms instead of action, and now he's stuck staring at a ghost threat from the old Soviet border, thinks the brass is wasting his time. Sounds like a real charmer. Not the worst, but he's got opinions. Wrote himself a cushy assignment, researching new tactics, bouncing around Europe. Usually no one questions it, but this time the West Wing came knocking. Now he's clammed up, and nobody knows if it's a red flag or just stubborn pride." Reacher smirked. "We should stitch that onto our uniforms, something or nothing with a couple of question marks for flair." Negley flipped through her papers, then froze. "Hold on." She snatched a sheet, scanned it twice. "Got him. Zurich a week before the meet, arrived for coffee, left after dinner." She frowned. "But if he's dirty, why not just lie? Why stonewall the commander-in-chief?" "Maybe he's banking on officers' honor," Reacher said. "Find him. Make it clear we're not asking. Tell them we're taking him for a ride." The guy was waiting when they rolled up to Fort Myers visiting officers' quarters like he'd been tipped off. Negley parked the Caprice, and Reacher watched from the back seat as the man strode out. No hesitation, no panic. Lieutenant Colonel Bartley, mid-40s, lean from years of forced marches but starting to soften at the edges. His uniform was crisp, his posture rigid like he was mentally bracing for a tribunal. He slid into the car, spine straight, hands planted on his knees like he was back in Sunday school. The scent of cheap soap clung to him, overlaid with something sharper, nerves or defiance. Reacher couldn't tell. Reacher leaned back in his seat, studying the colonel with quiet intensity. "Walk me through your orders again," he said, his voice calm but firm. Bartley exhaled sharply. "I'm to ride with 2 MPs, acknowledge their authority, and answer their questions honestly. No omissions, no lies. These instructions come straight from the top. No ambiguity." Reacher smirked. The commander sure knows how to phrase things. "Lawyers' habit," Bartley muttered. "Weren't they all?" Reacher countered. Then, shifting gears, he said, "You picked a hell of a day to vanish, Colonel." Bartley stiffened. "That's personal." "It doesn't affect my service record, doesn't it?" Reacher's tone turned razor-sharp. "When a high-ranking officer goes off-grid, people notice. And when they notice, they start guessing. And trust me, their guesses are never flattering. You really want to leave it to speculation?" Bartley wiped his palms on his trousers, silent. Reacher softened slightly. "Look, I don't care what you did unless it's one specific thing. And let's be honest, the odds of that are slim." Bartley's jaw tightened. "It wasn't that." "Great. Then we're on the same page. But here's the thing. I need to look my superiors in the eye and tell them something believable. If it's not that thing, then fine. Your secret stays here. But I need to know what kind of secret we're dealing with. Otherwise, my assurances won't hold weight." Bartley hesitated. "It's nothing that matters." Reacher leaned forward. "Wrong answer. This is your last chance to dig yourself out. I don't care if it's gambling, an affair, or a secret love for polka music, just spit it out, unless of course it is that one thing. Bartley swallowed. It's not. Then prove it. Here's an easy one. Do you fly to Zurich every week? Silence. Reacher pressed. Simple question, Colonel. Answer it, and we move on. Lie and this gets ugly. Bartley finally nodded. Most weeks? Yes. Including the day in question? Yes. Still have the boarding pass? Yes. Late arrival, late departure? Yes. Bank visits? Bartley hesitated again. Yes, with my own money. All legal. Reacher's eyes narrowed. Care to elaborate? What happens if I do? Depends. Does it tarnish the uniform? Bartley didn't answer. Reacher sighed. Figure it out, Colonel. You're not stupid. The order to haul you in came from the White House. So who do you think we answer to? Bartley paled. The NSC. And how much damage can they do? A lot. Try catastrophic. A Swiss bank account is nothing compared to what they'll do if they think you're holding out. So unless you're laundering for a cartel, just say it. Bartley's voice dropped to a whisper. I'm hiding it from my wife. There it was, the truth, finally. Reacher almost laughed. Of all the secrets, this was the one eating at him. Not treason, not theft, just a man and his money and a marriage on shaky ground. Now, was that so hard? Reacher said, shaking his head. Next time, lead with that. I'm filing for divorce, he said flatly. Did she cheat on you? No. But you're still taking the money. I worked for it. Worked for what? You're a lieutenant colonel. I know what they pay you, no offense, but your nest egg wouldn't even make a Swiss banker blink. And don't give me that every penny counts speech. Hauling a couple bucks a week to Zurich isn't worth the plane ticket. The plane ticket matters, so do the fees, but I crunched the numbers. What money are we even talking about? Our house back in the States? Mostly mortgage equity. I pull it out as fast as the bank lets me, move it to Germany in cash. Once it's there, it vanishes from the books, stashed in a deposit box. Real stand-up guy, Colonel, no question. But here's what I need. Who else did you see in Zurich? Regulars making the same trips? Or fresh faces? One-timers? Anybody stick out? Like who? Other Americans? It's a private setup. You don't exactly mingle. What about at the airport? Or just walking around? Bartley stayed silent. Reacher leaned in. I need names, Colonel, dates, descriptions, military or civilian. Whatever you've got. What's your play here? Who's hearing this? What's your angle? The president tells the Joint Chiefs the NSC isn't interested in you after that. Depends who talks and how loud your ex wants to yell. They dropped him at his quarters, then rolled out toward McLean. Enemies everywhere. Back at base, they logged the Bartley conversation into the system. Then Negley's phone buzzed. The 4-month AWOL was a Texan named Wiley, part of a 5-man chaparral air defense unit, 12 missiles mounted on treaded launchers, 4 locked and loaded, 8 more in reserve. Their job shield armor and infantry on the front lines, scanning for enemy aircraft with radar and binocs. Heat seekers built for low-altitude strikes, perfect for picking off jets as they dipped in for the kill. Reacher's jaw tightened, or commercial airliners during takeoff right when they're most vulnerable. Negley shook her head, too bulky. The missiles alone are 10 feet long. The launcher's a beast, tank treads, camo paint. You'd need an airport parking lot the size of Texas to hide it. Plus, the radar's finicky and the infrared system's got an upgrade. Yemeni training camps don't teach this stuff, and forget smuggling it. 12 missiles per rig, top speed 40 miles per hour. You'd need a military parade just to hit 9 figures. And Wiley's been gone 4 months. He shows his face now. He's cuffed before he blinks. Flag him anyway, Reacher said. 4 months is inexcusable. Somebody needs to answer for that. What the hell's happening over there? Hamburg streets dimmed as evening settled in. The Iranian ambled past glowing storefronts, a newspaper tucked under his arm. Dulles and jewelers flickered to life under soft neon, while bakeries shuttered for the night. Restaurants cast amber pools of light onto the sidewalk, their warmth a stark contrast to the crisp blue glare of passing headlights. Traffic hummed steadily, the city's rhythm unchanged, but beneath the surface something darker moved. The Iranian operative wandered into a small urban park and settled onto a bench, stretching his arms along the backrest with deliberate calm. Traffic hummed past as he gazed blankly ahead at the empty sidewalks. After a measured pause, he rose without hurry, meticulous as ever, tossing his folded newspaper into a nearby bin before ambling back toward the city. Barely 30 seconds after his departure, the CIA station chief emerged from the shadows, crossed the street, and fished the discarded paper from the trash. Tucking it under his arm, he vanished into the night. By the time he reached the consulate, encrypted lines were buzzing straight to Langley. Vanderbilt intercepted the call and passed it to White, who listened with the intensity of a man deciphering code. His eyes flickered through every possible variation of suspicion, squinting, darting, narrowing, while his pen scratched across notepad paper in two distinct sections. When he finally hung up, his voice was taut. Two updates. The Iranians set up a dead drop, left an analysis in that newspaper, part cultural essay, part speculation. Says the Saudi connected to the messenger is practically giddy, like they've stumbled onto something monumental, bigger than they imagined, tied to that 100 million. No concrete details, just blind faith. Kids grinning like he's glimpsed the gates of heaven. Reacher cut in. And the second thing? Some rookie cops in Hamburg filed a half-baked report about an American chatting up an Arab in a bar. Wrong place, right time. Might have caught the first meet. White redialed the consulate demanding contacts for Hamburg's chief of detectives, a heavy-set bureaucrat named Griezmann, still at his desk after hours. The man answered with the rehearsed politeness of a hotel clerk. White barked orders, witness names, bar addresses, surveillance. Griezmann hesitated, muttering about the witness being unstable. "You telling me he can't read a clock?" White snapped. "You've got 60 minutes. And breathe a word of this. I'll have your chancellor on the line before you can blink." In Hamburg, Griezmann exhaled, staring at the dimming skyline. Then he got to work, phone lines lighting up like synapses, each call peeling back another layer. It was almost satisfying how smoothly the machine responded. Names, locations, the trail leading straight back to some beat cop who'd scribbled the original report. Efficiency, he thought. Proof the system worked in Virginia? Landry leaned back in his chair and frowned. Bigger than they dared to dream? That doesn't just sound bad. It sounds like something way beyond stopping someone's clock. More like tearing the whole damn thing apart. Reacher shrugged. We're getting this second or third-hand tones hard to read through the grapevine. But, Landry pressed. I caught the phrase whole new ball game, like they stumbled onto something way bigger than they planned. You know, like expecting a penny and finding a 20. The kind of thing that gets slick guys in designer shoes and club-hopping habits all worked up, almost like it's thrilling to them. Since when are computers that exciting? Landry exhaled sharply. To us, they're a nightmare. The fallout now would be bad enough, but in the future. Catastrophic, lives lost, systems wrecked. But no, I wouldn't call it erotic. Vanderbridge cut in, arms crossed. It's not some grand, dramatic statement either. No big explosion. No single moment where everything goes up in flames. It's all wires and code too clinical for their usual taste. Reacher smirked. So we're all agreeing computers are a dead end here. Then where do we start? Landry shot back. Reacher turned to Waterman. What's the guy actually selling? Before she could answer, Waterman tapped her watch. Time's up. She grabbed the phone and dialed Hamburg again. Griezmann picked up, rattling off details, a municipal worker with a rigid worldview, a bar 5 blocks from the safe house. Not some dive, but a polished suit and tie kind of place where the politics stayed quiet if you looked the part. Negley traced the location on her map. Not the spot we scoped earlier. Better area. Easy walk from the apartment, fits the timeline. Think that's where they met? Reacher nodded. Right place, right time, right vibe. We need a description, Negley said. Maybe even a sketch. Reacher eyed her. You trust Hamburg PD to handle it, or do we go ourselves? Negley sighed. We don't have a sketch artist, and if the witness doesn't speak English? State Department would throw a fit if we barged in, diplomatic incident waiting to happen. Reacher knew German cops, military, civilian, all the same. They saw a sovereign nation, Americans saw a glorified base with locals who ought to fall in line. Tires crunched on the driveway, two black vans rolling in. Moments later, Ratcliffe and Sinclair burst through the door, flanked by suits. Ratcliffe was winded. Sinclair's cheeks were flushed, her black dress sharp against the high color. She looked even better than usual. Maybe the adrenaline. Ratcliffe didn't waste time. Eyewitness. Reacher kept his tone flat. That's the theory. Then we're moving. You and Negley fly back tonight. State's pulling passport photos for all 200 programmers, expats included. Hit the witness first thing, get an ID, and call it in. We'll have the guy in cuffs before lunch. Reacher said nothing. They boarded the same Lufthansa flight, early evening takeoff, landing as Germany woke up. Negley had her bag. This time, Reacher carried one too, a red canvas tote from the Air and Space Museum slung over his shoulder like an afterthought. The battered lunchbox looked like it had been snatched from some State Department employee's desk, probably commandeered in a hurry and stuffed with 200 passport photos. That was a lot of faces to sort through. Every image was mounted on a stiff index card, complete with a name and passport number. Reacher and Negley sifted through them, flipping them back and forth like they were playing poker. Eventually, they landed on the Hamburg expat, the counterculture guy with the wild mop of hair. His official government photo was sharper than the grainy underground magazine shot, perfectly framed against a sterile white backdrop. The man stared straight ahead, defiance burning in his eyes, his oversized head balanced on a scrawny neck. "It's not him," Reacher said. Negley frowned. "Why not? Look at the hair." "That's not just bedhead, it's a deliberate choice. A statement." He's screaming. "Look at me. I've got interesting hair. Like guys who wear ridiculous hats just for attention. It reeks of insecurity, like what's inside isn't enough. And insecure people don't write world-ending software patches. If you're smart enough to code something that's dangerous and sell it for $100 million under the radar, you're not second-guessing yourself. You're not just good, you're untouchable." They tossed the photos back into the bag and dug into their meals. Negley claimed the window seat, tilting her head against the plane's wall to avoid accidental contact before dozing off. Reacher stayed awake, his mind circling back to the eyewitness, the municipal worker with the questionable opinions. Could be a dead end. Could be the guy who saves civilization. Either way, Reacher needed to see him for himself. The jet hurtled east, chasing the dawn. Meanwhile, in an Amsterdam hotel, the American stood in front of the bathroom mirror, dragging a comb through his hair. He'd woken early for no reason, restless but calm, time to move. After a quick shower, he'd pack up and hit the road before rush hour turned the streets into a nightmare. But first, coffee. He threw on yesterday's clothes and tamed his pillow-mussed hair with a splash of water. Good enough for a quick elevator trip downstairs. The lobby was pristine, silver urns of coffee, flanked by neatly stacked newspapers, Dutch, British, French, German, even the Herald Tribune, nothing in the Berlin paper. Nothing on the front page of the Hamburg edition either, or the second or third. A small headline lurked on page 4, buried beneath generic police assurances. Progress being made, maximum effort. The American's fingers tightened slightly on the paper. She'd agreed right there in the garage, spinning around with that eager, conspiratorial grin, beckoning him toward her car like she couldn't wait. The memory played in his head, the compact coupe built like a vault. He retraced his steps. The textured door handle, the leather-wrapped interior grip, the T-shaped seatbelt buckle with its sandpaper finish. Safe enough, probably. His thumb had brushed the release latch. He set the paper back in its stack and closed his eyes. The memory came back in sharp fragments, his elbow pulling back, his thumb clumsily brushing against the ridged red plastic of the seatbelt latch. It hadn't been a clean press, more of a half-hearted smear as his jacket sleeve swung past. What stood out most was the deliberate pressure of his nail, slow and controlled, pressing straight down, that satisfying click, precise as the fine engineering of the car itself. He savored the moment, letting the anticipation build before revealing his prize. The seatbelt was secure, but the door release was another story. A slender chrome bar, cool under his touch, with just enough space behind it for his middle finger to slip in. He lingered there, almost theatrical, pressing his fingertip firmly against the metal before applying just enough force to trip the lock. Another clean click, then his finger withdrew smoothly, leaving no smudges behind. Stupid, really. His own damn fault. Chapter 11. German immigration must have gotten a heads up because the moment Negley handed over her passport, the booth guard signaled and a heavy-set man rose from a stiff chair in the adjacent lobby. He introduced himself as Griezmann, already familiar with Reacher and Negley's names from a street cop's report labeling them as tourists, a description he clearly didn't buy. Now he understood. He offered his full cooperation, explaining that the witness was already waiting at the station, eager and willing, thrilled to contribute to what he believed was a matter of national security. Plus, it was a paid day off, civic duty perks. Griezmann mentioned the witness spoke no English, so a translator would be present. And yes, showing suspects' photos to witnesses was standard procedure here. They piled into Griezmann's department Mercedes, parked illegally on the curb. The seat groaned under his massive frame, taller than Reacher by an inch and outweighing him by 50 pounds, most of it soft, no real threat to anyone but himself. Reacher cut to the chase. "Yesterday you called the witness a lunatic?" Griezmann shrugged. "Not literally. He's got fixations rooted in xenophobia, probably amplified by paranoia, but otherwise, perfectly functional. You'd trust his testimony in court?" "Absolutely. And a jury would?" "Of course," Griezmann said. "The man holds a city job like me." The police station was Hamburg's pride, modern, sprawling, more like a high-tech campus than a precinct. Signs pointed in every direction, guiding them through spotless halls until they reached an interview room with a wired glass window. Inside sat a man in a cheap gray suit, surrounded by pastry crumbs. Mid-40s, greasy hair combed, thin, pale eyes behind steel-framed glasses. The only splash of color was his garish yellow and orange tie, dangling like a tropical fish beneath his chin. Griezmann murmured, "Helmut Klopp, Easterner, came west after reunification, like so many, chasing work." Reacher studied him through the glass, silent. This could be a total waste of time, or it might just save the world as we know it. Griezmann hesitated at the doorway, glancing at his watch with practiced precision. Just then, a woman rounded the corner, striding toward them with purpose. Spotting her, Griezmann adjusted his sleeve with a satisfied flick. Right on schedule, German efficiency at its finest. "Our translator," he announced. She was compact, sturdy, her age impossible to guess, with hair shellacked into a perfect golden dome that resembled an old-school motorcycle helmet. Her outfit was all business, a heavy gray gabardine dress that could have doubled as military wear, thick wool stockings, and clunky shoes that looked like they weighed a ton. Yet when she spoke, her voice dripped with Hollywood glamour. "Good morning," she purred. Griezmann gestured toward the door. "Shall we?" Reacher cut straight to the point. "What's Klopp's role in city government?" "Clerical supervisor," Griezmann replied, "currently with the sewer department." "Is he happy there?" "It's desk work, no heavy lifting. His reviews are solid, meticulous, they say." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Then why the odd hours, early start, done by lunch? Sounds like manual labor to me." Griezmann rattled off a lengthy German term, and the translator smoothly explained, "It's part of an anti-pollution initiative. Staggered shifts to ease rush hour congestion. City employees led by example. Sewer department drew the short straw." She delivered it like a silver-screen bombshell, all breathy conviction, as if this bureaucratic shuffle was the pinnacle of human progress. Inside, Helmut Klopp sat waiting, clearly relishing his moment in the spotlight, a man with a chip on his shoulder, Eastern roots in a Western world. Griezmann launched into introductions, and the translator relayed Klopp's stiff reply, "He's honored to assist." Reacher wasn't buying it. "That's not what he said," the translator stiffened. "You speak German? Enough to know when I'm being sugar-coated? We're big boys. Give it to us straight." After a silent nod from Griezmann, she sighed. "Fine," he said. "Thank God they sent white people." Reacher didn't blink. Tell him we need his full cooperation, starting with a detailed description of the two men, his own words first, then we'll cross-check with photos. Klopp listened intently, nodding like a man preparing for a marathon. Reacher tossed in one last question. How often does he hit that bar? The answer came back, 2, maybe 3 times a week. Somewhere in the room a clock ticked. The air smelled faintly of industrial cleaner and stale coffee. Klopp leaned forward, eager, or maybe just desperate to matter. Either way, they had his attention now. The man had 2 go-to bars he frequented, switching between them based on his 5-day work schedule. When asked how long he'd been visiting the place, the answer came back, nearly 2 years. The next question was whether he'd spotted the American there before. After a thoughtful pause and some muttered German, the response was hesitant. Yes, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, but he couldn't be sure. The guy had been wearing a baseball cap at the time, making identification tricky. The cap had a red star, or so he thought, hard to tell from a distance. Reacher pressed for details. How did he know the man was American? The answer came in fragments. His accent, the way he spoke English too loud, his clothes, even the way he carried himself. When asked for a physical description, the bartender recalled seeing him both standing and sitting, walking in, lingering alone, then meeting with the Arab before leaving. The guy was average height, around 5'8", neither fat nor thin but wiry with a runner's build. If he had to guess, he'd say middle distance, maybe a 1,500-meter guy, not some skeletal marathoner. The American had been nursing a half-liter of lager when the Saudi arrived, barely touching it before and after their meeting. The Arab, meanwhile, didn't order anything, probably wouldn't have been served. As for the American's appearance, fair hair the color of sun-bleached straw, styled longer on top like some old-school Elvis look, no product, just natural. His face was lean, deep-set blue eyes, sharp cheekbones, a thin nose, and a tight jawline. No scars, no tattoos, just a faint tan and squint lines around the eyes. He looked more like a guy who clenched his teeth than one who laughed often. Mid-30s, maybe, with an intensity that made him stand out even when he was just another guy in a bar. And yet, for all that, the bartender admitted he wasn't a regular, just another stranger who came, sat, and left without making much of an impression. Until now, Reacher leaned forward and said, "Let Mr. Klopp know we'll need him to describe everything again for the sketch artist later." The translator relayed the message, and Klopp gave a quick nod. Reacher pressed further. What kind of clothes was the American wearing? Klopp responded, and after a brief exchange, the translator turned back. Funny enough, he was wearing a Levi's jacket just like yours. Exactly like this one? Reacher asked, glancing down at his own worn denim. Down to the last stitch, the translator confirmed. Reacher smirked. Small world. Now ask him why he thought the Saudi guy seemed worked up. Stick to what he actually saw or heard. No guessing about politics. A lengthy debate followed in German with Griezmann jumping in to clarify details. Finally, the translator summarized, Herr Klopp thinks excited might be more accurate than agitated. The American said something that set the Saudi off. He looked both wired and uneasy. Did Klopp catch any of the conversation? Not a word. How long did that exchange last? Maybe a minute. And the Saudi left right after? Bolted straight out. But the American stuck around? Another half hour, almost to the minute. Reacher nodded. All right, tell Klopp it's photo time. He dropped his tote bag onto the table with a thud. Let him know there are a lot of pictures and he can take a breather whenever he needs. Remind him to focus on the facial details he gave us. Eyes, ears, bone structure, hair can change, but those don't, and it's fine if he's not sure. He can set aside maybes and revisit them later, just no mistakes. Negley emptied the bag, spreading out 200 photos before sorting them into 5 neat stacks. She nudged the first pile toward Klopp, who started methodically, his expression bored but his movements precise. Like a bureaucrat ticking off a checklist, Reacher studied his gaze, noting how he systematically ruled out each face, too round, wrong jawline, eyes too dark. The reject pile grew fast. Not a single maybe in the first 40. Negley slid over the second stack, catching Reacher's eye with a knowing glance. He gave a slight nod. Right on top was the Hamburg expat, the wild-haired guy from the counterculture scene. Klopp dismissed him instantly, no sharp cheekbones, lips too soft. The discard tower kept rising. By the third stack, Griezmann slipped out and returned with coffee. Klopp barely glanced up, flipping through photos with mechanical efficiency, still no maybes. Suddenly, Klopp muttered something in German. The translator hesitated, then said he apologizes for not being more helpful. Reacher raised an eyebrow. Ask him how certain he is about the ones he's tossing. The answer came back 100%. Damn impressive, the translator added. He says his mind works that way. Then, after a pause, she continued, Mr. Klopp was an auditor in East Germany, deputy at a major factory near Poland. He wants us to know he's overqualified for his current job, claims the best positions here go to Turkish immigrants instead of ethnic Germans. Reacher exhaled. Does he need a break? Still 80 to go, Klopp shook his head before the translator finished. He says the American's face is crystal clear in his mind. Either it's here or it's not. New detail. Klopp's backstory about East Germany and workplace discrimination adds depth to his character. Tone shift. The coffee interruption lightens the tension briefly before refocusing on Klopp's stubborn precision. Klopp motioned for them to compare his findings with the sketch artist's upcoming rendition, confident his analysis would hold up under scrutiny. Fine, have him finish it, came the terse reply. The fourth stack yielded nothing, not a single potential match. With 160 photos already dismissed, Negley arranged the remaining 40. Reacher studied Klopp's method, precise fingers handling each card, steady focus behind his glasses, no impatience, no disinterest, just deliberate examination, eyes, cheekbones, mouth, each feature scrutinized before another rejection. The discard pile grew taller, still no possibles. By now, Reacher had seen nearly 180 versions of what their suspect wasn't, which only narrowed it down to exactly what Klopp had described. Deep-set blue eyes, sharp cheekbones, a narrow nose, tight lips, a strong jaw. The man's current hairstyle, straw blonde and slightly longer on top, completed the picture. The last card hit the discard pile with finality. Reacher dialed from Griezmann's office, working his way through the chain Landry, Vanderbilt, finally a groggy white in Virginia, where dawn was just breaking. The rendezvous was confirmed, Reacher stated. The timing and location weren't coincidence. The odds of that happening randomly are next to zero. Did he ID our guy? No, Ratcliffe's theory is dead wrong. This isn't about data trails. He forced two unrelated leads together. They're separate, no connection. Then we need to brief him. Get back here? Not happening, Reacher said. We're staying put. The sketch artist insisted on working solo, so Griezmann gave Reacher and Negley a tour of the station. They passed interview rooms, squad bays, booking desks, and holding cells, every corner buzzing with focused energy. Griezmann's pride was evident. The place ran like a well-oiled machine. A sky bridge led them to the science wing, forensics labs gleaming under sterile lights. Rows of computers filled one room, hinting at the future of crime. 3% of Germans are online, Griezmann remarked. 15% in the U.S., it's only growing. They moved past airlocked clean rooms, chemical analysis, firearms, DNA equipment gleaming under clinical lighting. The budget must have been staggering. We partner with the university, Griezmann explained. Federal funding, too. Even the military uses it sometimes. Downstairs, the air smelled fresher, less filtered. A vehicle bay stood spotless, white floors, white walls, no grease stains. 2 cars sat inside, one a sedan with a crumpled front end. Hit and run, Griezmann said. A kid got hurt. Owner claims it wasn't him. We're checking for blood. The task ahead wouldn't be easy. Parked nearby was a sleek coupe, its doors wide open. A technician in a white lab coat was bent over the interior, meticulously working. Griezmann explained, We're dusting for prints inside. There was a murder, likely committed by the victim's last client. She worked as an escort, and let's just say that line of work doesn't come with a safety net. Reacher strolled closer, eyeing the car. It was a far cry from his battered Caprice, polished to perfection, gleaming under the fluorescent lights like it belonged in a showroom. "This thing's spotless," he remarked. Griezmann nodded. Her apartment was the same. Professional cleaners? Probably a service, which means she likely had this thing detailed regularly. Waxed, vacuumed, the works. That's good. Fewer old prints to sift through. Griezmann exchanged a few rapid-fire words in German with the tech, who gestured at various spots inside the car. After leaning in for a closer look, Griezmann straightened up with a sigh. "We've got a partial thumbprint on the seatbelt release, but it's faint. The button's ridged. Might be another smudge on the buckle, but that plastic's textured. Some genius safety regulation made sure of that. We should file a complaint with whoever approved that design." Reacher tilted his head. "What model is this?" "Audi." "Well, Audi might have done you a favor. A buddy of mine had a similar case last year, Fort Hood, about the size of Hamburg. Off-base housing, a Jaguar instead of an Audi, but same high-end problem. Those luxury cars, they chrome plate the door handles. Looks fancy. Feels smooth and glows in the dark so you don't fumble for it. Great for the customer. Terrible for forensics. People always use their middle finger to pull it, never the pinky. Too weak, never the ring finger. Too awkward, never the index. Twist the wrist too much, middle finger every time. So you gotta dismantle the door and dust the back of the lever. That's what my friend would have told you." The tech muttered something sharp in German, clearly understanding more English than he let on. Griezmann smirked. "We were getting to that. Did your friend nail the guy?" "Nope. Chain of evidence fell apart. He had the print, but couldn't prove the lever came from the ex-wife's car. Defense argued it could have been from any Jaguar in Texas. What should he have done? Engraved his initials on the lever before removing it. Right there on the door with a dentist's drill. Photographed the whole thing, wide shots for context, close-ups for proof. Griezmann rattled off instructions in German, and Reacher caught the word Zahnarzt, dentist, thanks to a memorable root canal in Frankfurt. The tech gave a grudging nod. Back in the interview room, Klopp was just gathering his things. The sketch artist handed them a color pencil rendering. Griezmann promised to fax a copy to McLean, Virginia, and file the original. Reacher and Negley stepped into the hallway where daylight filtered through the wired glass window. The drawing was eerily precise. The American suspect exactly as Klopp had described. The artist had nailed it. The shock of blonde hair, the skin taut over sharp bones, the brow and cheekbones like twin ridges on an old football helmet. The eyes burned from deep within, and the mouth was a thin, cruel slash. The man's face was all sharp angles, two vertical lines framing a blade-like nose with a deep crease running down his right cheek, as if his mouth had only ever twisted into a lopsided, mocking grin. He wore a jacket identical to Reacher's pale tan denim, perfectly worn in, with a crisp white T-shirt underneath. His collarbones jutted out as prominently as his cheekbones, and the sinewy cords of his neck hinted at a life of relentless struggle. He wasn't young anymore. Negley studied him and asked, "Military?" Reacher shrugged. "Can't tell just by looking. Then why are we still here?" Reacher exhaled. "Ratcliffe gave us free rein. Maybe I just don't like the idea of walking into someone else's screw-up." Negley crossed her arms. "The next meet might not even be in Hamburg." "Agreed. Odds are slim, maybe 1 in 10. But if we stay, at least there's a shot. If we head back to Virginia, 0. They're definitely not meeting at the Washington Monument, that much I know." Just then, the translator approached. "Mr. Klopp wants to know when you'd like to continue the debrief." Reacher's expression darkened. "Tell Klopp we're finished. And if I ever see him again, I'll pluck his eyeballs out one by one with my thumbnail." Griezmann appeared moments later, flashing a diplomatic smile. "Care to join me for lunch?" Noon in Hamburg meant 1 o'clock in Kiev, where the messenger was stepping off a plane. His journey had been a maze of evasion, driven through the mountains to Peshawar, then flown to Karachi, and finally Kiev, swapping passports and identities along the way. He'd switched from a pink shirt to black, added sunglasses, and a Donetsk soccer cap, ensuring he left no trail. Ukrainian border control barely glanced at him. Outside the terminal, he lit a cigarette while waiting in the taxi line. The cab was an old Czech Skoda, and he gave the driver an address near his real destination, a flower market 5 blocks from the safe house. Better to walk the last stretch. Taxi drivers remembered things, sometimes even jotting down details. The flower market was a riot of color, stalls overflowing with bright blooms. He slipped through the humid air of the indoor section, emerging on the other side with his pink shirt back on, the cap and shades gone. 5 blocks later, he reached the building. A squat concrete tower wedged between elegant older structures like a bad dental implant. The lobby reeked of ammonia, and the elevator groaned ominously as it carried him up. The hallway was narrow, the door unremarkable. He knocked and silently counted the seconds. 1, they heard it. 2, they got up. 3, they navigated the mess inside. 4, they reached the door. 5, it opened. A Somali man stood there alone, the apartment silent behind him. "You're expecting me?" the messenger said. The man shook his head. "We have to go out." "Now?" "Now." The messenger frowned. He was exhausted with an early flight ahead. The whole point of a safe house is staying in. "No choice," the man insisted. Kiev's playing an evening match in Moscow. The game was playing on every bar TV. The broadcast about to begin due to the time difference. "We'd look suspicious if we didn't show up," the Somali insisted, shifting his weight near the doorway. "This match is like a national holiday here. People would notice strangers staying indoors." The messenger gave a resigned nod. Soccer wasn't his thing, but he'd witnessed worse, once even a match where the ball was replaced by something far more gruesome. "Fine," he muttered. They avoided the elevator, taking the stairs down into the humid afternoon. The route twisted away from the bustling flower market, leading them past crumbling apartment buildings with wrought iron balconies corroded by time at the Somali's urging. They ducked into an alleyway, its brick walls pressing close enough to hear their own footsteps echo. The passage eventually spilled into a cramped courtyard, hemmed in by the windowless backs of surrounding buildings. A sliver of sky peeked overhead, but the space felt suffocating, cluttered with sagging drain pipes and tangled cables. 3 men waited there. One might have been the Somali's cousin. The other 2 had the hardened look of Turkmen operatives from the safe house. For a fleeting moment, the messenger thought this was just a rendezvous before heading to the bar. Then reality hit. The courtyard had no exit. This wasn't a shortcut. It was an execution. Of course. He should have seen it coming. $100 million wasn't just money. It was a liability. Knowledge like that turned men into loose ends. The camps had drilled this into him. Sacrifice was inevitable in their line of work. Sentiment got people killed. Still, a bitter defiance rose in his throat after everything he'd done. Didn't he deserve trust? But these weren't men who played by conscience. Their sport involved far darker trophies than trophies. "Sorry, brother," the Somali said, not meeting his eyes. The messenger clenched his jaw. Guns would draw attention in downtown Kiev. Knives, then he braced himself. He was wrong. The first blow came from a hammer. Half a world away in Jalalabad, the new messenger stood rigid in the sweltering room. She was young, her tea-colored skin glistening under the single bulb, her practical explorer's shirt damp with sweat. The 2 men on their cushions studied her. "This is minor," the taller one said, "but urgent. Fly direct from Karachi. No precautions necessary. You'll meet an American. Tell him we accept his terms, understood?" "Yes, sir." The heavier man smirked. "He won't bring up the price, and neither will you. Let him save face. We can't have rumors we're scraping by." She nodded. "When do I leave?" "Immediately," the tall man replied. "Drive through the night. Catch the first flight." After lunch, Griezmann dropped Reacher and Negley at their old hotel. They thanked him but didn't book a room. Reacher had a rule about never repeating lodgings. Some called it paranoia. He called it staying alive. Jack Reacher glanced at his watch and realized he was 35 and still breathing, which had to count for something. They studied Negley's map, her fingernail tapping the location of the safe house. "Could be more than one," she pointed out. Odds are, Reacher agreed, this whole operation's a gamble. They moved on foot, retracing their steps to the street where 4 cop cars had been parked, the same spot where the woman had been killed. Turning left, they kept a cautious distance from the safe house, scanning side streets as they went. Not exactly a straightforward task. Unlike some cities, there were no glaring signs, no neon lights or creaky wooden shingles announcing businesses, probably banned for being too tacky. Every storefront had to be inspected up close. One building had 2 storefronts merged into a car rental joint, others were self-explanatory. Then there was the lobby that looked like a hotel, plush armchairs, a reception desk, only for Reacher to realize it was a tanning salon, the beds hidden in the back. The woman behind the desk stifled a laugh before suggesting a nicer place down the block. And it was nicer, complete with a doorman and a top hat. "You got cash?" Negley asked. "Ratcliffe's footing the bill," Reacher said. "He just doesn't know it yet. We should call him. From where they won't hand us a room key without payment." Reacher pulled out his emergency cash modest, but enough. Negley did the same. 1 room for now, he decided, until the NSC strong-arms the front desk. Negley hesitated, then nodded. Fine. Inside, the room was all dark green wallpaper and pewter trimmings. At least the phone worked. Reacher got the duty officer at the NSC who promised consulate funding. Then White's voice crackled through. Vanderbilt dug back 4 years on the Switzerland lead, cross-referenced it. Exactly 100 Americans in Germany that day had been to Zurich before. Solid intel, Reacher said, but not airtight. Could have been the Caymans, Luxembourg, Monaco. Hell, maybe he just went for the chocolate. I did once, didn't step foot in a bank. White chuckled. Point taken. Pass my thanks to Vanderbilt. Waterman cut in next. They're sweating over you. Who? Ratcliffe and Sinclair? Ratcliffe told us to roll the dice, no sense crowding the same spot. Making progress? Are you? Stuck? Same here. No use being stuck together. Sinclair wants to talk. Tell her I'll check in after the consulate clears the tab. Might light a fire under them. Oh, and Negley's got mail from the army. Urgent? Doesn't seem like it. Hold it until I touch base with Sinclair. Set a time, 2 hours, Reacher said. They headed out to find the bar where Helmut Klopp had witnessed the meetup, 20 minutes away, same as from the safe house, but in a different direction. Meanwhile, 3 streets over, the American had just parked outside the car rental place they'd passed earlier. He'd stopped for an early lunch in Groningen, sipping wine, then decided to walk it off. Better safe than sorry with the strict DUI laws. The town was quaint, almost charming. Back on the road, he cruised past Bremen, savoring the drive. A strange nostalgia hit him. Might be years before he saw Europe again. Maybe never. He returned the rental key and strolled toward the waterfront where his leased apartment waited. 1 month left, no sense wasting it. Timing was everything. They moved in perfect sync, like parts of the same machine. Neither slowing nor quickening their pace. They kept their eyes forward while taking in the surroundings with subtle glances. The bar sat on the ground floor of an aged stone building, likely an old tenement or factory that had survived the war's destruction, patched up but still bearing the scars of time. Its entrance was centered in a wooden facade, not rough-hewn like some country barn, but meticulously crafted. The planks smooth and polished to a deep, glossy amber, reminiscent of a well-kept rowboat gliding across a park lake. Small windows framed the door, their lower halves veiled by cream lace curtains, while strings of tiny German paper flags fluttered above. Inside, the dim amber glow suggested a quiet, unassuming atmosphere. Negley's voice cut through the moment. "We've got company. 2 guys tailing us." Reacher didn't turn. "Where?" "Back at the corner, about 50 yards. Description? Mid-30s to 40s. Bigger than me, smaller than you, not locals, they move like Americans." Reacher smirked. "How do Americans walk? Like they own the sidewalk?" she shot back. "How long have they been on us?" "Not sure. But they don't fit the profile. Wrong height, wrong build." "Let's grab coffee," Reacher decided. They ambled into a pastry shop, its display case brimming with delicate confections. Silver-painted tables hugged the windows, offering a clear view of the street. Negley slid into a chair while Reacher approached the counter, ordering 2 double espressos. "You want something sweet?" he called over. "Apple strudel," she replied without hesitation. Reacher doubled the order. Old habits died hard. The army had taught him to eat when the chance arose. The cashier gestured for him to sit, promising to bring the tray, but Reacher insisted on paying up front. He wasn't one to leave debts unpaid, especially not to hard-working folks. As he settled across from Negley, she tilted her head slightly. They saw us come in, picked up their pace. Should be passing by any second. Reacher scanned the street. A rival cafe sat diagonally across its window tables, strategically placed for surveillance, the perfect spot for watchers. Sure enough, 2 men matching Negley's description appeared, broad-shouldered, military-cut hair, walking with the stiff precision of men who'd spent years in uniform. Even in civilian clothes, they carried themselves like soldiers, their posture too rigid, their clothes too crisp. They exchanged a muttered word before slipping into the cafe across the way, taking seats with a clear line of sight. Traffic flowed between them, pedestrians weaving through the scene. The 2 men pretended not to stare, just as Reacher and Negley pretended not to notice. "Any guesses?" Reacher murmured. Negley shrugged. "Army, no question. Probably career NCOs, sergeants who never left the life." Reacher sipped his espresso, watching the steam curl into the air. "Then why are they following us?" The men didn't look like frontline soldiers. Veteran sergeants in a combat zone carried themselves differently. These 2 had the build of laborers, the kind who hauled heavy loads rather than fought. "Definitely not admin clerks," Negley said. "Agreed," Reacher replied. "They're logistics, transport, or warehouse workers, the kind who spend their days loading and unloading trucks." "Then why are they here?" she pressed. "How'd they track us?" "If it was Griezmann, he would have tipped them off after leaving us at the hotel, but we never stayed there, which means the leak came from higher up NSC, and that makes no damn sense." "Unless they weren't following us at all," Reacher mused. "We walked right into their setup. That bar isn't just a hangout, it's a hub for all sorts of shady business. When 2 strangers with military bearings show up asking questions, they post watchers. We just triggered their alarm. But they don't know we're MPs," Negley countered. "No one's supposed to know we're even in the country," Reacher scoffed. "Griezmann filed a report the second our names popped up near a homicide. You think he'd keep that quiet? He'd send it straight to Stuttgart, where some desk jockey saw 100 MP in our records and hit the panic button. Now every low-level enforcer in town is scrambling, wondering who we're after." Negley smirked. "What if these 2 are the right guys?" Reacher eyed them. "Then you can have the one on the left, and I'll nominate you for the Legion of Merit. They'd never give that to a sergeant." "Exactly. These aren't our guys. I'm lucky, but not that lucky." They finished their coffee, leaving nothing but bitter sludge at the bottom of their cups, then moved fast out the door and across the street toward the second cafe. Through the window, they saw the 2 men stiffen, caught off guard, too late. Negley slid into the seat beside one, Reacher flanking the other, boxing them in. "Listen close," Reacher said, his voice low and steady. "This is a one-time deal, cooperate, and we'll push for reduced time, unless you've got intel on the one thing we care about, which I doubt," the heavier of the 2. A thick-necked man with a buzz cut and rough hands sneered. "Get lost." Reacher leaned in. "You know our names." "That means you know we're MPs. Consider yourselves under arrest. You got no jurisdiction here. Try me. The Uniform Code says I could arrest the damn chairman of the Joint Chiefs if I had cause, and right now I've got plenty." The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. "You're not exactly a major concern," Reacher remarked coolly. "We don't answer to you," the man shot back. "Impressive vocabulary," Reacher said, unimpressed. "We're not soldiers. Could have fooled me. We're not even American. Could have fooled me twice. You're mistaken. Prove it. Let's see some ID," the man scoffed. "Back off. German law says we only have to identify ourselves to actual police, which you're not. You're handling this all wrong. Keep pushing, and you'll land yourself in serious trouble." Silence. The second man's gaze darted between them like he was watching a ping-pong match. Reacher didn't blink ID now. The first man exhaled sharply. We're leaving. Move. Not a chance. We'll make you move. You're welcome to try, Reacher said, nodding toward Negley, but you'll regret it. You're in way over your heads. She's the real problem. I'm just here to mop up afterward. Their eyes flicked to Negley, dark hair, sharp eyes, sun-kissed skin, a striking woman. She smiled, resting her forearms on the table. Reacher caught the glint of clear polish on her nails, perfectly manicured, even the right hand, which she must have done herself. No salon for her? The idea of someone else touching her hands? Unthinkable. The men exchanged glances. The first one sighed, shifting in his seat to fish out his wallet. The second followed suit. Reacher watched closely. No threat there. Nobody kept a weapon in their back pocket. Too awkward, too slow. They produced 2 cards each, plastic credit card-sized national IDs and driver's licenses, both stamped with Bundesrepublik Deutschland. The photos matched Bernd Dernberger on the left, Klaus Augenthaler on the right. German citizens? Reacher asked. Dernberger took his cards back with a stiff nod. Naturalized? Another nod. Had to pass a test? Obviously. Tough? Not really. What state are we in? Germany. That's the country. It's a federation. Hence the Bundesrepublik, part 16 states, not 50, but same idea. Must have slipped my mind. Hamburg, Reacher corrected. City and state like New York, sandwiched between Schleswig-Holstein and Bremen. Then there's Lower Saxony. Why keep the name Dernberger? I like how it sounds. Still hold U.S. citizenship, renounced it. No dual status. So you've got no leverage. We could always be rude. What? You know how it is, Americans abroad, always stepping on toes? We could just linger. No, we're leaving. Why? Because we want to. Bathroom emergency? No. Hot date? We've got freedom of movement. Sure. Like a guy in Times Square trying to elbow through a crowd of slow-walking tourists. Silence. Reacher turned to Augenthaler. How'd you pick your name? Same. Like the sound. Really? Say it for me? No reply. Say it. Reacher pressed. Let's hear that beautiful name. Nothing. Reacher's fingers dug into the table's edge, his grip tightening as he leaned forward. Say your name. The man stayed mute. So we've got one guy who forgot Germany has states, Reacher mused, and another who can't even remember his own name. Not exactly convincing. He wasn't leaning in for effect, he was bracing for what came next, and right on cue it did. The man on the right lunged forward, slamming the table toward Reacher's stomach in an attempt to knock him off balance. But Reacher had anticipated the move. He shoved back with brutal force, driving the table's edge straight into the attacker's ribs. A solid hit, but the sudden shift in momentum gave the second man just enough space to scramble to his feet. He darted behind Reacher, making a break for the door before he could escape. Negley was already moving, pivoting with precision and driving a crushing right hook into his chest. The impact left him gasping, frozen in place like he'd been hit by a live wire. She didn't hesitate. Her knee shot up into his groin, then another into his jaw as he collapsed in a heap. Reacher kept the remaining thug pinned behind the table, his voice calm but edged with irritation. Now look what you made me do. I hate cleaning up messes. He glanced toward the counter where an elderly woman clutched the edge, her eyes wide with alarm. Sexual assault, he called out in German, then added military police, tapping his chest for emphasis. The woman relaxed slightly, reassured by the illusion of authority. The damage was minimal. Negley's strikes had been surgical, leaving only a few smears of blood on the floor. Nothing a quick mop wouldn't fix. Use her phone, Reacher told Negley. Call Stuttgart. Find someone who can get here fast for these clowns. We need cleanup. This isn't Sinclair's problem. It's army business. Negley mimed a phone with her hand, and the old woman hurried to fetch an ancient rotary dial as Negley made the call. Reacher turned back to the man at the table, pale, pockmarked, and sweating. His eyes flicked between Reacher and his unconscious partner. Let me guess, Reacher said. You're not the mastermind here. Lucky for you. I'm feeling generous. One-time deal, spill everything, and you walk away with a lighter sentence. I'll count to 3. The man's mouth opened, but no words came out. "Who sent you?" Reacher demanded. A shaky finger pointed at the man on the floor. "Him. Why?" "We sell stuff." "Where?" "The bar down the street." Reacher leaned in. "What kind of stuff?" "Silence, big or small." "Small, handguns." A nod. "Beretta M9s." Another nod. "Anything else?" "No." "So you're peddling stolen army pistols to skinheads. Charming, new or used?" "Used. We take 'em from scrap trucks." Reacher exhaled. "Of course, decommissioned weapons slipping through the cracks, never making it to the smelter." "Ammo too?" "Yeah." "Same bar?" "Yeah." "And the fake IDs? There's a German guy there." Reacher pulled out the police sketch. "What else happens in that bar?" The man swallowed hard. "Everything." "How often do you go?" His eyes darted to his partner again. "It's where we do business." Reacher unfolded the sketch. "Ever seen this man?" The sharp angles of his face, the high cheekbones, the furrowed brow, the shadowed eyes beneath, that tousled hair falling just so. Reacher smoothed the sketch against the tabletop, spinning it around for a better view. "Recognize this guy from the bar?" he asked. The man across from him barely hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, I've seen him around." Negley hung up the phone, flashed a quick smile of gratitude at the elderly woman behind the counter, and rejoined them. "Our guy's a regular," Reacher told her. Negley didn't waste time. "How often?" she pressed. The witness shrugged. "3 times, give or take. Over how long?" "Couple months." "Sometimes he wears a cap. NFL, I think, had a red star on it. Name?" "No clue." "What's he doing there?" "Not much. Just sits." "Military." "Doubt it. Last time I saw him, his hair was way too shaggy for regs." "When was that?" "Maybe 2 weeks back." "What was he doing?" "Drinking alone by the window, like always." Meanwhile, across town, the man they were hunting stood at a bus stop impatiently checking his watch. Hamburg's busy port meant plenty of shops catering to travelers, perfect for last-minute supplies. He needed gear for the long haul. Nothing traceable. Cash only, different stores, no patterns. The bus groaned to a stop and he stepped on, blending into the crowd. Back at the cafe, Reacher hauled one of their reluctant informants to his feet and shoved him toward the door. Negley handled the other, her grip firm. They consulted her map, then steered their bruised captives toward a small park. The guy Negley had kneed in the face, hobbled along, his nose crooked and swollen. Not that it improved or worsened his looks. They claimed 2 benches, Negley and the quieter one on the first, Reacher and the injured man on the other. The quiet guy stayed frozen, eyeing Negley like she might strike again. Smart move. The other one fidgeted, his gaze darting, testing his odds. When a city bus rumbled past, packed with commuters, Reacher felt him tense like the noise might cover an escape. So he clamped a hand on the guy's neck, casual but firm, and squeezed just enough to silence any ideas. The afternoon dragged on until a blue Opel sedan pulled up, GM-made, government issue. 2 men in army fatigue sat inside, a plexiglass divider sealing off the back. The passenger door swung open, and out stepped Manuel Orozco, compact and tough, a veteran of the 110th. "Heard you were teaching kindergarten somewhere," he said, grinning. Reacher smirked at the rumor. "Folks were acting like you'd retired to a grave. NSC pulled us in for cleanup. Now we're shaking trees and all kinds of rotten fruits dropping. Your problem now, just don't mention us. Take the credit if you want." Orozco eyed the captives. "What they do?" "Selling stolen M9s to racists. But the bar's the real prize. Could be bigger." "What's with his face?" "Negley's handiwork. Classic. We need intel on that bar. Keep it quiet until we give the all clear. There's a specific guy we're tracking?" Orozco nodded. "You got it, boss? Not your boss anymore." "Sure, feels like you are?" With the 2 men loaded into the back, Orozco slid into the passenger seat. Reacher and Negley watched the car disappear down the street, the weight of the hunt still heavy in the air. After returning to their stylish boutique hotel, the front desk clerk informed them the consulate had pulled through, upgrading their accommodations to 2 adjoining suites on the highest floor. They gathered in Negley's room first, where she placed a call to their contacts in McLean, Virginia. Meanwhile, across town, the fingerprint analyst in the police garage was updating Chief of Detectives Griezmann. The print lifted from the chrome lever was pristine, a right middle finger, likely male or a woman with larger hands. No matches in any federal database meant the suspect probably wasn't German. Negley's suite came equipped with a sleek telephone console, which she set to speaker mode before settling onto the bed. Reacher took the armchair. On the other end, Sinclair, Waterman, and White's voices crackled through, their conference room's acoustics creating a hollow resonance. Sinclair's weary tone cut straight to the point. Any progress? Reacher filled her in. Klopp's detailed description, the sketch, and a second witness who'd spotted their target 3 times at the same bar, a shady mix of far-right politics and black market dealings. Could that be the next meeting spot? Sinclair pressed. Doubtful, Reacher replied. Their range could stretch from Scandinavia to North Africa, White interjected, frustration edging his voice. They'd narrowed their search to 400 Americans, still a uselessly broad net, with travel histories spanning 40 countries. Same question, Reacher said. What's this guy actually selling? Silence followed until Sinclair dropped a curveball. An Arab man, early 20s, found dead in a Kiev alley, bludgeoned with a hammer. The pink polo with an alligator emblem had pinged their radar, though she admitted it might just be soccer-fueled violence. Or, she added darkly, maybe their groups turning on each other. Reacher scoffed. Unless they're holding auctions in suburban Virginia, Hamburg's our best shot, even if it's a long one. A tense pause stretched before Sinclair relented, but with a caveat. Stay clear of the safe house. Even if it means blowing the meat. Not your call, she snapped. The line fizzed with unresolved tension. Half a world away in Jalalabad, the robed men oscillated between caution and giddy anticipation. They recited proverbs about unhatched eggs, yet their whispers brimmed with victory, each hypothetical scenario more elaborate than the last. The air was thick with the scent of spiced tea and unchecked ambition. They spent hours meticulously crafting and refining their lists, chuckling softly as they swayed on their cushions, about as wild as these guys ever got. 10 cities had to be chosen, no easy task. Washington, D.C., New York, and London were non-negotiable, set in stone from the start. That left 7 slots to fill. Paris was an obvious fourth, followed by Brussels for its political weight. NATO and the European Parliament made it essential. Berlin? Sure, why not? Now down to 4. Moscow had to be considered for their eastern allies, and Tel Aviv was a given, though that sparked its own debate. 2 spots remained. The debate reignited Amsterdam, Chicago, Los Angeles, Madrid. They caught themselves getting ahead of things, but the caution lasted all of 30 seconds before they dove back in, questioning if San Francisco should leapfrog Paris. What about the Golden Gate Bridge? Meanwhile, the American stepped off the bus in the bustling shopping district, a faint smirk playing on his lips. As the bus rounded a corner near a tiny park, he spotted 2 familiar faces, guys he'd dealt with at a bar, lounging on benches with a couple of friends. One of them wore the same denim jacket as him. Talk about coincidence. He crossed a cobblestone square and hit up a currency exchange, trading Deutschmarks and dollars for crumpled Argentinian pesos. He repeated the process at 2 more booths, always small, untraceable amounts. Nothing flashy, nothing memorable. His final exchange happened at the train station, now a shadow of its former self. Homeless figures lingered, eyes darting, hands shoved deep in oversized pockets. Graffiti marred the walls, nothing like the South Bronx or Detroit's roughest blocks, but jarring for Germany. Reunification had taken its toll economically and socially. It was like suddenly sharing your well-kept home with long-lost relatives who didn't know basic table manners, family but strangers. He thumbed the stack of pesos, satisfied. This was pocket money, nothing more. The real transactions would happen through the banker's discreet channels. Next stop, shopping clothes first, then a pharmacy, followed by hardware, camping gear, and oddly enough, a toy store. Reacher and Negley settled into a dimly lit diner for an early dinner, the kind of place with wood-paneled walls and accordion tunes drifting from overhead speakers. Negley broke the silence. "Marion Sinclair's flying out here." Reacher frowned. "Why?" "She bought your pitch. Better slim odds than none at all." "Shouldn't need convincing. Plus, she wants to keep tabs on you." Garber warned her what she was signing up for. Negley smirked. $10 says she lands tomorrow. "You're on, but make sure it's your cash, not the agency's." Reacher shook his head. "She won't come. People like her don't gamble." Just then, the room seemed to darken as Chief of Detectives Griezmann lumbered toward their table, 6'6", 300 pounds, his gray suit billowing like a circus tent. The floor groaned under his weight. Griezmann hesitated before speaking, his voice polite but firm. "I hate to interrupt, but I need a moment of your time." Reacher glanced up from his meal. "You look like you could use a bite to eat." There was a brief pause before Griezmann admitted, "I suppose I am a little hungry." Reacher smirked to himself. Lucky guess, then pull up a chair, consider it on Uncle Sam's dime. Griezmann shook his head. "Absolutely not. This is my city. You'll be my guests tonight." "Fair enough," Reacher replied. "The U.S. government thanks you for your generosity." As Griezmann settled in, a waiter quickly brought another place setting. The detective wasted no time. "I need to ask you for a favor." Reacher leaned back. "First, tell us how you tracked us down." "Your hotel had to disclose your stay, standard procedure for diplomatic bookings. After that, I had men in unmarked cars tail you from a distance. Didn't want to risk foot surveillance, figured you'd notice." Negley raised an eyebrow. "Are we under investigation?" Griezmann hesitated. "It's about the fingerprint, the one you predicted we'd find on the gear shift. A right middle finger, no hits in our system." Reacher gave a dry chuckle. "Congratulations, which means it's likely foreign," Griezmann pressed. "I need you to run it through your databases." Negley crossed her arms. "That's a bureaucratic nightmare. Lawyers, red tape, NATO protocols. It'd take months just to get a response." Griezmann exhaled sharply. "I'm not here for politics. Just one detective asking another for help." Reacher scoffed. "Cut the act. You're buying dinner because I name-dropped the Pentagon. Wouldn't look great if word got out that the U.S. military was footing your meals, would it? That's politics whether you admit it or not." "I'm just trying to solve a case," Griezmann insisted. "And you assume the killer's American? Statistically, it's possible." Reacher smirked. "And you think we just hand over our databases so you can round up suspects? That'd go over real well back home." Griezmann's tone shifted. "Personally, I doubt it's an American, probably a sailor passing through, but I have to cover my bases before the trail goes cold." "So you want us to help you prove it wasn't one of ours?" "Exactly, and the sooner the better." Reacher studied him. "Because she was a prostitute?" Griezmann's expression darkened. "Because in cases like this, the killer's usually long gone already on a ship halfway to who knows where, thinking he got away clean." Reacher felt the weight of the request and the manipulation. "Fine, send a copy of the print to our hotel." Griezmann reached into his jacket. "No need." He slid a small envelope across the table. "Film copy inside, my number's on the card." Reacher pocketed it without another word. Later, as they walked back to the hotel under the dim glow of streetlights, they took a detour past the safe house. Just a casual glance, nothing obvious. 15 windows faced the street, some dark, others flickering with TV light. No movement, no faces, just another quiet night in the city. The streets were alive with the hum of passing cars and the occasional pedestrian as dusk settled over the city. A deep blue Opel sedan sat parked near the curb outside their hotel, Manuel Orozco's unmarked police vehicle. Inside the lobby, Orozco waited, his expression serious. "There's something you should hear," he said, cutting straight to the point. They stepped back outside, the evening air cool and thick with the scent of nearby water. Reacher leaned against the car's fender. "A phone call would have worked," he remarked. Orozco shook his head. "Not for this. Some conversations need to happen in person." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Why? You gave me the small-time version of the story? There's more to it?" Worse than stolen M9s and ammo, 40 scrap pistols, and 1,000 rounds. Annoying, but not exactly world-ending. The real issue, their IDs were legit. Reacher frowned. They're actually German. Not even close. Pure American, Arkansas, and Kentucky, if you can believe it. Barely string two words together in English, let alone German. Names like Billy Bob and Jimmy Lee. So the IDs were fake in one sense, yeah. But in another, too perfect to be counterfeit. We're talking government grades straight from the source. The kind of quality that makes you wonder if Berlin's own printers had a hand in it. Reacher exhaled sharply. They claimed they got them from some guy in a bar. Same story they fed me. And here's the kicker. I believe them. Meaning where did that guy get them? Reacher rubbed his jaw. How solid is this intel? Orozco shrugged. We debated it. Some say it's leftover talent from East Germany. Those old communist forgers were artists. Now they're freelancing either for the mob or maybe even German intelligence. Either way, this isn't a chat for open lines, no telling who's listening. Reacher scoffed. German intelligence doesn't need to peddle fake IDs to two-bit crooks. True, but imagine their document division, full of quirky bureaucrats. What if one of them's crooked? What if that bar's his side hustle? Billy Bob made it sound like a damn marketplace. IDs, licenses, maybe even passports. Reacher's mind flashed to their first witness. A government employee could be more like him in the mix. Orozco nodded grimly. Tread carefully, shake the wrong branch, and you'll bring down more than just leaves. Some of it could land hard. After Orozco left, Reacher swung by Negley's room to update White. We've got confirmation. Real German IDs are up for grabs in that bar. So far, it's licenses and ID cards, but passports probably on the menu, too. Our guy could be traveling under a German alias. Watching U.S. names is a dead end. White stayed silent for a beat. Then, slowly, you're on the ground. Find out who sold to him, what name he's using. These guys keep records for leverage, if nothing else. Reacher clenched his teeth. That's an all-or-nothing play. Raid the bar, and he'll vanish. And what if he's got multiple passports? Our witness bounces between two bars. Still, our best shot. Run it by Ratcliffe. I'd like to know just how alone I am in this. Exhausted, Reacher retreated to his room. 30 hours without sleep weighed on him. He lined up his shoes beneath the window, socks draped over them, then carefully folded his pants and slid them under the mattress to smooth out the creases. The bed groaned as he collapsed onto it, the city's distant pulse the last thing he heard before sleep took over. He shrugged off his jacket and draped it neatly over the chair behind him. A faint rustling sound came from one of the pockets, Griezmann's envelope still inside. The fingerprint evidence, he'd considered handing it to Orozco earlier, but had slipped his mind. Maybe next time. After a quick shower, he tossed aside the pile of emerald green brocade pillows cluttering his bed and finally settled in for the night. Meanwhile, the American's nightly ritual remained unchanged. He indulged in 10 minutes of daydreaming before diving into 20 minutes of practical work. His fantasy? A sprawling ranch in the heart of Argentina, marked clearly on the detailed map spread before him. The property stretched 30 miles in every direction, nearly 1,000 square miles of pure, untamed land, big enough to spot from orbit, though still smaller than Rhode Island. Not that it mattered. This would be his sanctuary tucked 15 miles behind his own fences, far from the chaos of the world he was helping reshape. With a satisfied sigh, he folded the map and switched to his Spanish lessons, headphones snug over his ears as he muttered phrases until exhaustion took over. The next morning, Negley rapped on Reacher's door at 8 sharp. He was already up, showered, and itching for coffee. The ornate elevator, more like a gilded cage, clanked its way up to them. Inside, something small and rectangular lay face down on the floor, a dropped card, maybe a license. Definitely not German. Negley scooped it up, smirked, and said, "You owe me $10. It was a Virginia driver's license. The woman in the photo had an easy, unpretentious beauty. Marion Sinclair, 44, from Alexandria. Reacher forked over 2.5, shaking his head, didn't peg her as the type to lose her ID in an elevator. She's NSC's number 2. You'd think she'd be more careful. Downstairs, breakfast awaited in a sunlit courtyard, and there she was, Sinclair herself, sipping coffee in a sleek black dress. "Morning," Reacher said as they approached. She glanced up, amused. "Join me." Once seated, Reacher cut to the chase. "Why'd you come?" She met his gaze. "Better slim odds than none at all. You dropped your license upstairs." "Did I?" He handed it back. She set it beside her cup with a careless shrug. "Thanks. Lucky you found it, though. I'm not exactly traveling under my real name here. They had no idea who to give it back to. You just spared me a mountain of DMV forms." "Why the alias?" "Hotels flag unusual names to law enforcement. Mine would set off alarms. This isn't an official visit. You've got fake IDs?" "Plenty. We've got a whole department for that, just like the Germans. Major Orozco filled me in earlier. Of course, we were keeping tabs on your crew. You ignored my orders. I said, only me, Ratcliffe, or the president. It was personal. Nothing's personal in this game. But don't blame your buddy for talking. He didn't have a choice. And don't beat yourself up. White and Waterman did the same thing with their contacts. We expected it. We vetted your files. That wasn't important. It is now because of the IDs that changes the game. High-quality fakes that slip past border control? Rare as hell. We didn't account for it, now we have to, and our odds just tanked. Our guy could be 1 in 10 million heading to any of 10,000 spots. Odds aren't zero. Reacher cut in. He'll pick somewhere familiar to him, but not the Courier, a major Western hub with direct flights. Less travel, more comfort, and he knows Hamburg. He might circle back, I'd say 1 in 10. You're angling to stake out the safe house? We should. What if they've got backups? Reacher shrugged. Could be 10 per city worldwide. It's a numbers game. Gotta start somewhere. Sinclair gave a slow nod. We're considering it. Either way, we'll get word the second the courier lands if he ever does. Last time they waited 48 hours before meeting. We'll have time to move. How's the Iranian signaling? Phone if it's safe. Dead drops if not. And Hamburg Station set up a bare-bones alert. Given the stakes, we needed something. If he can't call or drop a message, he'll shift a lamp on his windowsill edge to center. His bedroom faces the alley, visible from the next street over. Station chiefs doing drive-bys 4 times a day. A waitress with bright yellow pigtails swung by for orders. Sinclair rummaged in her bag and slid Negley a thick brown envelope. "Your Army mail, ma'am," Negley said, flipping through the contents before tucking them away with a wry grin. Reacher raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Nothing." "Speak freely, Sergeant," Sinclair said. "I'm cleared. Honestly, it's irrelevant. Just proves the press office runs smoother than the rest of the Army. I asked for intel on some AWOL case we stumbled over, totally unrelated, but the Major wanted updates. Why?" Reacher crossed his arms. "That's one posting I'll dodge. And the press office delivered?" Negley smirked. 2 newspaper clippings about his old unit. Best they could do. One's literally an ad. They're clueless about the guy because, shocker, they just handle PR. Added detail. The waitress's pigtails bounce as she walks away, her cheerful demeanor clashing with the tense conversation. Reacher notes the contrast, filing it away like another piece of the puzzle. The team was eager and quick to respond, but Reacher wasn't getting much from the units that actually knew the guy. "Still nothing?" he asked. Negley shook her head. 4 months is a long time to go dark, he muttered. "Back in my day, that wouldn't fly." Negley pulled out the contents of the envelope again, an old Army Times, and a glossy trade show flyer. The newspaper featured a dull article about the drawdown near Frankfurt, where once upon a time massive tank battles were expected. Now, with the enemy gone and borders shifting east, frontline units were left stranded, some pushing forward, others mothballed in storage depots. Only 5 Chaparral units remained active, including the AWOL crew who were photographed in a staged shot. The camera was positioned low behind them, framing the men and their missile truck as if they were braced against an unseen threat. The launchers were angled toward the horizon, the soldiers squinting into the distance like they were waiting for the sun to rise or maybe an incoming strike. From behind, they looked sharp, disciplined, the kind of unit that took pride in their work. Reacher had known guys like them, part artillery crew, part flight deck team with a dash of rogue fighter pilot swagger. They treated their trucks like parked jets, and morale was always high. These guys, though, had taken it up a notch, each sporting a spiked mohawk, a clear violation of Army regs. But hey, when you're staring down hypothetical enemy fire, who's gonna fuss over hair gel? The trade show flyer was even more theatrical, designed like a news piece by a uniform company pushing new urban camo. The same crew appeared, now painted head to toe and truck to missile, in a pixelated gray pattern. The backdrop was a fake ruined city, the camera angled like an attack chopper's view. The effect, nearly invisible. The men in their rig blurred into the chaos, only their unpainted mohawks standing out. Impressive if you ignored the fact that the studio had tailored the entire scene to match the camo. Real combat wouldn't be so accommodating. Reacher smirked. Guess they figured if the enemy can't see you, they can't shoot you. Unless, of course, they're not looking at a perfectly staged ad. Sinclair tapped the faint outline of the concealed missiles with her fingernail. Could someone actually steal and sell these, she asked. Negley shook her head. Not even for 100 million. That's the issue. We keep circling back to it. It's an impossible situation. The market's flooded with outdated surplus from Russia and China, and new weapons are practically being handed out like candy. Arms dealers have been scrambling since the Cold War ended. They're desperate. Every month there's another arms expo where you can buy anything if you've got the cash. But nukes, that's the line no one crosses. Which just proves my point. There's no in-between to hit that kind of payoff. You'd have to go nuclear. Don't even say that word out here, Sinclair warned. We have to, Negley insisted, if only to shut it down fast. Think about it. We've got warheads on bases back home, missiles buried in the middle of nowhere, subs lurking underwater, every single one's locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Even if someone tried, they'd never get past the safeguards. The arming codes alone are split between two people. That's non-negotiable. Stealing a nuke would be easier than selling the Brooklyn Bridge to a tourist. So you're saying this isn't military? Sinclair pressed. Unless it's intel. What kind of intelligence is worth that much? Your guess is as good as mine, Sinclair exhaled. Should we do a full inventory check? Negley scoffed. That'd take years. And I already know what we'd find, 1 million missing paper clips, but nothing major. How can you be sure? Because I'd have heard, Reacher smirked. The world's most efficient rumor mill. Someone just mentioned that to me. The room fell silent. Reacher leaned forward. We should stake out the safe house. Sinclair frowned. We'd need an undercover team. We don't have one in Hamburg, and flying them in would raise too many eyebrows. Taking wild risks isn't exactly policy. Neither is panicking like your hair's on fire, Reacher countered. Negley cut in. Griezmann could handle it. His guys aren't bad. They tailed us to dinner last night. Plus, he owes us after tipping off Stuttgart. Reacher pulled out the sketch from his pocket, the American with the sharp cheekbones, heavy brow, and messy hair. Recognizable. Griezmann's men could watch for him from parked cars, radios in hand. It'd take time, but it might work. It's a big ask, he admitted. We'd owe him. Sinclair raised an eyebrow. What do we have to trade? A dead prostitute. He's got a fingerprint, wants us to run it through our databases. That's a hard no. Exactly what I told him. Anything else? Reacher shrugged. Dinner, maybe. The guy's got an appetite. Another silence settled over the table. Sinclair rummaged through her bag, pulling out her wallet, a thick blue leather thing with a snap closure. She grabbed her driver's license from the table, popped open the wallet, and froze. I have my license, she said slowly, right here. She pinched the edge and pulled it free from behind the plastic sleeve. 2 identical licenses, same Virginia seal, same name, same address, same photo, everything matched. Reacher's instincts flared, doors, windows, exits, but logic overruled suspicion. Still, certainty was a trap. Maybe we should move this inside, he suggested. Negley went first. Sinclair snatched up her bag wallet and the 2 licenses, hurrying after her. Reacher took up the rear, scanning the room one last time before following. Pushing through the double doors, they moved past the breakfast area and ascended the staircase toward the lobby, finding it eerily deserted. Sinclair suggested, checking her room, and when Reacher asked for its location, she pointed upward. "Top floor," she said. The elevator shaft stood empty, its ornate cage resting somewhere above. Reacher hesitated, then approached the front desk where the same clerk from earlier, a no-nonsense woman with a sturdy frame, stood ready. "Ma'am," he asked, "did a woman who looks like my friend here request a key? Did she show identification?" The clerk frowned. "Looks like." She shook her head. No one came in asking. Just a man waiting by the elevator, maybe meeting a guest. I stepped into the office and didn't see him after that. She gestured toward a door behind her. Reacher pressed for details. What did he look like? Small, wearing a raincoat. With a nod of thanks, Reacher rejoined the others. "Stairs it is," he muttered. Negley took point, hugging the wall as they climbed, her gaze flicking upward. The staircase spiraled around the elevator shaft, its wrought iron lattice offering glimpses of the motionless machinery inside, chains, cables, a heavy counterweight frozen in place. They reached the second floor, then the third, finally spotting the elevator car perched above them like a relic from another era. Reacher smirked. "If it starts moving, we'll beat it down. That thing's slower than a Monday morning." But the cage didn't budge. Empty, its gate shut, it loomed silently as they circled behind it and emerged into the top-floor hallway. Sinclair indicated her room, third door down, next to Reacher's. "Government perks," she said dryly. Negley moved first, gliding soundlessly across the plush carpet. She avoided the peephole's sightline, pressing herself against the wall before testing the knob with a cautious backhanded twist. "Locked," she mouthed, holding out a hand for the key. Sinclair fumbled in her bag, producing a brass key on a pewter fob. Reacher snatched it midair and tossed it to Negley, who caught it smoothly and inserted it into the lock, still keeping her body angled away. The door creaked open an inch. Silence. Reacher took position opposite her, shoving the door wide. Negley slipped inside first. Protocol dictated the smaller lead, minimizing blind spots and accidental friendly fire. The room was empty, a lavish bed piled with brocade pillows, a lone suitcase planted in the center of the floor, no signs of disturbance in the bathroom or closet. Sinclair dumped her belongings onto the bed, purse, licenses scattering, while Reacher secured the door and checked the window. Safe for now. Later, Sinclair traced a faint ink smudge on her real license, a relic from a cramped D.C. bank where she'd once cashed a check. The teller's bulletproof ledge had forced her signature off course, leaving a stray mark she'd tried and failed to rub away. A tiny imperfection, but hers alone. Marion tucked her genuine driver's license back into her wallet, sliding it carefully into place before dropping the wallet into her handbag. The counterfeit license remained on the bed, and she settled beside it, pressing a fingertip down as if to anchor it in place. "This opens up a whole can of worms, doesn't it?" she murmured. Reacher shrugged. "At least one big question." "Only one? Ever lost your license before?" "Is that the question?" "Yep, never." "Then I'd say Ratcliffe's got some explaining to do." "Why him?" "Because the White House won't risk handing this to the FBI. Too messy." "The White House? Forget them for a second. Someone's in Hamburg pretending to be you. Or maybe you're the imposter," Reacher countered. "Ever think the real Marion Sinclair could be the one running around Germany? Are you serious?" "Just covering all the bases." "That's insane. You follow baseball?" "What?" "Baseball," Reacher repeated. "You ever catch a game occasionally?" "Sure. Where?" "Camden Yards." "What's behind right field?" "A brick warehouse." "Good enough, you pass." "You were joking, of course. You're clearly the real deal. You brought Negley's mail. Not the time for jokes, Major. Better than wallowing in dread. You really think the White House faked your license?" "No." "Then we're left with one option. This was bought nearby some back alley shop." "Coincidence," Reacher scoffed. "And I don't buy those. Neither should you. But if it was made here, they'd have to use a press photo. Reshot, sure, but not the original DMV image. That's locked away in Virginia." "Exactly. So who made it?" "The DMV. They're bureaucrats, not criminals, right? They issued it legally when someone requested a replacement. But I never did. They didn't know it wasn't you. Someone filled out the form, stole your mail, and intercepted the new license. Who? Someone in the White House Travel Office, a longtime employee. Hence the embarrassment. Ratcliffe won't risk the FBI digging into it. Why the travel office? They've got all your details, flight records, hotel bookings, the kind of info the DMV requires. My lawyer has that, my accountant. Hell, my housekeeper probably does too. You're using a fake name in Hamburg. Your doppelganger's license shows up a stone's throw away. Who knew you'd be here? A pause then. The travel office. Anyone else?
No?
Not even the hotel, Reacher said. You're under an alias. Only one explanation. Someone in that office made a call. To who? Some German actress hired to play me? No actress. No one approached the desk. Just that little guy in the raincoat. So what happened? He knew your flight details, your arrival time. Someone tipped him off. The man had tailed you from the airport straight to the hotel, lingering across the street like a shadow. He watched you check in, saw you step into the elevator, then slipped into the lobby when no one was looking. With a quick motion, he summoned the elevator back down, deliberately dropped the license on the floor, and vanished without a word. Why go through all that trouble, you asked? It was a message, came the reply. He wanted you to find it yourself. You went upstairs to drop off your bag, and he assumed you'd come back down for breakfast. I took the stairs instead, clearly. Why target someone older, someone who's been in the travel office for years? You already know the answer. You're not even questioning who the man in the raincoat was because deep down you recognize him. I don't. You're lying to yourself. Some things I can't explain. Negley leaned in, her voice sharp. Let me take a wild guess. You ran a black op somewhere handing out German IDs for cover or just for kicks. Maybe the Israelis were involved. With your blessing, the Germans found out and weren't happy. You stonewalled, so now their intel service is playing games. It's their way of saying, how does it feel? There's some grandstanding in there, sure, but why not? It's all quiet, all deniable, but unsettling as hell. Why use an old-timer from the travel office? They've got embassy staff, but deniability is key. So they tapped a local asset, someone with history. No fresh recruits in this game, not for the new Germany. Just relics from the old East German days. Some idealistic U.S. clerk decades ago passing secrets under park benches, then getting roped in for cash. Now, the new regime inherits him, and suddenly he's useful. He knows your address because he works in travel, so he runs the license scam, drops it at the embassy. Maybe Ratcliffe got one too, maybe others. They sit in a drawer waiting for the first of you to land in Germany, which happened to be you today. Lufthansa played along because, well, state airline, you weren't alone on that flight. An embassy worker snagged a last-minute seat, your license in hand. That's why the raincoat guy had to follow you from the airport. He could have waited at the hotel. He knew where you were staying, but he had to meet the flight first to get that envelope. Your license was trailing you by 2 minutes the whole way into the city. Sinclair stayed silent for a long moment. Finally, she said, I won't confirm or deny any of that. But if it had happened, admitting it would be off the table. Reacher pressed. So what's your move? Responding would be a tangled mess of double bluffs. You could loop in Griezmann, let him play nice, then bury it quietly to stay in his government's good graces. He might even see it as a favor. Maybe return it by keeping an eye on the safe house, or he could just demand we run the fingerprint, which we should do anyway. A woman's dead. It's the right call. Is that the view from the cheap seats? Should be the view from every seat. Sinclair didn't answer, Reacher added. We could handle it privately. If it's a dead end, we tell him. If not, we adapt. What are the chances? Soldiers visit hookers but rarely kill them, and given the neighborhood, she wasn't cheap, which makes it even less likely. Sinclair shook her head. No, it's a can of worms. The political risks were simply too high. Meanwhile, the new messenger stood in the immigration line at Hamburg airport, her Pakistani passport in hand. Only 4 booths were open, 2 for EU travelers, 2 for everyone else. She was 5th in line, calm and collected. There was no reason to worry. She was a ghost, untraceable with no digital footprint, no records, no history. The only photo that existed of her was the one in her passport, which was entirely legitimate, except for the name and nationality. Now she was fourth, catching a glimpse of herself in the booth's glass. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes tired, giving her an air of vulnerability. Her crisp white explorer's shirt, treated to resist stains and bacteria, was unbuttoned just enough, 2 buttons down, never 3 unless it seemed accidental. She had been instructed to choose a line with a male officer. Back at the hotel, Reacher and Negley left Sinclair in her room, opting for Negley's instead to avoid being overheard. Reacher frowned. I don't get why she's here if she won't even monitor the safe house. Negley shrugged. Better to have a slim chance than none at all. Except she's choosing none, is she? Negley gave him a knowing look before brushing it off. Take a breather. The East Coast won't be online for another hour. We'll regroup then. Maybe a conference call will lift our spirits. Reacher stepped outside, wandering into a street lined with men's shops, suits, belts, watches, everything a guy could need, like an open-air department store. He ducked into a simple store and grabbed fresh underwear and a black t-shirt made from premium cotton. The price was steep, but at least it fit. Germans were tall, not as tall as the Dutch, but taller than most Americans. He changed in the fitting room, tossing his old clothes in the trash. Another missing item in an endless inventory never to be accounted for. Further down the street, a retro-style barbershop stood out like a centerpiece. It was designed to mimic an old American shop, vinyl chairs gleaming with chrome, an antique radio on display. No marketing gimmick, just a sincere homage. Reacher doubted it catered to many U.S. soldiers. PX barbers were always cheaper. To him, the place looked more like a diner than a barbershop, but the effort was admirable. A familiar chart was taped to the mirror, 24 hairstyles ranging from crew cuts to wild mohawks. The barber waved him in. How much? Reacher mouthed. The man held up 5 fingers. 5? What? American dollars, the barber said, stepping closer. My usual guy charges less, but I'm worth it. You get your uniforms tailored, don't you? Reacher smirked. Do I look like I wear a uniform? The barber rolled his eyes. Please? $5, Reacher scoffed. Back in the day, that got you 2 burgers, a movie ticket, and cab fare for your date if you didn't mess it up along the way. The barber grinned as he wiped his razor clean. A shave and a haircut for 2 bits, classic line, right? Reacher raised an eyebrow. You throwing out old-timey references on purpose? Maybe I just appreciate the classics, the barber said, swirling the brush in warm, foamy lather. Or maybe I know a guy who could use a trim when I see one. Reacher glanced at the mirror. I don't need a haircut. Funny, the barber said, tilting his head. From where I'm standing, I can see what you can't. Your hair's looking a little wild. Tell you what, I'll throw in the shave for free. $5 total. The shave turned out to be smoother than expected. Hot towels, sharp steel, the kind of precision that made Reacher wonder if the guy had missed his calling as a surgeon. The mirror's tint gave his freshly scraped jawline a sun-kissed glow, even if the reality was probably closer to raw pink. Not bad for $1's worth of effort. He figured that left 4 for the haircut, which still felt like highway robbery. Scissors clicked near his ear as the barber got to work. Reacher tuned him out, focusing instead on the style chart pinned to the wall, 24 options, from the no-nonsense buzz cut to some elaborate pompadour that belonged on a 1950s greaser. His gaze lingered on the mohawk, just for the absurdity of it. You like what you see? The barber asked, stepping back. Reacher studied his reflection. Did you even cut anything? That's the art of it, the barber said, smug. The best haircut looks like it's been growing out for a week. Reacher snorted but handed over the $5. You got a phone here? The barber jerked his thumb toward a clunky metal payphone bolted to the wall, the kind you'd expect outside a roadside diner, not in a German barbershop. Rewired and working, welcome to efficiency. Reacher dialed Griezmann's number from memory. When the detective picked up, Reacher cut straight to it. We're both just trying to get the job done. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Griezmann's sigh crackled through the receiver. What do you need? 2 things. First, plant some plainclothes around Klopp's bar. Discreet, Radio's ready. Second, there's an apartment a few blocks over. Same deal. A Saudi kid's gonna show up eventually. When he moves, I need to know where he's headed in real time. That's a lot of manpower. Reacher smirked. What else is Europe using its cops for? Parking tickets? Griezmann hesitated, then caved. Fine, but it'll take time to set up. Time's the one thing we don't have. You want that print run or not? The urgency in Griezmann's yes told Reacher all he needed to know. Pride was a powerful motivator. Good, you keep your end tight and I'll make sure yours gets closed. Next, he called the hotel, asking for Negley. She picked up, her voice sharp. Sinclair's been hunting for you? Vanderbilt dug up something. She's practically bouncing off the walls. Tell Orozco to meet me at this barber shop 3 blocks from you, and get ready, we're briefing Sinclair in 5. The line went dead. Reacher pocketed his change, eyeing the mohawk on the chart one last time. Maybe next life? Tell him to hurry up, she urged. What's the big discovery? I've identified the American. Chapter 18. The barber brewed coffee while Reacher settled into the chair, spinning nostalgic tales of small-town America, none of which he'd actually experienced. Growing up as a military brat, his childhood had been a blur of overseas bases from Germany to Japan, making classic Americana nothing more than stories he'd picked up from old movies. So he played along, spinning yarns about chrome-finned cars, soda fountains, and drive-in theaters while the barber grinned like he'd struck gold. Just as the mood peaked, Orozco's car screeched to a halt outside. Reacher ducked out, sliding into the passenger seat. Nice haircut, Orozco remarked. Reacher ruffled his hair. That obvious brings out your jawline. Women'll go crazy for it. Reacher tossed Griezmann's envelope onto the dash. Run this print, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, but keep it quiet. What's the story? Local cops think this guy killed a prostitute. Any reason to suspect he's military? None. But I need the favor. Not happening. That's why I said quietly, your eyes only. Then mine. If it blows up, it's on me. Court-martial material hasn't stopped us yet. Orozco hesitated, then pocketed the envelope without another word. No promises, just plausible deniability. Smart, Reacher headed back to the hotel. Sinclair's room was buzzing when he arrived. Vanderbilt had finally done something useful, taking the sketch of the American to Bartley at Fort Myer. The tight-lipped lieutenant colonel, busy draining his marital assets, recognized the face. He'd seen the same man in Zurich boarding a flight to Hamburg 2 weeks before the first meet. The guy had been carrying a bank-branded folder, the kind handed out with new accounts. Not definitive, Sinclair admitted, but damn close, Reacher said, unfolding his own copy of the sketch. The sharp cheekbones, the sun-bleached hair, long on top, short on the sides, like a grown-out mohawk. How does someone even get hair like that? Reacher mused. Start long, then tell the barber to shape it, Sinclair offered. Or shave it into a mohawk and let it grow. 4 months later, sides blend in, top stays wild. Wear a hat till it stops looking insane. Negley smirked, a ball cap with a red star. Houston Astros, maybe? Texas boy, name's Wiley. And 4 months ago he walked off an air defense post halfway across the country. Sinclair stayed silent, but the pieces were falling into place. Negley leaned in with a smirk. You got yourself a shiny new passport, so your real one stays buried. Smart move keeps the MPs chasing their tails. Sinclair raised an eyebrow. That's a bold gamble on a haircut doing all the work. Reacher didn't blink, pull his service record. Let Klopp take a look at his face. Meanwhile, the replacement messenger hesitated outside the apartment, her knuckles hovering before the door. This was new, the smooth wood under her fingers, the hum of city life behind her. She'd never set foot in a place like this, but the others had drilled the steps into her. Count to 5, no more, no less. The bus ride here had been a blur of firsts, paved roads, stoplights, the press of strangers. A stumble here or there only made her blend in. 1, 2, 3. The door swung open before she hit 5. A young Saudi man frowned at her. Who are you? She recited the lines they'd fed her. Sanctuary. Our faith demands it. So do the ones who sent me. He stepped aside, but skepticism flickered across his face. Hold on, seriously? She didn't flinch. Dead serious. The tall one calls the shots. The heavy one handles the dirty work. And me? Nobody suspects the girl. The heavy one, left side, you'll know him by the flies. The kid exhaled. All right, but damn, we knew this was big. Her instincts sharpened. How? Tribal blood ran thick. Trust was a currency spent carefully. Did the last messenger tell you? He mentioned the price. Her voice turned icy. He's dead now. They sent me instead. And they don't like loose ends. So forget the number. How long you staying? Not long. Place is cramped. She smirked. Big sacrifices for big fights. But don't get ideas. They used a hammer on the last guy. They'll do the same to you if I say the word. Back at the hotel, Sinclair yanked open her suitcase and unearthed a clunky satellite phone straight out of the 80s, encrypted, she muttered, jabbing buttons. The line crackled to life. I need PFC Wiley's file, AWOL from a German air defense unit, Hamburg, now. The knock at the door came too fast to be coincidence. For a wild second, Reacher almost laughed. But it wasn't the file. It was a man in a gray suit, all brisk energy and salesman charm. Apologies, the guy said, zeroing in on Sinclair. Didn't realize you had guests. Silence. Then Sinclair made the introductions. Negley, Reacher. Meet Rob Bishop, CIA Hamburg station. Bishop rocked on his heels, did a quick pass by the kid's place. Lamps moved in the window. Chapter 19. Bishop refused to let them check themselves. 2 drive-bys were his limit anymore, and the street would notice. Something felt off, and he couldn't ignore it. But circling the block a 3rd time wasn't an option. They'd already crept by twice. 4 of them ducked low in the car, scanning the windows. Too risky. Reacher knew exactly which apartment to watch, but the others didn't. If they had to point it out, they'd draw attention. No way they were making another pass. The signal's wrong, someone said. The kid was supposed to move the lamp to the center of the window, but it was only halfway, not the clear sign they'd agreed on. Reacher frowned. What's that mean? Either he didn't have time, or he thought moving it all the way would look suspicious. These guys aren't exactly rearranging furniture for fun, or he's trying to tell us something's changed. Sinclair cut in. We've got 2 days to figure it out. Negley scoffed if they stick to schedule. But travel's a mess, delays, missed connections. They could be scrambling, or they could be sitting around waiting. No way to know. Bishop leaned forward. We need eyes on that building? Sinclair shook her head. Too dangerous. We can't blow the safe house. Reacher smirked. Too late. Griezmann's already got plainclothes cops watching it. Sinclair's face went tight. Since when? Today, maybe? And what did that cost us? I'm running his prints. She glared, then snapped. Major, we need to talk alone. Negley tossed her room key. Take mine. Soundproof. Sinclair caught it without missing a beat and strode down the hall, Reacher following inside. She turned backlit by the window, tall, sharp, dressed to kill. Pearls, nylons, heels furious. You went behind my back, she said. Reacher shrugged. No orders were broken. The National Security Advisor said, get what we need. This could save us months. Instead of chasing a ghost with a fake passport, we let the kid in the pink shirt lead us right to him. You really want to pass that up? The future doesn't matter if we're not around to experience it? Sinclair's voice was sharp. You broke protocol because you believed your reasons justified it, just like everyone else who thinks they're the exception. But that's why we have systems like the National Security Council to weigh competing priorities. You just torched a year's worth of careful planning, Major. Resign now before the report drops, you'll walk away with less damage. Reacher shrugged. Fine. If things go south, I'll step down. You also shredded 4 decades of legal precedent on classified databases. That alone is a court-martial offense, a federal crime. Got it. If it blows up, I'll take the charge. You're guilty either way. Not how it works. If this pans out, I'll be polishing a Legion of Merit. Sinclair scoffed. Is this a joke to you? No, just a calculated risk, and right now I'm ahead. The messenger made it back to Hamburg. That was a long shot, but it paid off. Griezmann's solid, and the safe house is secure. Those guys inside, oblivious? They've got a roommate sneaking around, making shady calls, leaving coded messages in the park, and they haven't noticed a thing. You think they'll spot a car parked down the street? She dismissed his logic with a wave. The fingerprint issue isn't going away, it's a legal nightmare. I phrased my promise carefully, said I'd run the print, never promised to share the results. A little deception, welcome to the big leagues. Sometimes you break a few eggs to make the omelet. If it tastes good, nobody complains. And if it's rotten? I'm adaptable silence. Reacher studied her. If this goes bad, you'll testify against me. Happily, I get it. You command us, but you don't trust us. I've been here before, no grudges. And if it goes well, no trial. Just a shiny commendation in your file and another medal for me. Which outcome are you betting on? Honestly, always. It's already locked in. An AWOL soldier, same city as me. That's a sure thing. Always this cocky. I used to be. And now, even worse. She tilted her head. Are you involved with your sergeant? No, that'd be unprofessional, and she'd probably knock my teeth out. She's infatuated with you. We work well together, that's all. Before Sinclair could reply, a knock interrupted. Reacher moved to the side, old habits, and opened the door, not Negley checking for his corpse or Bishop expecting a shootout. A young man in a cheap suit and a crisp tie stood there, holding a zippered pouch, for Dr. Sinclair, from the consulate. Fast work, Reacher took it and handed it over. The courier vanished down the stairs. Back in the room, Sinclair unzipped the pouch, and the scent of warm printer paper filled the air. The others watched as she pulled out the documents, the tension thickening like smoke. The phone lines must have been buzzing non-stop, he figured, followed by a lightning-fast digital transfer, maybe from Personnel Command stateside, or possibly Stuttgart, straight to the Hamburg consulate. There, a high-speed printer had spat out crisp black-and-white copies of a standard military personnel file, which the young attaché in his preppy Brooks Brothers tie snatched up, organized, and rushed out the door to hail a cab. The National Security Council moved faster than even the Army's press office. The documents detailed Private First Class Horace Nunn Wiley, a 35-year-old from Sugar Land, Texas, nearing the end of his initial 3-year enlistment. At 32, he'd been an older recruit, 5'8", lean, built like a marathon runner. The second page held his photo, clipped neatly in the corner. Not the tiny passport shots of the past, but a larger print, roughly 3 by 2 inches. The Xerox had washed out the highlights, turning them neon bright, while the shadows came out smudged and dark. The paperclip imprint looked almost radioactive, like something out of a sci-fi flick. But it was unmistakably the same guy. The imperfections gave the image a rough, hand-drawn quality, like a charcoal sketch. Same sharp brow, same blade-like nose, same deep-set eyes. The clenched jaw, the thin, expressionless mouth, all identical. Only the hair was different. Back then, Wiley had sported a regulation buzz cut, Army-approved and no-nonsense. The Wilder style had come later. We'll show Klopp the photos, Sinclair said. But let's be honest, there's no doubt here. Congrats, Major and Sergeant, hell of a job starting with 200,000 possibilities. Reacher smirked. Only because some pencil pusher logged a useless phone call, and that note somehow survived 7 layers of red tape before landing in Uncle Sam's lap. We keep saying we need less paperwork, maybe we were wrong. What's next? Now we wait. For a Saudi kid in a pink shirt and pointy shoes to stroll out for some fresh air? Chapter 20. Wiley had big plans for his future ranch, Sugarland, or maybe Sugarland, one word. Not that he'd grow sugar, this was cattle country. He'd have the biggest, finest herd on the planet. But first he needed a name for the gate, something bold in wrought iron, maybe left unpainted, just red primer. Sugarland in all caps, or Sugarland, sleek and simple. A little homage to his past. Back in the day, he'd tried to make it in Sugarland and failed. Tough town now. He was buying a spread 40 times bigger than the whole damn municipality. Funny how things worked. At first he'd resisted the momentum, then leaned into it, and once he did, everything accelerated. Now he was ready too soon, prepped for the meeting, itching for the end game, because when the finale came, it always came fast. Across the room, Reacher called Griezmann on speakerphone, feeding him Wiley's name to match the face. The messenger was already here, he confirmed, and they went over the protocols again. How to signal if things went south, how to approach the apartment without tipping their hand. A delicate balance. Griezmann sounded sharp, though, confident. Sinclair relaxed slightly, then locked eyes with Reacher, her gaze steady and unreadable. He couldn't quite place the look. Bishop's expression was a mix of reluctant admiration and quiet frustration. Part of him begrudgingly acknowledged the wild scheme might actually pan out, while another part resented dragging Sinclair into it. After he left for the consulate, Reacher and Negley stepped into his room, leaving Sinclair in hers, and pored over Wiley's file from start to finish. The first glaring oddity: why had Wiley waited until he was 32 to enlist? That wasn't just unusual, it screamed for an explanation, yet the recruiter's notes offered none. Negley wasted no time, dialing Landry back in McLean and pushing him to dig into Wiley's entire life, every year from birth to the day he put on that uniform. There had to be a motive buried in those decades. Wiley's early military career followed a predictable path. Basic training completed without a hitch, proving he wasn't some out-of-shape rookie. Promotion to private first class meant he'd at least shown up and stayed in line. Then came Fort Sill's artillery school, the turning point. Not exactly a playground for slackers. Reacher could almost see it, the rigid drills, the precision demanded of crews handling the chaparral, a beast of a machine that required disassembling mid-mission just to fire. It was like choreographing a pit crew and a ballet troupe at the same time, all while an enemy jet closed in. Wiley had held his own, though. Maybe being lean and wiry actually helped, or maybe some old-school sergeant had pegged him for the role based on superstition, like lefties couldn't snipe or scrawny guys belonged behind cannons. Either way, Wiley had fit in, but 3 years later, he was still a private, stuck in a dead-end role as armored divisions faded into history. Had that stung? Reacher cut to the chase. Did the MPs question his old crew when he went AWOL? Negley nodded. Transcripts are on the way. Then came the real question. What was Wiley selling? Negley dodged it, shifting gears. How pissed is Sinclair? Less than she could have been, Reacher admitted. I blew the safe house. Negley frowned. Griezmann wouldn't screw us over. That's what I said. But Sinclair's point was sharper. The second Griezmann knew about it, the secret was toast. He's obligated to loop in German intel, and then it's a circus. Too many hands in the pot, too many eyes on the street. My fault, unless we bag Wiley first. Doesn't fix her problem. Win or lose, the Germans will always know. Negley shrugged. We'd have told them eventually. This mess is going global next year. We'll all be sharing intel like best pals. You just jumped the gun, Reacher exhaled. She's more hung up on the fingerprint, calls it a federal crime. Same deal, catch Wiley, and it's a footnote, or I screw Griezmann over, take his help and give him nothing. Negley raised an eyebrow. She asked you to do that? Nah. My idea, told him I'd run the print myself. That was it. Why those exact words? Your subconscious giving you an out, doesn't sit right with me. Prefer jail instead. He's a homicide detective with a fingerprint. What's my move here? What did you think you were doing, figured? If it came back negative, I'd tell him. Positive, maybe buy some time. Thought I could handle it head on. Keeps everyone happy, keeps me out of cuffs. And I like that law, controlling whether our people face foreign courts. But I messed up twice. Why? The money, Reacher said. 100 million? Can't shake the image. That kind of cash demands attention, but I let it consume me. It's all I see now. Clearly, what's that supposed to mean? Why wasn't Sinclair angrier at you? Maybe she secretly agrees. No, Negley said. She's into you. Are we in high school, basically? Fine, Reacher said. Trust me, Negley said. She was there, you were here, now she's here too. Not exactly complicated. Something's better than nothing, right? She's lonely, big, empty house in the suburbs. You know that? Educated guess. Doubt she likes me at all, Reacher said. You like her since when are you my mother? You should have listened to her more. Who? Your mom. French women know what they're doing. What are we even talking about? The room phone cut her off. Griezmann, Reacher put him on speaker. His team was in position, surveillance active. The apartment building had 6 units, split left and right of the stairwell across 3 floors. Residents included a Turkish diplomat, an Italian family, and 3 well-off German households. A backup car covered the service entrance, though locals rarely used it. The targets would blend in, not draw attention. Thanks, Reacher said. Good luck. How long do you need us? Griezmann asked. 2 days max. Any word on the fingerprint? Reacher hesitated. Not yet. Why the delay? Coming soon. I believe you, Griezmann said. Meanwhile, in McLean, Virginia, Waterman and Landry dug into Wiley's past, his service number, same as his social open doors, 4 felony arrests in 1980s, Sugar Land, Texas, all for selling stolen goods. None stuck. No convictions meant no prison time, but where there's smoke. Landry dug deeper. Each case collapsed, witnesses shaky, evidence thin, no proof of intimidation. Wiley was either lucky or slick after the last arrest. 5 clean years, then the Army. Tell Sinclair, Landry said. Confirmed he steals and sells. That's his playbook. Waterman shook his head. Reacher says there's nothing there worth $100 million? Has to be. Not something one guy can walk off with. Not that valuable. Not exactly user-friendly for cave dwellers, one remarked. Then, we're dealing with brains, the other countered. You think an enlisted man could handle this? Maybe he joined up out of patriotism? Or maybe a judge gave him the choice skip town and serve his country instead of facing another round with prosecutors. Wiley probably figured his luck wouldn't hold forever. Landry shook his head. His arrest record from 3 years ago is clean. Of course it is. Backroom deals happen all the time, just a quiet warning, no paperwork. This isn't the Wild West, it's the 90s. Maybe not in Sugar Land. Either way, the guy met with the Saudi once. Now he's doing it again. There's a reason. Negley left and Reacher stayed in his room, knowing Griezmann would call there first. Detectives played the courtesy game, trading favors. Sinclair would be second on the list, but the phone stayed silent. The fresh haircut left his neck itching, so he peeled off his new T-shirt, shook it out, then stripped down completely and stepped back into the shower. Door cracked, listening for the phone over the water. Still nothing. He dried off, dressed, and stared out the window before sinking into a green velvet chair. Then came the knock. Sinclair. Tall, elegant, pearls glinting against her dress, nylons whispering as she stepped inside. Figured this was the best place to wait, she said. Griezmann will call you first. Sharp, no doubt about it. I owe you an apology, Reacher admitted. Misjudged a couple things. Didn't mean any disrespect. Mind if I come in? Be my guest. She moved past him, leaving a trace of perfume in the air. Her eyes flicked to the silent phone before she took his chair. No offense taken, she said. We brought you in to get results. No regrets. But honestly, I'm more worried about you. Why me? You called it. We take the credit if things go right, but if they go south, you're left holding the bag. That's got a weigh on you like Bosnia can't have been easy. Actually, it was, Reacher said flatly. Technically double homicide. First guy ran some ragtag militia. Second was his right hand. They grabbed a local soccer star, handcuffed him to a radiator, smashed his legs with a sledgehammer, made sure his knees and ankles were pulp, left him there to think about it. Then they dragged in mattresses, then his wife and daughter, whole unit lined up outside. They raped them to death while he watched. He kept slamming his head against the radiator, trying to die. Didn't work. Wife lasted a day. The girl bled out in 6 hours. She was 8. He paused, took me 2 weeks to verify it, saw the mattresses. So yeah, pulling the trigger felt like taking out the trash. Not fun, but afterward, clean garage feels good. Sinclair exhaled. I'm sorry, for what? That things like that exist. Get used to it, Reacher said. World's only getting worse. She changed tack. Waterman sent word. Wiley's got 4 busts for fencing stolen goods. Nothing stuck. You know how that goes. Outstanding, Reacher muttered. Now he's Uncle Sam's problem, with half the military's gear flooding back to storage now that the front lines collapsed. Security sloppy. Old habits die hard. But what's he stealing, and who's buying? Sinclair stayed silent. The phone didn't ring. Another knock came this time, a bellboy. The bellhop was a young woman in a crisp uniform and a small cap, carrying a plain white envelope from the lobby. It was thick, about half an inch of paper inside and completely unmarked. When she handed it to Reacher, she explained, "A gentleman asked me to deliver this to you, sir." Reacher frowned. "Did you get his name?" She shook her head. He didn't say, just looked like an average guy. Nothing unusual. Probably one of Orozco's men, Reacher figured. Not Orozco, too recognizable. Maybe the sergeant who'd driven the car before, plausible deniability. He took the envelope with a nod of thanks, and the girl disappeared down the stairs. As he peeled back the flap, Sinclair moved closer, her perfume subtle but unmistakable. He thumbed through the pages inside, faded photocopies, barely legible. It was Wiley's file again, identical, except for the weak print quality. Horace Nunn Wiley disappearing into the grainy text. Sinclair frowned. "Who sent this?" "Orozco," Reacher said. "Nobody else knows I'm here. But why send a duplicate? Maybe he caught wind of your request through the Joint Chiefs. If there's sudden high-level interest in a private first class, he'd notice. You had yours sent to Hamburg. He might be giving me a heads up, not realizing I've already seen it." She shook her head. "The Joint Chiefs don't leak. Stuttgart might, or Personnel Command. Orozco's got connections everywhere. Guy's got charm to spare." He tossed the envelope onto the bed. Sinclair stayed close, the scent of her perfume mixing with the faint rustle of her dress. The silence stretched heavy and expectant. "Waiting makes me jumpy," she admitted. Reacher stayed quiet. "I can't just sit still," she pressed. He shrugged. "Nerves don't help. You got a haircut. Where I got the Wiley lead, barber had a photo. Looks good. Better be cost me $5. "That's nothing," she said. "You should see my place in D.C. Yours is probably more involved," he said, eyeing the careful waves of her hair. She held his gaze silent. "Mind if I?" he asked, raising a hand. She didn't answer, so he brushed his fingers lightly across her forehead, threading them through her hair. The strands were thick in places, soft in others, the waves shifting under his touch. He swept it back, tucking some behind her ear, letting the rest fall free. "Like that?" he asked. "Now the other side," she murmured. He mirrored the motion with his other hand, fingers sinking deep before gliding through. This time he left his palm resting against the warmth of her neck. Her own hand came up, pressing flat against his chest, hesitant at first, then roaming, exploring before sliding behind his neck where the fresh haircut itched. She pulled him down as he leaned in, their lips meeting tentatively, then with more certainty. Her mouth was cool, unhurried, her eyes still open. His fingers found the zipper at the back of her dress, a small metal tab, and eased it down past the curve of her spine. She broke the kiss just enough to murmur, "Is this smart?" "Feels smart enough so far," he said. "You sure? Best way to find out is to keep going. Theory's got nothing on experience." She smiled, then let the dress slip from her shoulders, pooling at her feet. Black lace, sheer hose, and those shoes still on. She reached up on her toes, fingers gripping the hem of his fresh cotton tee, tugging it over his head until it dropped to the floor behind him. His belt buckle clicked open under her quick hands as he towed off his sneakers. She mirrored the motion, kicking her own shoes aside before peeling away her sheer pantyhose to reveal delicate black lace beneath. His jeans pooled around his ankles, and he stepped free just as their lips met again, their bodies swaying together toward the mattress in an unsteady, shared rhythm. With a playful shove, she sent him sprawling onto the bed, right over Orozco's forgotten envelope, then straddled him with effortless grace. His fingers found the clasp of her bra, releasing it with practiced ease before she rolled onto her back, sliding out of her panties while he wrestled free of his own, twisting like a man caught between fire and ice. When she mounted him again, she moved with the confidence of a rider who knew every shift of the saddle, hips rolling, shoulders arched, face tilted toward the ceiling as if chasing some invisible current. He watched mesmerized as the pearls around her neck swung with each motion, catching the dim light. Sweat glistened in the hollow of her throat. Her arms stretched behind her, palms hovering just above the sheets like a tightrope walker balancing on pure instinct. Every rock of her body was deliberate, searching for that fleeting moment of perfection, seizing it, then chasing it all over again until neither could hold back. Afterward, they lay tangled in the quiet, her head resting against his shoulder as his fingertip traced lazy circles along her hip. "So," she murmured, breaking the silence, "answer the questions," he exhaled a laugh. "Yeah, it was a good idea, and yeah, I'm sure. No issues with authority. Thought I held my own. I shouldn't have done this. You're technically my subordinate, your loyal underling," he corrected, grinning. "Suppose so, and grateful for it." Her fingers brushed his wrist before she shifted the conversation. "Tell me about Negley," his hand stilled. "What about her? She's got the skills. Why isn't she an officer? Doesn't want to be? And she's crazy about you, but won't sleep with you. That's what friends are for. Is she okay?" "Haptophobia," he said. Fear of being touched, Army made her see a shrink. "Something happened to her assault. Says no claim she was born that way." "Shame," Sinclair murmured, curling closer. "Yeah," Reacher agreed before a sudden thought struck him. "Wait." He twisted, digging beneath her for the envelope, pulling it free. Taped to the front was a smaller one, Griezmann's with the fingerprint from the dead woman's car. Sinclair's lips thinned. "I don't believe in coincidence." Reacher flipped through the file, finding nothing but the taped envelope, no notes, no clues, just a silent message. "Sometimes we don't have a choice," he said. "Think about it. Traitors, Johns, killers, not a big overlap. Guy was celebrating, got sloppy, works in our favor, now it's just a homicide. Griezmann can go all in, federal resources, sketches to every cop in the city." Sinclair shook her head. "No, we can't admit we ran that print for him. It'll muddy everything." The priority was clear. They needed him for the 100 million. That took precedence over everything else. "Justice will come later," the woman insisted, "but right now he's ours, and we can't let the Germans get their hands on him." Reacher nodded. "Yes, ma'am." He slid the file back into its envelope, mentally calculating the distance, 5 blocks away in the woman's apartment. Wiley had been there while Reacher was having dinner with Negley in McLean, Virginia. Of all the places, of all the times. He stretched out on his side, rolling Sinclair onto her stomach, his hand resting high on the back of her thigh. "Already," she murmured. "I'm younger than you," he replied just as the phone rang. Griezmann's voice crackled through the speaker. No updates on the fingerprint, no sign of Wiley at the bar. The only movement at the safe house had been a mail carrier dropping off a package, still untouched in the lobby. Then there was the girl, early 20s, dark hair, olive skin, probably from one of the diplomatic families heading out for the night. Brightened the boy's day. Griezmann admitted otherwise. It's been dead quiet. Sinclair glanced at the clock. "Last time the meeting happened late afternoon, right about now?" Reacher's eyes narrowed. "Wait. The lamp in the window, it's different. We missed it. It's not the same messenger. It's a woman. We fell for it. The meet's happening right now." He barked orders at Griezmann, move all units, track the girl, but Sinclair hesitated. "You're guessing, would they even use a woman?" Reacher scoffed. "I've seen it before, trust me." After a tense pause, Sinclair relented. "Keep one car on the safe house, send the rest." Meanwhile, the messenger moved south, then west, skirting the Oz and Ulster Lake toward St. Pauli. Her destination, a club on the Reeperbahn. She had rehearsed this route in her mind 100 times, the reality now feeling oddly underwhelming. Wiley would pick a place meant to unsettle, somewhere loud, brash, full of temptation, alcohol, women, the works, but she was ready. She came from tougher places. This was nothing. Back on the line with Griezmann. Reacher pressed for updates. No sightings near the bar, no Wiley. "They're meeting somewhere else," he growled. "Move the cars." This time Sinclair didn't argue. She just nodded. Griezmann frowned and said, "Those men never spotted the girl." Reacher shook his head. "Doesn't change anything. They've got Wiley's sketch. Wherever he turns up, she won't be far behind." Meanwhile, the new messenger turned onto the neon-drenched Reaperbahn, instantly swallowed by the sensory overload she'd anticipated. Blinding lights, pounding bass, the electric hum of chaos. This wasn't some muted side street. It was a full frontal assault. She steadied herself and pressed forward, clutching the fractured details she'd been given. A club with a specific arrangement of letters in its name, a window display featuring a nude woman, and a German shepherd. The air would reek of spilled beer, she'd been warned, and there'd be sights she might regret. Distant police sirens warbled, and for a heartbeat she hesitated. So many signs bore similar endings, those recurring syllables like a chant. Then it clicked. Keller, underground, a cave. The club she sought pulsed with crimson light, wedged between two louder venues, its narrow door flanked by a fogged wimbun. The photo inside was sun-bleached, the image grotesquely matter-of-fact, a woman on her back, the dog looming over her, the messenger barely blinked. She'd seen worse in the mountains where survival stripped away shock. The bouncer, a mountain of muscle perched on a stool, waved her past without a fee. Women got in free, some twisted courtesy. Down the cramped stairs, the basement throbbed with blue light and the din of raucous men. On stage, a woman arched beneath a donkey suspended in a harness, the animal's clumsy movements synced to the crowd's jeers. Wiley sat alone, halfway back, nursing a half-empty stein of beer. Men leered as she wove through the tables, her black pants and half-unbuttoned shirt drawing glances. The donkey's abrupt exit triggered a round of applause. The woman bowed like a performer taking her curtain call. Back at the hotel, Reacher's phone shattered the silence after Sinclair's rang next door. Bishop's voice crackled through the speaker, tense, urgent. The Iranian just flagged the lamp signal. The messenger's a woman, and she's gone mobile. Sinclair cut in. "We're on it." Reacher snorted. "No, we're not. 12 patrol cars combing a city this size? It's a lottery. Call them back. Ambush her at the safe house fast before she slips inside. She might crack under pressure. Wiley's predictable. He lingered last time. Klopp clocked him at 30 minutes. The unspoken truth hung heavy. Time wasn't on their side, Sinclair muttered. Maybe he assumes it's some kind of security protocol? She's not going to give us anything, someone countered. We'll just ask politely, Reacher suggested, though his tone hinted at skepticism. That approach risks exposing our Iranian contact, another voice pointed out. Can you extract him? Sinclair pressed. Tonight? Immediately? You must have a contingency plan. I'd need clearance from Ratcliffe at the NSC first. Sinclair exhaled sharply. No kidding, we all would. Reacher cut in. We need an answer now. Sinclair shook her head. We won't get one in under half an hour. But we still have eyes on the house. We'll know when she's back for the night. That buys us time. That's only half the solution, Reacher argued. We still lose Wiley. Not permanently. They'll schedule another meet. This is a negotiation. She might slip up and give us the next location. Better to move now while she's off guard. She thinks her part's over. The adrenaline's worn off. Tomorrow she'll be sharper, more defiant. Bishop grabbed his phone. I'll call Ratcliffe, he said before the line went dead, the static crackling faintly. Meanwhile, the new courier wove through the crowd, brushing off unwanted touches, one man's hand on her leg, another's on her backside. She ignored them, eyes locked on Wiley up ahead, watching her with an amused smirk. Maybe he thought she worked here. She'd been briefed on Western customs, but this place was something else. She leaned in close, her practiced English crisp over the noise. Greetings from your Eastern friends. Sugarland Regional Airport sits 82 feet above sea level. Wiley grinned. Well, ain't this a fine how do you do? She hesitated. Is that good? They sent a woman? Yes, sir. And you speak English? Yes, sir. His expression shifted. Why a woman? Is this a rejection? No, sir. The message is clear. We accept your terms. Say it again. We accept your price, all of it. Sir, my instructions are limited to confirming the agreement. Wiley shut his eyes, savoring the moment. Bigger than Delaware, visible from orbit. His Swiss contacts would be thrilled he'd doubled their expectations, a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. Stocks, advisors, the whole package. He opened his eyes. When? Per your prior arrangement, your friends expect you to honor it. No problem, Wiley said, as agreed. That's the response I'll deliver. Tell them it's been a pleasure and thank them for the bonus gift. Classy touch. She frowned. Sir, I brought nothing. You're the gift? Wiley said, chuckling. Why else send a woman with good news? You're the cherry on top, like a free bottle of champagne with a new car. I don't follow. You like this place? On stage, a performer lay under a plastic sheet as men took turns urinating on her. The courier kept her voice steady. It seems lively. We could get a hotel room. She'd been prepared for this. Sir, this is strictly business. Nothing happens until I return safely. Fine, Wiley said. But give me something small, a token, one more button. She weighed the request. A minor sacrifice. The room was dark, everyone distracted. She undid the third button, parting the fabric just enough. Wiley smirked. Knew you'd cave. She turned, weaving through groping hands up the stairs past the bored bouncer and onto the street. 20 paces later, she hailed a cab and slipped inside, exhaling for the first time in hours. She slid into the back of the cab and spoke in flawless German. International departures, please. Her tone was smooth, rehearsed to perfection. Meanwhile, across town in an upscale private club, two men sat hunched over a dimly lit table. The place had an old money vibe, dark oak paneling, crisp linen tablecloths, and more wine bottles than beer steins. The menu featured lamb chops, a far cry from pub grub. One of them, Dremeler, was a Brazilian shoe importer with a ruddy complexion and salt and pepper hair, dressed in a sharp suit with exaggerated lapels. Across from him sat Muller, a heavy-set cop in his mid-40s, his face flushed from one too many drinks. His off-the-rack suit wasn't designer, but it wasn't bargain bin either. Dremeler leaned in, lowering his voice. One of our guys, Helmut Klopp, spotted an Arab talking to an American and flagged it. Next thing you know, two U.S. spooks show up, breathing down Griezmann's neck like he's their errand boy. Muller snorted. Let me guess. Nothing came of it? Wrong. They grilled Klopp for hours, flipped through a stack of photos, then had a sketch artist work up a composite. That's not standard procedure for a casual chat, something big's brewing. Muller swirled his wine. And you want me to snoop through Griezmann's notes? Think bigger, Dremeler said, eyes gleaming. This could be our payday money, intel, whatever's changing hands, we take a cut. Or all of it. Why let them play while we watch? Muller exhaled. You're talking hijacking an op. Call it strategic intervention. A waiter cleared their plates, and Dremeler dropped his final card. 4 of our guys got jumped outside a bar, badly. The attacker, a giant American with a pro-occupation stance and a brunette. Klopp ID'd them as the same spooks. Names, Reacher and Negley. Muller's jaw tightened. You want their location? Griezmann knows. Find it. By 10 p.m. Hamburg time, Ratcliffe greenlit Plan B. By 11, Reacher had already written it off. The messenger was gone, vanished into thin air. Griezmann laid out the grim possibilities. A last-minute flight to Berlin, a train to Paris, a safe house buried in the city's maze. Sinclair's hotel room was tense. Freshly showered, dressed, and nowhere to go. They briefed Negley on the botched leads and dead ends. The conversation spiraled into strategy, then collided with legal reality. Wiley's got Sixth Amendment rights, Sinclair pointed out. A speedy trial for the homicide, except we'd bury him in red tape for the rest. Reacher cracked his knuckles. Then we make sure he never sees a courtroom. The team couldn't risk letting German authorities take custody first. Once they had him, getting him back would be next to impossible. Negley suggested preemptive negotiations, but Sinclair shut that down fast. We can't let another country dictate how we handle our own security, she said. The pressure was mounting, the stakes clear. Every wasted minute meant losing ground. Reacher weighed in with his usual blunt assessment. It's a coin toss, searching the city face by face, pointless. Even at 1,000 people a day, it'd take years, but records could crack this wide open. Wiley's only been here 4 months, that's our starting point. He rented a place, killed that woman in her apartment, not some hotel. That means a lease, utilities, maybe a phone under a new German alias. Problem is, we don't have access to any of that. That's where Griezmann comes in. Sinclair pressed for a straight answer. Reacher shrugged. I'm biased. I owe him. Owe him for what? He didn't deliver Wiley or the messenger. He tried. The conversation shifted to Bishop, the CIA veteran from the consulate. Reacher dismissed him with a dry, not bad for an old-timer, but Sinclair had dug deeper. Their older German-speaking operatives were trained in a different era, East Germany, not the polished West. They kept extensive files, some unofficial for leverage and intel. Then she dropped the bomb. Griezmann had been the dead woman's client a year back. 4 visits deep, even blew his kid's college fund on her. His sudden zeal for justice more like damage control. Reacher let that sink in before cutting to the chase. So, yes or no? Wiley's still walking on the homicide charge, can't execute him twice a beat. Then Reacher's grin was sharp. Griezmann screwed up, not just the affair, what you'll realize in about 5 seconds, and only because you're nicer than me. Sinclair caught on fast. Oh, exactly. Forget trading favors. We've got blackmail material now. Sinclair hesitated. I'd rather not go there yet. Wiley's AWOL in my city. That's leverage enough. How much time would Griezmann really save us? He's a last resort. I was trained the old way, too. We don't need databases. We need to understand Wiley from the inside. Meanwhile, Negley had pulled the original AWOL files. She and Reacher left Sinclair to review them. The timeline was simple. Wiley vanished during a routine 96-hour pass. No hints, no goodbyes. Frankfurt was the likely destination. Plenty of distractions for a soldier on leave. Did he frequent hookers? No more than anyone else, his unit claimed. Background details painted a picture. A Texan proud of his roots, prone to bragging about cattle one minute, clamming up the next, a man with regrets buried under the swagger. New detail added. Reacher's observation about Griezmann's oversight, sharpening the blackmail angle. Tone shift. From tactical discussion to darker, more cynical maneuvering. Sometimes he barely spoke at all. On one occasion, he mentioned enlisting after hearing his uncle's tales about Davy Crockett's adventures. Beer was his drink of choice, never touched the hard stuff, and cigarettes weren't his thing. No wife, no girlfriend, no mentions of anyone waiting for him. Strangely enough, he seemed perfectly content where he was, almost like he'd handpicked his assignment. That's odd, Negley remarked. Most deserters aren't thrilled with their situation. That's usually why they bolt. Reacher shrugged. And who dreams of ending up in a forgotten chaparral unit? The guy's still a private, always will be. He had to know that. Was Crockett even in the Army? Not this one. Lawrence County Militia, Tennessee. Then the Alamo Heroic, sure, but getting slaughtered while hopelessly outnumbered isn't exactly the recruiting pitch we're going for. Negley tapped her fingers on the table. We should track down the uncle. Maybe they're tight. You think Wiley's mailing him vacation updates? Could have slipped him details. He's the type to spill secrets and regret it later. Might explain the hooker bragging in the moment, then panicking. Reacher nodded. Fine, find the uncle, and pull his old COs from Basic and Fort Sill. If he's specifically angled for Germany, that changes everything. Makes this feel deliberate, not just luck. 3 years is a long con for $100 million. Worth it? Since when do we have anything worth that? Make the calls, Reacher said, heading for the door. Where you off to? Taking a walk. Negley smirked. Noticed Sinclair seemed lighter tonight. Did she? Definitely glowing. Maybe she meditates or found better company. Reacher didn't answer. Muller slipped into the precinct, his own workplace, though traffic division didn't grant him easy access to Griezmann's floor. Nights were quiet, though, desks empty, secretaries gone. The higher-ups were all about paperwork, their inboxes overflowing until morning. Muller wasn't reckless, but loyalty had its demands. He struck a deal with himself, skim the files, but leave the desk untouched, a fair middle ground. He scooped up the stack and carried it downstairs, heart-pounding, justifying it as necessity. Information was power, but so was keeping a man in position. Negley's call to Landry in Virginia was blunt. Wiley's uncles, any of them close, influential? None. Parents were only children. Great uncles? I'll dig. And the parents' marriage? Father vanished early. Mother raised him alone. No siblings. Any uncles after, boyfriends she called family? Could have been a parade of them. Not exactly database material. Check anyway. If the great uncles are dead ends. Landry sighed. That means tracking her down, face to face, could take forever, or just days. Negley clenched her jaw as the call ended. The target was still somewhere in the city, slipping through their fingers. She pulled up the AWOL file, scanning for the soldier who'd mentioned an uncle. Frankfurt MPs would handle the rest. Next, she dug into Wiley's service records, tracing his early evaluations. Fort Benning first, then Fort Sill. A quick call to a contact in Personnel Command revealed the Benning officer had transferred to Bragg, while the Sill evaluator was still stationed in Oklahoma. She jotted down the numbers and got to work. Mueller sifted through the mountain of paperwork Griezmann had dumped on him, most of it bureaucratic fluff, the usual CYA nonsense. No one wanted responsibility, just paper trails to shift blame. Then he hit gold, 5 stapled pages on Helmut Klopp, interrogation notes, photos, translator issues, no clear intel from the bar, just vague mentions of Reacher and Negley, no addresses, no leads, but they had to be staying somewhere. Consulate? Hotel? The report didn't say. He kept digging, door shut, lamp dim. No one would barge in this late. Then he found it, a surveillance report from earlier that night, useless, except for one detail. Griezmann had called Reacher's Hotel. No name, just a switchboard number. Mueller fired up his computer, ran a reverse lookup, and smirked. A boutique hotel in a decent but not great part of town. He knew the place. Fussy manager complaints about parking ruining their image. They even had a doorman in a top hat. Mueller had been there twice, powerless to fix the parking mess without a legal nightmare. He grabbed his phone and dialed Dremeler at home. Reacher moved past the doorman. Midnight air crisp against his skin. Streetlights cast long shadows. Storefronts glowed softly. Blue TV flickers leaked through apartment windows. He walked a lazy figure 8, scanning for tails. Old habits kept him alive this long. The bar where Klopp had spotted Wiley came into view. Same wooden facade, same tacky varnished shine. Lace curtains, paper flags, warm light spilling out. He crossed the street, pushed inside, and was hit by the thick haze of smoke and the roar of voices. The place was alive, and he had work to do. The bar was still crowded, despite the late hour, with about 60 patrons clustered in small, closed-off groups. Most were men, business types and office workers, some clearly successful, others just holding their own. The place was packed tight, with people squeezed between tables and leaning against the upholstered benches lining the windows. Reacher moved through the crowd like a battering ram wrapped in velvet, his sheer size making people step aside without hesitation. He scanned the room but knew Wiley wouldn't be here. Luck had its limits. At the bar, one of the 2 apron-clad bartenders caught his eye. Reacher ordered black coffee, paid without small talk, and took his cup to a half-empty table where 3 men were deep in conversation. Their annoyed glances and sudden silence told him he wasn't welcome, but he ignored them. One muttered archlock under his breath, and Reacher smirked but kept drinking. When he finished, he headed for the payphone on the far wall. Orozco answered on the first ring. "We in trouble?" "Nope," Reacher said. "Not if I nail this guy? You were close last time. Got outplayed. Didn't see the woman coming. Lesson learned." Orozco sighed. "Billy Bob and Jimmy Lee won't talk. They're scared. This isn't some small-time operation. It's organized, but not the usual suspects. Think old-school Germans with a grudge. They've got rules, chapters, the whole deal. Those 2 are more afraid of them than me," Reacher exhaled. "And this bar's their hangout? Unofficial headquarters, far-right types. All talk for now, but that won't last. Tell Billy Bob and Jimmy Lee I don't care about their supplier." One question, did they really pick their own names, or was it handed to them? Orozco agreed, then asked, "Anything else?" "Not yet." "You sure we're not in trouble?" "Relax. We're solid, if you get the guy." Reacher grinned. How hard could it be? Hanging up, he turned to find half the bar staring. Word had spread. Two groups had formed, one near the front door, another by the back, both watching, waiting. If things got ugly, it'd be outside. Not that he was worried. These guys were soft, middle-aged, out of shape, more suited to boardrooms than brawls. The younger ones might try something, but they still had that office worker's stiffness. Reacher straightened, rolled his shoulders, and walked toward the exit like he owned the place. The crowd parted. The six men blocking the door tensed but didn't move. He met their eyes, unimpressed desk jockeys playing tough. This wouldn't take long. The men's suits gleamed under the dim streetlights, worn shiny at the elbows and seats. Reacher could read their stance, relaxed but ready. They'd let him walk past, then pivot sharply to tail him across the wet cobblestones. "You speak English?" he asked. The first one nodded. "Yes." "Ever wonder why that is? You know my language, but I don't know yours." The man blinked. "What?" "Forget it. What are your orders?" "Orders? If I wanted a parrot, I'd buy one. Someone gave you instructions. Spit it out." "No." "Then I'll have to assume the worst. Maybe you're just out for a stroll, or maybe you're looking for trouble. Either way, I'm not taking chances. Current NATO guidelines say overwhelming force is the smart play. Hospitals aren't fun, even when the government foots the bill. So do yourself a favor, stay put. You're scared of us. Not even close. I'm being generous. If your boss has a problem, send him alone. We'll take a walk, have a chat. Everyone walks away happy." Silence. Reacher shouldered between them, shoved the door open, and stepped into the misty night. He moved fast, stopping at the curb to glance back. No one followed. He waited a full minute, collar turned up against the damp air, before turning toward his hotel. The top-hatted doorman was gone, replaced by the night shift. Reacher slowed, scanning the street across the way, barely visible in the glow of a neon pharmacy sign. A man lurked in a doorway, dark parka, small Bavarian-style hat, probably with a feather tucked in the band. His gaze was fixed on the hotel. White, stocky, maybe 6 feet tall and 210 pounds, hard to pin an age on him. Could be diplomatic security, courtesy of the German government. Maybe they'd caught wind of Sinclair's presence. Or maybe Bishop had sent a consulate lackey, some third-string cultural attaché with brass knuckles in his pocket, trained back in the old days. Reacher kept walking, keeping the man in his periphery. Then headlights flared, a Mercedes speeding toward him, tires rattling over the cobbles. It screeched to a halt beside him. Griezmann leaned across the passenger seat, window down. "Get in! I've been calling, thought you'd turned your phone off." Reacher didn't move. "Why?" "We spotted Wiley." Reacher glanced back. The man in the doorway had vanished. Griezmann revved the engine impatiently. "Get in!" Reacher slid inside and the car lurched forward, the seat groaning under Griezmann's sudden acceleration. One of the cops from the bar earlier, pulled in on overtime, had been cruising near St. Pauli when he swore he saw Wiley, carrying a bottle-shaped bag from an all-night shop heading south toward the docks. When, Reacher asked, 20 minutes ago? How sure is he? Griezmann's grip tightened on the wheel. "I trust him." Griezmann was a solid officer, no doubt about it. The streets were nearly empty, still wet from earlier rain, and most of the cars they passed had folks inside who looked like they'd had one too many at the bars. That slowed them down a little, but even with the cautious pace, they reached their destination in under 10 minutes. The car rolled to a stop between towering buildings, just shy of an intersection. Griezmann pointed ahead. Wiley had been spotted crossing the street from right to left about half an hour earlier. Beyond that direction stretched a massive new apartment complex, built on reclaimed land after the old docks shifted further downriver. The place was enormous, packed with thousands of units. "These are rentals, right?" Reacher asked. Griezmann raised an eyebrow. "You think he lives there? Had a bottle of wine with him? Could be heading to a party, but at this hour, more likely taking it home." Reacher glanced the opposite way, then nodded to himself. I've got a hunch what he bought. Let's track down the store. The shop was bright and neatly organized. Shelves stocked with everything from high-end vintages to budget-friendly options for folks who weren't living in luxury condos. The clerk, a friendly older man, recognized Wiley's sketch immediately, said the guy had been in about 40 minutes prior and bought a bottle of chilled champagne. Celebrating something, Reacher mused. Griezmann asked about payment, and the clerk confirmed cash. Reacher's eyes flicked to a security camera mounted above the register. The old man confirmed it was recording to a VHS in the back. Griezmann knew his way around the system, and soon enough, they had a grainy black and white playback. The angle captured both customers and the register, smart setup, covering theft from both sides. Rewinding 40 minutes, Wiley appeared right on schedule. No mistaking him, the sharp cheekbones, deep-set eyes, that confident stride. He moved like a guy who knew what he was doing, lean but strong, not some kid bouncing around. Same age as Reacher, mid-30s, but with the kind of presence that said he'd seen things. Wiley grabbed a bottle of Dom Perignon. Not exactly bargain hunting. Griezmann muttered, paid in crumpled bills, and was out in under a minute. They watched it twice. Then Reacher said, "Now show me where he went." Back in the car, Griezmann drove south, tracing what must have been Wiley's path, past old brick warehouses until they hit a sleek new traffic circle feeding into the development. The engine idled, wipers dragging lazily. Reacher scanned the sea of windows, mostly dark, a few lit. "These places pricey?" he asked. Griezmann shrugged. "Everything in Hamburg is. Then how's Wiley affording it?" "He's not, at least not under that name. We already checked. Could be using a German alias. That'd change things. Maybe one he picked himself." Griezmann shot him a look. "Got a problem with him?" Reacher's voice hardened. "He's a traitor." The glass was his now, just like everything else. "Do you love your country, Major Reacher?" the man asked, emphasizing the rank with deliberate precision. "Let's call it a cautious admiration," Reacher replied. "Blind loyalty isn't patriotism, it's just denial. Real love means seeing the flaws and sticking around anyway." Griezmann exhaled slowly. "I suppose I should apologize for my country's current state. 50 years isn't long enough to know if we've truly rebuilt or just covered the cracks. The Eastern influence hasn't helped politically or otherwise." Reacher's gaze sharpened. "You love yours?" Griezmann hesitated. "We're still figuring it out, but places like that bar Helmut Klopp called from, that's new. We can't arrest people for what they might do, only what they've done." Reacher leaned forward. "Someone was watching my hotel, left when you arrived." "Not my team," Griezmann said. "Federal. No reason for them to care. Dr. Sinclair's visit is off the books, registered under a fake name." Silence stretched before Griezmann finally asked, "The fingerprint?" Reacher's voice flattened. "Case closed, permanently. You're keeping secrets after I helped you? She was high-end. Her client list would have been explosive, but I won't share that either." Griezmann stiffened. "The CIA had me on their radar." Reacher shrugged. "Old regime leftovers, but blackmail's not my style. Your choice whether to keep helping, no strings." The detective's shoulders slumped. "I'm not the man you thought I was." "Doesn't matter to me," Reacher said. "I don't even know why I did it. Not my job to analyze you. Then why'd I do it?" Griezmann smirked. "Was she pretty? Stunning. There's your answer. You think it's that simple? I'm an MP. Simple's all we get." Griezmann exhaled. "I'll help. What do you need?" "Tell your night guy to camp here. Wiley might circle back. Arrest him for existing suspiciously, hold him till I arrive. He's got options, bike trails, footbridges, a direct route to the bus stop. Or he's thirsty for more champagne." Griezmann hesitated. "The man you're protecting, will he pay?" Reacher's jaw tightened in full. "Good. You liked her too, didn't you?" Griezmann reached for his keys. "Let's get you back to your hotel." Wiley let the champagne chill another half hour before peeling off the foil. The cork came free with a soft pop, tumbling to the floor. He poured a glass, the condensation slick under his fingers, and carried it to the map of Argentina spread across his table. The borders of his future ranch gleamed under the lamplight, worn smooth by his restless tracing. His ranch, almost. Once the money finished its dance through Zurich, he refilled his glass, raising it in a silent toast to no one. Horace Wiley, the boy from Sugarland, Texas, soon to be king of his own empire. The girl they'd sent had been perfect, polite, obedient, that nervous flick of her fingers undoing the third button. Argentina would have more like her, dark-eyed, soft-spoken, with nowhere else to go. He took a slow sip, savoring the bubbles. The world was his. Reacher pressed his ear against Sinclair's door and caught the murmur of conversation inside. He rapped his knuckles against the wood, and her voice called out for him to enter. The room held Negley and Bishop, the consulate station chief, with Sinclair perched on the edge of the bed while the other two occupied the plush green armchairs. Negley's lap was strewn with scribbled notes. "Making headway?" Reacher asked. "Any luck on your end?" Sinclair countered. "I've got a lead," he said. "Our guy might be holed up in a high-rise near the docks. One of Griezmann's men spotted him buying champagne, probably celebrating." Bishop leaned forward. "So the deal's done, money's changed hands, and the clock's ticking." Reacher nodded. "The complex is massive, no records under Wiley's name, but he's likely inside. We need to seal it off." "Griezmann's got an unmarked car staking out the main exit," Sinclair said. "That's all he can spare. His budget's already stretched thin." Negley flipped through her notes. Turns out Wiley's uncle might be a dead end. The witness who mentioned him is being hauled in for more questions. Landry's digging into possible great-uncles, and the mother's old boyfriends could take a while. Reacher crossed his arms. "I talked to his old COs. The one from Benning drew a blank, but the guy from Sill remembered him, said Wiley was obsessed with getting stationed in Germany. Every move he made was calculated to get him there. His CO remembered that after 3 years." Bishop frowned. "Because Wiley wouldn't let it go," Reacher said. "The CO warned him it was a career dead end, but Wiley didn't care. He wanted Germany no matter what." Sinclair exhaled sharply. "So this was planned. The question is, why?" Reacher's gaze darkened. "There was a guy watching the hotel earlier, took off the second Griezmann rolled up." "Not one of mine," Bishop said flatly. "Muller's call jolted Dremeler awake in the dead of night, or early morning, depending on how you looked at it." Rubbing his eyes, Dremeler steadied his voice as Muller spilled updates. Reacher made it back to the hotel just after midnight, but Griezmann scooped him up before he could step inside. "I bolted before Griezmann could ID me. What did Griezmann want?" One of my guys caught chatter on the radio. "They've got a sketch of Wiley circulating. Some barfly in St. Pauli spotted him. Griezmann's team is on high alert." Dremeler's mind raced. "Anything else?" "My patrol just stumbled on an unmarked car near the waterfront apartments. Griezmann's detective was posted up watching for Wiley. They swapped some cop talk. Orders came through flagged red. Terrorism. Used to mean organized crime, but now who knows? There's confusion in the ranks. But earlier they were staking out another apartment near Reacher's hotel, some Saudi who never showed. City records list 3 Saudis and an Iranian in that building. Young guy smells like a Middle East play. Any paper trail on Wiley?" "Nothing. But Klopp swears he's seen him at that bar more than once. Maybe the bartender knows him." Dremeler's voice turned sharp. "Get me that police sketch." After Negley and Bishop left, Reacher sank into an armchair while Sinclair stayed on the bed. "Waterman and White Land tomorrow," she said, "along with Landry and Vanderbilt. I'm moving the whole operation here. The consulate's our base now." Reacher smirked. "Guess we're all in. Mind sharing what's on your mind?" Sinclair asked. "At this exact moment," Reacher replied. "Sure, work stuff or personal, you can juggle both, usually." "Fine, work first." Wiley's hair, Sinclair raised an eyebrow. "What about it?" "He left it long, didn't trim it, didn't buzz it off. That's a choice. Maybe he didn't want a barber recognizing him. He could have shaved it himself. The guy keeps the sides clean. He's meticulous. But he let the top grow. Why? Ego? Exactly. There's a showman in him. Loves Davy Crockett. Probably dreams of rocking a buckskin jacket like some frontier legend. Watch the way he moves. Small guy, but he struts like he owns the room. And that champagne, top shelf, this guy doesn't do subtle, he goes big, which paired with $100 million spells trouble, feels like he's building toward something massive. Sinclair was silent for a beat, then softer and personal life. Reacher grinned. You walked right into that one? Which one? Same answer. Something huge is coming. She smirked. I'm banking on it. At dawn, Reacher slipped back to his room, showered, and threw on fresh clothes. He took the stairs down to breakfast alone. The McLean crew, Waterman, White, Landry, and Vanderbilt, were already there, bleary-eyed from their red-eye flight. Negley sat with them sharp as ever. Landry had tracked Wiley's great-uncles, but the trail was cold. Most were dead. None had been around during the kids' upbringing. No letters, no visits. Two had done hard time, hardly role models. Waterman had better news. Wiley's mother had been located in New Orleans, scraping by on welfare. She'd agreed to talk about her past relationships. The local field office was sending agents. Answers might come by evening, accounting for time zones. White, the CIA liaison, looked worse for wear. His hair was shaggier, his frame gaunt. He fidgeted, hands twisting, eyes darting. Reacher frowned. Problem? They need to extract the Iranian now. We missed the messenger. She's clean. Ratcliffe's thinking too small. If things go south in Hamburg, they'll tear the city apart. They'll connect the dots. 2 couriers, 1 safe house. The Iranian won't last 5 minutes. Take it up with Bishop. Bishop runs the kid, but he can't yank him without imminent threat clearance. Which you're saying we have. The second Wiley's deal collapses, which, let's face it, is any minute now they'll come hunting. You really want to wait? Reacher held his gaze. Talk to Bishop. Sinclair swept in, then polished in a black dress and pearls, her hair still damp. The men shuffled to make space. Ratcliffe's update, she said. We're past negotiations, deliveries next. We need the what, where, and when. Negley leaned in. The messenger could already be home. If she flew direct, they'll send someone to Switzerland with account details. No phones. Transaction could wrap in hours. Might go down tomorrow. Vanderbilt scoffed. Or next year. Do they even have the cash ready? Waterman shook his head. Wiley's been running 4 months. He's stressed, exposed. He'll want this done fast. My bet? Next 72 hours, the funds are undoubtedly secured and waiting. Likely sitting in the same financial institution, just different entries in the digital ledger. Got it, Sinclair replied. So we're dealing with the what, the where, and the when. Reacher shook his head. The location hinges on the nature of the exchange. If it's intel or sensitive documents, they might finalize the deal right in the banker's office. But if it's something substantial, say, a physical asset, it's probably stashed somewhere in Germany, meaning they'll need to dispatch a team to retrieve it. Waterman crossed his arms. We should stake out the bank. Problem is, we don't know which one. There are hundreds. Then we monitor the airports, Reacher suggested here, and Zurich. Landry tapped the table. The simplest solution? Figure out what he's selling, Negley scoffed. No kidding, it's gotta be valuable. But what? Landry pressed. He can't retrieve it now, he'd be arrested on sight. That means it was acquired over 4 months ago, yet nothing's been reported missing. White leaned forward. We need to pull the Iranian in. Sinclair held up a hand. Not yet. Then when, after we talked to Bishop, he set up an office for us at the consulate. Meet in the lobby in 10. Muller took the fire stairs up to Griezmann's floor, arriving just before 8. The place was empty. The secretary's desk untouched. The in-tray exactly as he'd left it. No sign of the sketch. The Americans had likely taken copies, and Griezmann himself might have stashed the original somewhere secure, maybe a locked drawer. Behind the secretary's ergonomic chair stood a row of unlabeled cabinets. Muller slipped behind the desk, crouching to inspect them. No luck. He glanced into Griezmann's office, same setup, but with framed photos of a woman and 2 kids, plus a trophy that definitely wasn't for athletics. 20 drawers inside, 4 outside, not great odds. Muller weighed the risks, losing his job versus staying useful long term. He decided on a compromise. Search the outer office, leave the inner sanctum alone. He ducked back behind the desk, starting left to right. A sketch would stand out, thick paper, maybe in a plastic sleeve. Then a voice cut through the silence. "Hello?" Mueller straightened up. Griezmann's secretary stood there, purse in hand, coat already on the hook. "Can I help you, Deputy Chief Mueller?" she asked, tilting her head. Mueller hesitated. "A sketch?" he finally said. "Of what?" He took a breath. "There was a hit and run last night. My division's handling it. The victim's friend gave a solid description. Unusual face, distinctive hair." She frowned. "And how does that involve us? One of my officers ran into one of Griezmann's guys earlier, thought it was a parking ticket, turned out to be surveillance. Your officer had a sketch in his car." The witness described an American named Wiley, and later the officer recalled that the face matched the description given by the cyclist's companion. Griezmann's secretary nodded in understanding. "So I need to verify this sketch with our witness," Mueller explained. "Of course," she replied. "I can make you a copy." Mueller hesitated. "If it's not too much trouble?" "Not at all." She disappeared into the inner office, and Mueller heard the slide of a drawer. When she returned, she carried a thick sheet of paper encased in a plastic sleeve. The Xerox machine hummed to life, clicking and emitting the sharp scent of warm toner. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and two secretaries stepped out, clutching purses and coats, exchanging polite morning greetings as they hurried past. Griezmann's secretary lifted the copier lid, positioned the sketch face down, and pressed the button. The machine whirred, spitting out a duplicate. The elevator chimed again. This time, a suited man emerged, nodding briefly at Mueller before striding away. The secretary handed over the copy, a colored Pengel rendering of a gaunt man with a heavy brow, sharp cheekbones, sunken eyes, and long straw-colored hair. "Thanks," Mueller muttered before heading down the hallway, taking the fire stairs to his own floor. Inside his office, he immediately fabricated a log entry about an injured cyclist and a hit-and-run driver, just in case Griezmann decided to dig deeper. Meanwhile, Reacher and Negley made their way to the lobby. "We need Wiley's movement orders," Negley said. "Every single one. That's the key. He was active for nearly 2 years before going AWOL 4 months ago. Somewhere in that window he saw or found what he was after, then stole it. We need to track his every move day by day, because at least once he was right next to it, maybe even touching it. At least the day he took it," Reacher agreed. "More likely, too," Negley countered, "first to spot it, then to plan, then to return and grab it. Except he didn't just stumble across it. He came to Germany for it. He knew it was here. Either way, there was contact. And I want to know how he's funding himself. Army privates don't have savings. Check if his movements line up with any unsolved thefts. He got his startup cash somehow." Just then, the front desk clerk answered a ringing phone, pressed it to her chest, and called out, "Major Reacher, it's for you." It was Orozco, his voice echoing as if from a basement. "Are we in trouble?" "Not yet," Reacher said. "Busy saving the world until we fail. Then it won't matter anyway." Orozco exhaled. "Just talked to Billy Bob and Jimmy Lee. They confirmed they could pick any German name for the fake IDs, something that wouldn't raise eyebrows if checked, whatever sounded good to them." "Got it," Reacher said. "Gotta go." As he hung up, his back against the counter, he caught movement through the lobby's glass door, a man loitering in a doorway across the street. Reacher locked eyes with Negley and gestured. She shifted slightly, following his line of sight. "I see him," she said. The tension was impossible to ignore. "Fresh air sounds good," Negley suggested, stepping outside first with Reacher close behind. The man lurking in the doorway flinched in surprise before putting on an exaggerated performance, stretching lazily, yawning wide, then ambling down the opposite sidewalk like he had nowhere to be. Negley shot Reacher a glance. "Feel like seeing where this guy's headed?" They trailed him at a distance, separated by 2 lanes of morning traffic. The stranger wore a heavy wool coat, bareheaded with a stocky frame, bigger than Negley but smaller than Reacher. He took a right at the intersection, forcing them to wait for the light before closing the gap again. Another right turn led him into a narrow alley wedged between buildings. Classic ambush setup, Negley muttered. Probably opens into a dead-end courtyard. No wonder he was so obvious. His only job was to lure you here. Me? Reacher raised an eyebrow. Not Griezmann's guy, not Bishop's. So who's left? Orozco already warned us this town's crawling with organized crime. Helmut Klopp's probably a founding member. They know our faces, our names. Last time we were here, you made 4 of their guys whimper. Now they want a rematch. You think they're still holding a grudge, wouldn't you? Reacher eyed the alley. How many guys you figure they've got waiting? Negley shrugged. 6, minimum, 7, counting their tour guide here, unless he's just heading home to some sad little apartment with no windows, the kind of place you end up when you've got nothing better to do than stake out hotels at dawn. Or, Reacher said, it's exactly what it looks like, but we need them sweating. If we want Wiley's new identity, we have to push until they crack. Give me 2 minutes. If I'm not back, come in swinging. Without waiting for a reply, Reacher turned into the alley. The walls pressed in tight, barely 3 feet apart, his footsteps echoing like gunshots. Up ahead, pale morning light outlined the courtyard entrance. No movement. They'd be pressed flat against the walls, waiting. 3 paces from the exit, Reacher lunged forward, bursting into the open and spinning to face them. 8 men, 4 familiar faces from the bar fight, still bruised, plus 3 new bruisers, likely promoted for their experience. 1 held nothing, 1 gripped a baseball bat, and the 3rd brandished a jagged, broken bottle. Reacher's eyes locked onto the bottle first. That one would drop fast. The bat could weigh too clumsy in close quarters. The original 4 would hesitate, and the decoy. He'd just watched 3 against 1 to start. Manageable. Then the bat guy made his move. It was a foolish move, but not surprising. The bat was their most intimidating weapon. It made a statement. Yet in a chase, it became dead weight. Even the greatest baseball legends couldn't land a solid swing while sprinting full tilt. Not Babe Ruth, not DiMaggio, not even Ted Williams in his prime. A wasted effort, sure, but at least it showed some semblance of strategy. The plan was obvious. The bat would knock Reacher off balance, and then the guy with the broken bottle would move in, jabbing and twisting like a street fighter. That meant Bottle Guy was already on the move just a step behind, hungry for his shot at glory. But momentum cuts both ways. Reacher dodged the bat and crashed straight into the Bottle Guy, 2 forces colliding like a head-on highway crash. His focus locked onto the jagged glass, now swinging wildly toward his face. Timing was everything, and this was easier than hitting a fastball. Reacher's forearm snapped up like he was swatting a wasp, slamming the bottle's path upward and over his shoulder. That left just enough room for his right elbow to whip around and explode into the guy's face with the force of a detonating grenade. The man dropped like a sack of bricks, and Reacher crushed the bottle under his boot before turning back to the bat wielder who was still stumbling off balance. Now Reacher wanted that bat. The guy planted his feet, gripping it like a tennis racket, winding up for a cautious backhand swing. He coiled back, waiting for the perfect moment, but Reacher wasn't giving him one. The only way to beat a bat swing was to strike first before it gained speed. Reacher lunged, intercepting the bat just inches into its arc. He wrenched it free, flipped it around, and drove the handle's knob into the guy's skull like a rifle butt. Down he went. Then came the 3rd man, arms wide like he was going for a wrestling takedown. Reacher swung the bat backward, awkward but effective, like a desperate hitter swinging at a wild pitch. Accuracy didn't matter when the target was this big. The bat smashed into the guy's elbow, arm, and jaw in one brutal chain reaction, dropping him to his knees. He stayed conscious, but barely. The fight was over before it really began. Reacher swung with his right hand this time, putting his full weight behind it. Not a home run swing, more like something you'd see at a backyard barbecue, but plenty effective against flesh and bone. The guy staggered sideways before collapsing face first onto the pavement. In Reacher's mind, the fight had barely lasted 4 seconds. The decoy near the doorway was still frozen against the wall, smart enough to stay out of it. Meanwhile, the 4 bruisers from the bar were finally stirring, their movements clumsy and uncoordinated, scattered without any real strategy, That unpredictability was the real issue. The first two would be straightforward. The third might take a little effort, but the fourth, that was where things got messy. Reacher could already see it unfolding like celestial mechanics, bodies moving on inevitable paths, trajectories, intersecting at the worst possible moment. The fourth guy would be on him before he could finish with the third. No way around it. Regret hit him hard. He shouldn't have given Negley such a strict 2-minute window. Now he had a minute 55 left, and the odds weren't looking good. Vengeful opponents didn't play fair. He should have trusted her instincts. She was probably already in the alley, watching, calculating the same way he was, ready to step in when needed. A good sergeant always protected her officer, knowing Negley. She'd probably ignored his order anyway. He lunged at the first two, swinging the bat like an extension of his fists, left, right, precise, and brutal. He pivoted smoothly, lining up the third guy, but just as he'd feared, the fourth was already closing in, half a step too soon. Then, like magic, the guy vanished as if he'd tripped over an invisible wire. 1 second he was there, the next he was down. Behind him stood Negley, her fist still clenched from a brutal strike to the guy's throat. The decoy raised his hands in surrender. "Thanks, Sergeant," Reacher said. Negley shrugged. "Should have grabbed the bottle, better reach." Reacher turned to the decoy. "Tell your boss to quit wasting my time. If he wants me, he can come himself one-on-one. We'll take a walk, have a little chat." They left the alley, stepping into the sunlight, shaking off the tension before heading back to the hotel. By the time they arrived, the others were already waiting. Bishop had arranged a shuttle, small, efficient, like something you'd see at an airport inside. The team sat in silence, eyes fixed outside the windows. Waterman, Landry, White, Vanderbilt, and Sinclair. Reacher and Negley climbed in, the door hissed shut, and the bus rolled out. The route took them around the Ozenalster Lake, ending at a grand but oddly proportioned building like a half-remembered replica of the White House, built by someone who'd only seen it in a postcard. Inside, Bishop led them to their makeshift command center, a room packed with desks, phones, fax machines, and bulky computers, their beige keyboards smudged from use. Bishop explained the phones were linked to mimic the McLean switchboard, with only Griezmann given the local number. And right on cue, Griezmann called. "Don't put me on speaker," he said. The second Reacher answered. "Why not?" "Because I messed up, or my department did." Reacher sighed as he hung up the phone. "Looks like Wiley slipped through our fingers," he said, recounting Griezmann's update. "He got into a hit-and-run accident after we left. Drunk on champagne, plowed into a cyclist. A witness matched him to Klopp's sketch, and it's all in the traffic logs." Sinclair cut straight to the point. "Was that the handoff? Did we blow it? Maybe he panicked and crashed, trying to escape." Vanderbilt shook his head. "Too early. First night in, no way he's been paid yet. Unless he's a complete idiot, he wouldn't have delivered already." Landry chimed in, or maybe he was heading to the airport, catching the first flight to Zurich. "Could have taken the goods with him if they're small enough, ready to swap them out in the banker's office like Reacher suggested." "We've got eyes on the airports," Sinclair said. "CIA set up temporary CCTV feeds, unofficial, so they won't last, but Wiley hasn't shown up yet." Reacher added, "And he didn't go home either, unless Griezmann's guy missed him twice. So where the hell is he?" Negley smirked. "Out there somewhere in Germany doing his pre-delivery checks, like a shady car salesman inspecting the goods before the big sale. Meanwhile, Wiley stirred awake in his rented apartment, a sleek, anonymous box in a waterfront complex full of people who barely noticed each other. Perfect for staying invisible. He rolled out of bed, started the coffee machine, and rinsed out the empty Dom Perignon bottle before tossing it in the recycling. Then he grabbed his phone and dialed the rental company. A crisp, efficient voice answered. "Do you speak English?" Wiley asked. "Certainly, sir," the agent replied. "I need a panel van, long wheelbase, high roof, plenty of cargo space." The agent suggested a Mercedes or Volkswagen. "The Mercedes has over 4 meters inside," he said. Wiley did the quick math. 13 feet. Close enough. What's the load height? "Standard, I believe. Does it have a roll-up rear door? Only hinged doors, I'm afraid." Wiley frowned. "I need to back it up flush to another truck." Hinged doors won't work. The agent hesitated. Our only roll-up option is a heavier vehicle, requires a commercial license. Do you have one? Wiley grinned. Pretty sure I've got the right paperwork for whatever you've got. Trust me, I'm stacked like a deck of cards. Very good, sir. When do you need it? Now. Back at the consulate, the phone rang again. Landry handed it to Reacher. Bishop's voice came through. There's a U.S. Army soldier at reception saying he's under orders to report to you. Reacher shrugged. Send him up. The request came through to bring him upstairs. Bishop offered to arrange an escort, which turned out to be a sharp young woman fresh out of college, already carrying herself with the polished demeanor of a career diplomat. The soldier accompanying her was a wiry enlisted man sporting a mohawk, Private Coleman from Wiley's Air Defense Unit, the same witness listed in the AWOL report from months back. He wore his woodland camo with crisp precision, every inch the disciplined soldier despite his youth. Negley set up 3 chairs in a quiet corner, and they settled in. Reacher leaned forward, his tone easy but direct. Appreciate you coming in, specialist. You know why we're talking? Coleman sat stiffly, his southern drawl hinting at Georgia backcountry. Sir, they said you had questions about Wiley. Reports say he was happy in your unit. No issues, no complaints. That accurate? Yes, sir. Far as I knew, he had no gripes, which makes his disappearance one hell of a mystery, Reacher said, and means nobody's pointing fingers at you or your squad. This isn't on you. A room full of paper pushers couldn't spin it that way if they tried. So relax. No wrong answers here. Give us anything, even if it sounds dumb. Spill it all, and maybe you'll have time to hit the bars in Hamburg tonight. Coleman exhaled slightly. How long were you and Wiley stationed together? Almost 2 years. Older than the rest of you, right? By a decade, easy. Ever strike you as odd? A little figured he'd tried other things first. Did he talk about that? No, sir. Guy was locked up tighter than a vault. Always grinning like he knew something we didn't. But hell, he was older. We figured he'd earned the right to his secrets. Didn't stop anyone from liking him, though. Dude was solid. Reacher raised an eyebrow. Hard worker? Coleman hesitated. Sir, you wanted dumb hunches? Love 'em. Sometimes dumb's all we've got. Well, it wasn't just secrets. Felt like he was working some bigger plan. Every drill, every crap detail, he'd knock it out without a word. But sometimes he'd get this look like each day was a step closer to something. To what? Wish I knew? Reacher shifted? That uncle of his, you mentioned him before? Only time he really talked, we were celebrating after nailing a training exercise, had a few beers. Guys started joking about why they enlisted one-liners, you know. Wiley just said he was from Sugarland, knew cattle, wanted a ranch someday, then clammed up again. A beat passed outside, the muffled sounds of the bass carried on, distant shouts, the hum of engines. Coleman's fingers tapped once against his knee, restless. For a second, Reacher wondered if there was more beneath the surface, something the kid hadn't let himself put into words yet. When it was my turn to speak, I told them I enlisted to pick up a useful skill. I figured my answer had layers. Maybe I'd learn to fix cars, or maybe I'd master a darker kind of trade, something to fall back on if the mechanic gig didn't pan out. Reacher nodded. Solid answer, went right over their heads. What about Wiley? I asked. He shrugged. Said he signed up because of his uncle's Davy Crockett stories. Short, mysterious, just how he liked it, like a riddle. Then he flashed that smug little grin of his. Being cryptic was second nature to him. I frowned. What was that supposed to mean? I remember watching Davy Crockett on TV as a kid. Coonskin Cap fighting at the Alamo didn't exactly make me want to enlist. So yeah, that time I was the one left scratching my head. Did he ever mention his uncle's name? Not at first. Later, though, when the guys ribbed him about going on about ranches when his hometown was just a sugar mill, he let slip his Uncle Arnold worked on one before getting drafted. Same uncle? Coleman paused, like he was mentally flipping through family titles. This uncle, that uncle, did it even matter? Finally, he said, hard to say. Wiley was the type to use names when he could. Real Texas manners. But in that first answer, he had to keep it tight. So maybe it was Arnold both times, maybe not. Tell me about his countdown, the secret plan. Was it steady progress, or did his mood swing with it? Neither, or both, I guess. Coleman rubbed his chin. He was always upbeat, but near the end he got even brighter, like a guy waiting on good news and then finally getting it. Like finding something he knew was there all along. Exactly like that. Meanwhile, in Jalalabad, the morning had stretched into midday. Breakfast was a distant memory, lunch on the horizon. The messenger was summoned back to the cramped, sweltering room, her second visit that day. She'd already delivered Wiley's reply at dawn, watching as the fat man chuckled and swayed, the tall one howling like a wild animal. Now only the fat man remained, his partner's cushion indented but empty. The tall man was off somewhere, buzzing with a frenzy that didn't match his earlier indifference. Flies circled lazily before darting away. The fat man gestured. "Sit." She eyed the vacant cushion. "I'd rather stand." "Suit yourself," he beamed. "Your work was impeccable, just as it should be, given your training." "Thank you," she said. "I felt prepared." "Your German held up." I barely spoke, just to a cabbie. "Could you have handled more?" "I believe so. The training was thorough. Would you return to Hamburg?" She pictured databases, fingerprints, trails. "I go where I'm needed. The delivery is set, but we'll need someone to oversee collection. It would be my honor." He studied her. "Is language your strongest skill? That's not for me to judge. Your trainers praised your memory, especially with numbers." She stayed silent. Numbers were the last thing she wanted to discuss. Not now. Not ever. The heavy-set man leaned forward, his voice dripping with false patience. "Did your instructors lie to you about your training?" She hesitated before answering. "They were gentle with me. Too gentle, perhaps. The truth is, I barely understand numbers." "Why admit that now?" he pressed. Silence stretched between them until he snapped. "Answer me. First Hamburg, then Zurich, another German-speaking city. You want me to walk into a bank, transfer funds to Wiley using account numbers and passwords? That's how I'll confirm the pickup." His eyes narrowed. "Are you refusing? I'd need to know the cost." "Naturally," he scoffed. "4 key details: our account number, the passcode, the amount, and the recipient's account. Simple, really, just numbers on a screen." "You hate when people ask about the price." The man stayed quiet, but the messenger wasn't finished. "This ends with me dead. Only if we fail," he countered, suddenly animated. "Succeed, and you become immortal. They'll tell stories about you, how a woman moved mountains with a few digits. Little girls will play at being you, dreaming of power, but fail." His voice turned icy. "Then yes, you die. Zurich or not, you're already a witness. And witnesses don't walk away from $100 million humiliation. We'd be picked apart if we let that stand." "100 million?" she whispered. "Memorize the numbers," he ordered. "Leave tonight, and pray we don't fail." Meanwhile, in Hamburg, Wiley stepped out of his building, weaving through the sleek modern plaza until the pavement gave way to weathered stone and rusted dock cranes. New teak and steel footbridges arched over the dark water, and he took one, then another, leading him to a bus stop. He waited calmly as the wrong bus came and went. When the right one arrived, he boarded, anonymous in the crowd. The plan was clear now: deliver, collect, fly. Soon 900 square miles of freedom would be his, a kingdom visible from space. The thought made him grin. Little Horace Wiley about to hit the jackpot. A mile away, Muller slid into a cramped pastry shop where every table was occupied by men like him, business partners with no real friendship, just shared schemes. Dremeler was already waiting. "Thanks again for tracking, Reacher," Dremeler said. "We've got men watching his hotel. He'll slip up soon." Muller nodded. "And the other matter?" He smoothed Wiley's sketch on the table. Dremeler frowned. "Never seen him. Not one of ours." "But Klopp swears he's been around," Muller said. "Probably dealing. I'll ask my contacts. Maybe we'll get a lead. We already know his name," Muller pointed out. "Wiley, and he's a ghost. No address, no trail." Dremeler smirked. "Men like him buy new identities like socks. But don't worry, we'll peel back the layers." Negley had Landry contact the New Orleans field office to prepare specific questions for Wiley's mother, focusing on past boyfriends named Arnold, ranchers who got drafted, and anyone obsessed with Davy Crockett. Meanwhile, Vanderbilt waved her over to a noisy telex machine where she ripped out a stack of papers. It was the response to her request, routed through Sinclair and the Joint Chiefs, for records of unsolved property crimes near German military bases during Wiley's deployment. The list was long. Reacher scanned the reports: midnight break-ins, armed robberies, even hijackings, all targeting cash-heavy spots like bars, gambling dens, and strip clubs. The locations lined up with military zones, prime territory for quick scores. Criminals would flock there like scavengers to easy pickings. Most wouldn't be soldiers, but some definitely were. Negley tapped the dollar amounts. "These numbers are inflated for insurance," Reacher said. "Halve them, and they're still hefty." A couple of these jobs would have set Wiley up. A few more, and he's operating on a whole different level. Multiple hideouts, serious resources. So when did he steal whatever he's selling? Reacher asked. Somewhere between finding it and his last 4-day pass, a 10-month window. Why hasn't anyone noticed? Depends on the audit cycle. Maybe they're counting inventory right now, and we'll hear about it tonight. Reacher scoffed. Audits are a joke. They check boxes, 1, 2, 3 containers, but never look inside. Or, he paused, a smirk forming. Maybe the stolen item was never logged in the first place. Like my pants. Negley blinked. Your pants? Marine Corps khakis, 1962 vintage, shipped to an Army warehouse by mistake in '65, sat there for decades off the books. No one knew they existed, so no one missed them. You think Wiley stumbled onto something like that? $100 million worth of not pants? Could be anything. The military stockpiled gear for the Cold War. Stuff got misplaced, mislabeled. If they sent Marine uniforms to an Army depot, who knows what else slipped through? Negley sighed. Fine, it's a possibility. Then the phone rang. Griezmann's voice crackled through the speaker as the team huddled close. "Weird development," he said. "A rental car manager near your hotel just called the police. An American-sounding guy with a German ID rented a panel van. The clerk handled it, but the manager recognized the voice. Same guy rented from them before. The manager later double-checked the rental records and noticed the guy had used a completely fake name this time, along with a fresh set of forged documents." Reacher asked when it happened, and the answer came back just 20 minutes earlier. The description was hazy, but it matched Wiley's profile, prompting an immediate alert. A patrol car was already en route with a sketch for confirmation. Reacher pressed for details. Had the previous alias been German? The response confirmed it was, but under a different name, Ernst last time, Gebhardt now. After hanging up, Sinclair declared this the final move. Wiley was making his play, securing a van for whatever he planned to deliver before vanishing for good. Waterman pointed out he was burning through backup IDs, saving his best for a clean escape. Landry, tense, noted the 20-minute head start. Wiley could already be miles beyond local jurisdiction. Griezmann called back with a solid ID. Wiley was the renter, no doubt. An APB went out for the license plate, with traffic units coordinating beyond city limits. The clock was ticking. Wiley had a 10-mile radius by now, likely heading south or east unless he aimed for Denmark or the Netherlands. Roadblocks were set up, but a panel van wasn't exactly inconspicuous. Reacher asked about the address Wiley provided. Another dead end, just an empty lot slated for development. The rental clerk mentioned Wiley had been particular about the van's specs. A low load floor and a roll-up rear door, not swinging hinges. He needed to back it up to another vehicle for a transfer. Sinclair pieced it together. Whatever Wiley was moving wasn't intel or documents. It required space, a specialized setup. Negley flipped through old case files, stopping at a 7-month-old theft, a furniture delivery truck with a roll-up door stolen near Frankfurt and never recovered. Reacher connected the dots. Wiley had played the long game, stealing the truck first, then whatever cargo he needed, all in one calculated sweep. He'd kept the haul hidden, lying low for months before going AWOL. No alarms, no searches, just patience. Now, after 4 months in Hamburg, he was finally cashing in. Sinclair raised an eyebrow. That's quite a leap in logic, don't you think? Any random person could have taken that furniture truck? Reacher leaned forward, his voice steady. We need Wiley's movements from 7 months ago. His orders will tell us where he was. Negley nodded toward the chattering telex machine. They're coming through now. Meanwhile, Wiley navigated the bulky rental van through downtown traffic, inching past stoplights with deliberate patience. His route took him past the shimmering Außenalster Lake before creeping through the narrow streets of St. Georg. Instead of heading straight home, he veered left onto a rusted metal bridge leading into the abandoned docks. The warehouses here were relics of another era, too cramped for modern shipping, which made them dirt cheap. He pulled up in front of a faded green double door secured by 3 hefty padlocks. Inside, the space stretched 30 by 40 feet, with ceilings high enough to make it feel cavernous. One side stood empty, the other held the stolen furniture truck he'd driven from Frankfurt 7 months earlier. That night had been a frantic race against time. Not because of the swapped license plates, but because the truck was a ticking time bomb. The oil light had glared the entire trip, the engine groaning like it might give out any second. By the time he'd parked it inside, the engine seized completely. A damn miracle it hadn't died on the highway. Now he locked the warehouse back up, pocketing the keys before crossing a series of footbridges, some old iron, others sleek with teak and steel, until he reached his apartment. Across town, Muller shut his office door and dialed Dremeler. The sketch suspect left town in a truck. Griezmann's team issued an APB starting 15 kilometers out. Dremeler's voice sharpened. He's making a delivery. We lost our shot. Negative. The truck was empty when he picked it up from the rental place. Then he's picking something up. That's even better. Keep me updated immediately. Muller hesitated. Reacher was ready for us. Brought his own team, 12 armed operatives. Our guys never stood a chance. Back at the telex, Wiley's records revealed a 96-hour pass the night of the theft, location unaccounted for. His last known post was just a short distance from the furniture store. Reacher studied the orders, recognizing the area, close enough for a quick trip, far enough to stay under the radar. The paperwork showed Wiley bouncing between forward positions and supply depots, a ghost in the system. The supply depot northeast of Frankfurt had become a dumping ground for obsolete equipment, with Wiley's unit occasionally sending volunteers to scavenge parts from decommissioned machines. The XO spun it as hands-on maintenance training. Though Reacher saw through the excuse, it was just a way to keep their gear running with whatever scraps they could find. Unsurprisingly, the duty was unpopular. Out of 4 chances, no one signed up more than once, except Wiley. He went 3 times the first 3 opportunities, then he stopped. Negley pieced it together. That's where he found it. Whatever it is, first trip he scouted, second he located it, third he planned the theft. Then he took it 7 months ago, so he didn't need to return for the 4th round. By then, the thing was already gone. Stashed somewhere close, if your theory holds, Reacher said. We need confirmation. Set up a watch. 4 guys with binoculars along the Autobahn south of Hanover. He can't have gotten far yet. He called Griezmann, who agreed to arrange it. Sinclair remarked on his cooperation, but Reacher wasn't convinced. It won't last. He'll drop us the second something bigger lands on his desk. Bigger than this? Sinclair asked. He doesn't know the full scope, Reacher said. White cut in, warning against official requests for German assistance. It'd be a political nightmare. Russia's right next door. We can't air our problems in public, Waterman agreed. Even if we asked, it'd take them a day just to get up to speed. By then, Wiley could be anywhere. Germany's not small anymore. Meanwhile, Dremeler descended in his building's sluggish 1950s elevator, mentally tallying another 33 pairs of Brazilian shoes sold before he even hit the lobby. 1 million pairs a week, business was good. Outside, weak sunlight filtered through the city as he walked 3 blocks to a crowded bar. Office hours had shifted, making lunch a rolling affair, and the place buzzed with activity. He spotted Wolfgang Schlupp at the bar, a wiry, unremarkable man with sharp features. Dremeler shouldered his way over, back to the room, and ordered a beer. "How's business?" he asked, though he already knew. Schlupp eyed him. "What do you want?" "Information for the cause." Schlupp scoffed. "I don't make documents, I just pass along requests." Dremeler unfolded the sketch on the bar. "This man, you handled his paperwork." Schlupp's expression tightened. "So what if I did?" Schlupp shook his head. "I don't recall that guy at all." The other man leaned in. "Come on, I know you remember him." "So what if I do?" Schlupp countered. "This is bigger than you think it's. For the movement. What is? The alias he's using now? We need that name." Schlupp crossed his arms. "Why should I tell you? My whole business runs on trust. If word gets out I talk, I'm finished. Just this once, nobody will ever find out. This guy's already in deep. We just want to get to him first right now. He's driving an empty cargo van towards some pickup spot. Based on the size, he's hauling something heavy. Could be guns, could be stolen treasure hidden since the war. And you want it for yourselves, for the cause. Think of what we could do with those resources." Schlupp stayed silent. The man Dremeler lowered his voice. "There'd be compensation, naturally. A finder's fee, a consulting payment, whatever works for you." Schlupp hesitated. "This isn't just business, it's like breaking a vow. The reward matches the risk." Schlupp studied the rough sketch in front of him. "Fine, I might recall him. Did a lot of work for Americans back then. Pretty sure he cycled through 3 aliases. First 2 were just IDs and licenses, but the third had a passport attached. What names did he use?" "That was months ago. I'd have to check my records. You don't remember. Names blur together after a while. How soon can you look it up?" "Later tonight. Call me the second you know. This is urgent for the movement." Schlupp nodded. "Got it." Dremeler smirked, then turned and shouldered his way through the crowded bar, stepping back into the pale afternoon light outside. The bartender who'd served him earlier wiped his hands and reached for the phone. The phone buzzed in the consulate office. Vanderbilt passed it to Reacher. It was Orozco. "Are we in deep?" Orozco asked. "Not yet," Reacher said. "We think Wiley's making a move toward Frankfurt." He lifted something from a storage facility near his old base months ago, stashed it, and now he's going back for it. "We've got eyes in Frankfurt." "I know," Reacher said. "I'll reach out if we need backup." One more thing, Billy Bob and Jimmy Lee just confirmed they sold Wiley an M9. He's packing heat now. Wiley's phone rang as he stood in his kitchen. He recognized the background noise instantly. The same bar where he'd greased a few palms to keep ears open. The bartender's voice was tense. "Schlupp's about to sell you out to Dremeler for a cut of whatever you're hauling." Wiley smirked. "How much is my head worth?" "A slice of the pie. Dremeler thinks you're after Nazi gold." "I was just heading to take a leak. You've got until Schlupp checks his files." The consulate phone rang again. Landry grabbed it, passed it to Negley, who handed it to Reacher. Griezmann was on the line. "Traffic Division needs exact specs for the Hanover operation. You should brief them directly, cuts out the middleman. Their Deputy Chief Muller is waiting for your call." "Got it," Reacher said. "Anything else?" "Just good luck." Reacher hung up and dialed again. Muller's phone rang. He shut his office door, sat, and answered. "Deputy Chief Muller?" "Yes." "This is Reacher. Griezmann said you'd take my call." Muller pulled a notepad closer, jotting down the date, time, and caller's name. Reacher leaned against the wall, phone pressed to his ear. "I need eyes on the Autobahn south of Hanover," he said. "Track a specific vehicle heading toward Frankfurt." The voice on the other end hesitated. "We don't usually monitor traffic like that. No speed limits, you know. Think of it as a stakeout," Reacher replied. "Cars parked on the shoulders, officers on overpasses with binoculars, no radar, just observation." A dry chuckle came through the line. "Ah, like those American cop shows." Reacher smirked. "Close enough." Muller scribbled a note, then methodically shredded it into tiny pieces, letting them flutter into the trash. If questioned later, he could always claim the conversation never happened. Just another bureaucratic misunderstanding. He dialed another number. "You won't believe who just called me," he said. "Reacher. He thinks Wiley's making a run for Frankfurt, wants our help tracking him." A satisfied hum came in response. "Perfect. Did you get the new alias? Should be arriving any minute." Meanwhile, Wolfgang Schlupp took his time leaving the bar, winding through back alleys before hopping on a bus. His apartment, a pre-war gem with soaring ceilings and exposed brick, sat at the top of a creaky staircase, no elevator, but prime real estate. The building had once been rumored to be structurally unsound, but a recent inspection had sent property values skyrocketing. Schlupp had bought in just before the boom, thanks to a tip overheard between city officials at his usual haunt. He climbed the stairs, footsteps echoing, unaware of the figure waiting in the shadows. Wiley pressed himself against the wall, Beretta in hand, listening as Schlupp fumbled with his keys. The moment the door swung open, Wiley shoved him inside, slamming it shut behind them. Schlupp stumbled into the living room, sprawling onto a sleek leather couch. Wiley loomed over him, gun steady. "Heard you were planning to betray me, Wolfgang." Schlupp's voice cracked. "That's a lie. I'd never risk my reputation like that." "Funny," Wiley said, "because Dremeler seems to think otherwise." Schlupp swallowed hard. "I was going to feed him fake info, send him chasing ghosts." "Then why wait until you got home? Why not make up a name right there in the bar?" "Silence," Wiley nudged him with the barrel. "Show me your records." Schlupp led the way to a cramped office, pointing to a red binder on the top shelf. "Everything's in there?" he muttered. "Coded like always." Wiley flipped it open, scanning the pages. "Let's see how good your encryption really is." The pages were filled with handwritten codes, random words in separate columns, old aliases, new identities, passport numbers, driver's licenses, national IDs. Wiley scanned them and asked, "So which one is supposed to be me? You think I'd betray you like that? You could have lied back at the bar. Dremeler's full of hot air," the man insisted. "Right now, he's convinced you're halfway across the country in some beat-up van hunting for Nazi treasure, but here you are proving him wrong. If he's off about that, he could be wrong about everything. Makes sense, doesn't it? Why trust a word he says?" Wiley shook his head. "I didn't trust him. I trusted the bartender," Dremeler asked, "and you answered you were ready to hand me over. If you weren't, you would have given a fake name on the spot. Or maybe you panicked. Fine, but you had a whole minute to think and say, 'Oh yeah, he goes by Schmidt.' But you didn't." The man swallowed hard. "He scares me, okay? He's got connections. Yeah, I was gonna talk, but I changed my mind because you saw me. No, before that bull. What do I get out of this? Dremeler promised to cover your back." "I swear, man, you've got it all wrong." I backed out. "I wouldn't do that to you." Wiley exhaled. "Better safe than sorry, buddy." In one fluid motion, he switched the gun to his other hand and slammed the butt against the man's temple, once, twice, a third time, each strike harder than the last. No gunshot too loud. The man's head jerked like a puppet on strings before he crumpled to his knees. Wiley didn't stop. He brought the weapon down like a hammer, cracking bones, splattering blood. When the body finally slumped forward, Wiley checked for a pulse. Nothing. He waited a full minute just to be sure. Then he wiped the gun clean on the dead man's shirt, grabbed the red folder, and walked out. Meanwhile, Reacher sat in the dim corner of the consulate, waiting for the phone to ring. Would it be New Orleans or Deputy Chief Mueller from traffic? A slow-motion race, each side inching forward. He imagined the sun creeping over the Louisiana Delta, FBI agents dragging themselves out of bed, sipping coffee, finally heading out, probably to Wiley's mother's place first, given the pressure from higher-ups, maybe by 8 a.m. if she wanted to stay on the government's good side. Half a world away, Wiley's van cruised down a German highway at 60, bypassing Hanover, rolling south toward the unmarked cars. Who would get there first? The phone rang. But it wasn't New Orleans or Mueller. It was Griezmann. "We've got a problem," he said. "A homicide in the old district. Small guy, skull crushed, fresh scene. Neighbor heard a commotion. I have to pull my men in. No choice. Sorry, but our arrangement's on hold." Reacher smirked. And you're worried how I'll take it. Griezmann paused. No, I took you at your word. Good luck with the case, Reacher said, hanging up. Sinclair raised an eyebrow. Looks like we're flying solo now, he told her. Because you're such a gentleman? We've got time. The messenger could already be in Zurich. Doesn't matter. It's the van that counts. Money moves fast. Metal doesn't. The change didn't happen in secret. It wasn't some quick invisible shift. It was loud, deliberate, impossible to miss because it was real, except Mueller hasn't noticed yet. Give it time. How much? 2 hours, tops. And if nothing, then Wiley wasn't making a run for Frankfurt. The phone buzzed again, this time the New Orleans FBI, calling from their car outside the cramped shack where Wiley's mother lived. 2 agents, 1 male, 1 female, rattled off their initial findings. They'd started with the scripted questions, Arnold's name, the rancher background, the Davy Crockett obsession. Turned out, it was all the same guy, Arnold Peter Mason. Born in Amarillo, Texas, he'd spent his childhood on a ranch before enlisting for 2 decades in the Army. Later, he'd moved in with Wiley's mother in Sugar Land, staying for 6 years while young Horace Wiley was growing up. And yes, the kid had called him Uncle. Arnold was older, quiet, full of secrets, but at first he'd been reliable. More details would come later. Landry, Vanderbilt, and Negley punched the name into their systems. Arnold Peter Mason. Landry and Vanderbilt hit dead ends, but Negley pulled up a 20-year NCO record from the Airborne Infantry. No major commendations, no glaring red flags, plenty of time stationed in Germany back when things were messy. Still alive, per Social Security, 65. Still working per IRS records, though his income was dwindling, odd jobs maybe as retirement loomed, no U.S. address. Tax returns filed from overseas. The CIA had him pegged in Germany. The Berlin embassy listed him as a retired military expat in a village near Bremen, just an hour from Hamburg. Reacher frowned. You think this is a team effort, the 2 of them working together? Negley nodded. Maybe the first truck's stashed at Arnold's place, not Frankfurt? Then why bring a second one now? Maybe Arnold let the tires rot. Or they're splitting the load. If this is a joint operation, that $100 million could just be Wiley's cut. White cut in. Hold on. Arnold's been in Germany nearly 20 years, since Wiley was 16. That's one hell of a long con, Vanderbilt added. And check this. The embassy lists 2 dependents with Mason, non-citizens. Landry smirked. Bet you $10 that's a wife and kid? Then the phone rang again. New Orleans FBI, urgent update. After 6 years of playing house, Wiley's mother had kicked Arnold out when she found out about his German wife and a disabled son. She didn't have much, but she had her pride. Meanwhile, Wiley, ever the pragmatist, cleaned his M9 in the dishwasher. Why not? The thing was built to military specs. Salt water wouldn't faze it. He ran the full cycle, drying included, then oiled the parts and reassembled it, good as new. His blood-spattered clothes and the red folder went into the kitchen trash, a calculated move. His first instinct had been to dump them in a street bin. Not too close, not too far, but why risk it? If the cops went digging through public trash, they might trace it back. Better to keep it right where it was. The landlord wouldn't discover the mess for weeks, long after it stopped mattering. Wiley grabbed the phone and punched in the number for his travel agent, the same efficient woman who'd handled his Zurich trip. Her English was flawless, and she remembered his preference for a window seat. All his details were already logged in his pristine passport. Mueller's silence didn't shock anyone. The team had shifted focus from Frankfurt to Bremen, specifically Uncle Arnold's property. Bishop unrolled a CIA-issued map across the table. The embassy had flagged the location as Gelb-Bauernhof, a name rather than a numbered address suggesting countryside, probably a farm. Reacher's mind filled with images of weathered barns, rusted machinery, and stacks of old tires, perfect spots to disappear. We'll need wheels, he said. Bishop countered. What you need is a strategy, the telex machine word to life. Uncle Arnold's service record, Negley announced. Reacher shrugged. The plan's simple. Negley and I scout the area, gather intel. Not happening, Bishop snapped. This stays official. Dr. Sinclair and I are coming, and the rules are clear. Eyes only, no engagement, that's non-negotiable. Legally, this is a minefield. Bring a gun, Reacher said. Wiley's armed, and if it's a farm, there's bound to be a shotgun lying around. I said observation. Bring it anyway. White cut in. You can't leave the Iranian there. If this blows up in the next hour, that deal collapses, and so does he. Leaving him is a death sentence. Bishop stayed silent. The phone rang. Griezmann. You believe in coincidences? He asked. Occasionally, Reacher replied. Turns out our homicide victim was a regular at Helmut Klopp's bar. Did business there? Everyone's clamming up, but word is he was the guy selling IDs. Why kill him? Rumors, people hiding other things. Got a suspect? Someone stopping a leak or settling a score? Was there a betrayal? No. Preventive, then. Victim's apartment was clean except for a gap in his filing cabinet, like something was taken. Mission accomplished, Reacher mused. Or tragically ironic. How? Timing's the question. Do you kill your source right after buying, or wait until your plan's in motion and stress is high? Your guess? 50-50? Could be Wiley or any stressed-out client, though Wiley was likely driving a van when it went down. But you're thorough. You'll add him to the list, which means your temporary assistance just got extended. I thought you dropped the van lid. Mueller said you canceled when? An hour ago, he said you discussed details, then backed out. Last I told him was I didn't know Wiley's exact destination. He said to update him, maybe wires got crossed. Mueller insisted you canceled. Then he misheard. His English isn't great. Bishop's voice cut through. Cars here? The CIA sedan was a dead ringer for Orozco's MP ride, same bulky blue Opel, minus the bulletproof divider. Bishop took the wheel, Sinclair riding shotgun, Reacher and Negley crammed into the back, one comfortable, the other not. Outside traffic crawled under a dull sky. Negley recited Arnold Mason's service record from the telex, her voice steady over the hum of the engine, at 20 years old in 1951. He was drafted into the military but ended up stationed in Germany instead of Korea. Over the next 2 decades, he built a life there, only returning stateside occasionally for training exercises. He served as airborne infantry, prepped for potential Soviet conflicts, though his units were solid rather than top tier. By the time he retired at 40 in 1971, he'd reached the rank of staff sergeant, respectable but not spectacular. Sinclair chimed in, oh, and somewhere in there he married a local girl and had a kid. Then after just 6 years back in the States, he turned around and went back to Germany. But Wiley still acts like they're tight. It's complicated. Outside the car window, the landscape shifted to orderly farmland, flat, meticulously maintained, almost suburban in its precision. The fields were compact, more like oversized backyard gardens, each bordered by roads with names displayed in crisp black-on-cream Gothic lettering. The villages they passed were tiny, barely more than a cluster of buildings at a crossroads. The barns were sparse and smaller than Reacher had imagined, giving the whole scene a tidy, almost sterile feel. It wasn't the rugged, sprawling countryside he'd pictured, just neat, efficient, and slightly claustrophobic. Bishop broke the silence. One more stop on the map and we're there. The next dot was slightly bigger with a denser layout. In the town center, they hit a chaotic 5-way intersection and finally spotted the road they needed, Arnold Mason's place. The lane curved northwest away from the distant silhouette of Bremen, flanked by miniature farms that looked more like dollhouse replicas than working land. Each had a modest nameplate, likely chosen with quiet pride by the owners. Then Reacher saw it, Gelb-Bauernhof. The German words clicked, yellow farm. And suddenly it made sense. Amarillo, Texas, where Mason was born, Amarillo meaning yellow in Spanish. The guy had named his farm after home. They rolled slowly past the 5th property on the right, taking it all in. 4 acres of immaculate dark green rows, maybe cabbages, a tidy house, a small garage, and a shed. No sign of a stolen truck, just the kind of place that could fit a Mercedes wagon or a riding mower. Bishop drove another mile down before pulling over. Reacher cracked his knuckles. I should go talk to him. Sinclair frowned. That's a gamble. Wiley's not here. No van, old or new. Doesn't mean Arnold's clean. He won't shoot first. He'll talk, and if he's lying, I'll know. What if Wiley shows up while you're inside? Unlikely. But if he does, Negley's got our backs. Sinclair exhaled. Fine, we all go. Reacher shrugged. Works for me. Bishop stayed silent. Arnold's an American citizen. Sinclair added. Consulate's got every right to check in. Bishop finally spoke, gripped tight on the wheel. We can't afford mistakes. We bail at the first red flag, Reacher said, and don't cluster up, not until we're sure. Bishop turned the car around on the narrow road. Gelb-Bauernhof stretched 100 yards wide, 200 deep like a high-end suburban lot back home. But with crops, nothing about it was actually yellow, though. Under the gray sky, the dirt was brown, the cabbages a dull green. Bishop eased the Opel onto the hand-scraped dirt driveway. No movement from the house, no reaction at all. Reacher paused where a narrow dirt trail branched off from the main driveway, leading toward a modest farmhouse about 60 feet ahead. No movement, no sound, just the quiet rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then the front door swung open, and a barefoot man stepped out, his frame tall and lean, dressed in a faded gray sweater and loose-fitting pants. He stood motionless, watching with vacant blue eyes that held no recognition. Reacher exhaled slowly. I'll take the lead, he muttered, easing out of the car. Each step forward felt deliberate, like approaching a skittish animal. The man on the path didn't flinch, didn't speak, just stared past Reacher as if he were invisible. Up close, the resemblance was unsettling. Mid-30s, same as Wiley, same as the so-called nephew. But this man's mind was elsewhere, lost in some unreachable place. Arnold Peter Mason, Reacher said, keeping his voice steady. No response, he tried again, sharper this time. Herr Mason? A flicker of awareness, then nothing. Reacher gestured toward the house, mimicking an embrace. Let's head inside for a heartbeat. The man didn't react. Then suddenly he pivoted and marched back, bare feet slapping against the wooden porch. He banged on the doorframe and yelled, Mooty! Like a child summoning his mother. A woman appeared moments later, petite but sturdy, her short blonde hair streaked with silver. She offered Reacher an apologetic smile before turning to her son, praising him with gentle touches, hands squeezed, shoulder patted, cheek cupped before guiding him back inside. Then she faced Reacher, studying him with quiet intensity. You're from the army, she said, her English precise but accented. Reacher arched a brow. That obvious? Arnold said you'd come just later than he expected. Major Reacher, he introduced himself. Frau Mason, is Arnold here? Of course. The others followed as she led them into a bright, cozy home. White walls, floral patterns, sunlight streaming through lace curtains. In the back parlor, a wheelchair-bound man slumped to one side, his face half paralyzed, one eye dull and unfocused. Frau Mason bent to kiss his forehead. Darling, she murmured, this is Major Reacher? Arnold Mason, ranch hand, soldier, family man twice over, now a shell of himself. Reacher nodded. Afternoon, Mr. Mason, silence. The man's gaze drifted, his mouth slack. Reacher turned to Frau Mason. Can we talk? In the hallway, Bishop and Sinclair introduced themselves as government agents. Reacher kept his voice low. What happened to him? Frau Mason's lips tightened. You don't know? No. A growth in his head, crushing his brain piece by piece. The doctors gave it a name, but I can't pronounce it. Reacher's jaw clenched. How long? 18 months. He can still speak, a little slurred, though, and his memory she trailed off, then added bitterly. Not that it matters now. He knew you'd show up eventually, just like he knew you'd be too late. Reacher exhaled through his nose. That, he said quietly, is going to be a problem. We're here to ask him some questions, Reacher said. The woman frowned. I assumed you came to help him. Why would you think that? He mentioned if he ever got sick, someone from the military would show up. Has the army treated him before? Never. How much does he remember these days? Bits and pieces, but mostly very little. How quickly does he tire out? He'll zone out after just a few questions. Reacher turned to her. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Her eyes narrowed. Did he do something wrong? We need to ask about the years right after he left the service. Those 6 years he was gone. He might prefer you didn't hear his answers. I have to respect his privacy. She crossed her arms. I already know about Mrs. Wiley down in Sugarland. Is that what this is about? Her son, Reacher confirmed. They returned to the dimly lit parlor where Mason sat, slightly more alert now. He gave a slow nod when introduced, his one good eye drifting toward them. His wife hovered behind his chair, wrapping her arms around his shoulders like a protective shield. Reacher crouched to meet his gaze. Mr. Mason, do you recall Horace Wiley? Mason shut his working eye, holding it closed for a long moment before reopening it. His voice was rough, his words deliberate. Call me Arnold? Reacher nodded. Arnold, tell me about Horace Wiley. Another pause. Mason's eye flickered shut again, as if searching some distant memory. When it opened, the ghost of a smirk tugged at the mobile half of his face. Used to call him Horse. Sounded about right in Texas. When was the last time you heard from him? A slow exhale. Never did. Not after I left. Did you ever tell him Davy Crockett stories? This time, the silence stretched. Mason finally shook his head. Don't recall any of that. Horace claims he enlisted because of those stories. Mason let out a weak chuckle. Horace joined up, well, I'll be damned. What about the stories? Could have been some TV show the kid watched. I wasn't much of a talker back then, you're sure? His chin dipped toward his chest, exhaustion winning. His wife adjusted his head gently before standing. That's all you'll get today, more than he's managed in weeks. They moved into the hallway with its faded floral wallpaper. The woman turned to them. Can you actually help him? Bishop gave a non-committal nod. We'll reach out to the VA. Reacher studied her. Did he ever tell you those Davy Crockett tales? Not once. Sinclair softened her tone. How's your son doing? A flicker of warmth crossed her face. He's steady, sweet, really. Stuck at about 7 years old in his mind, but Arnold, he blames himself. That's why he vanished to Texas after his discharge. Couldn't face us, couldn't face what he thought was his fault. Why? It's in the blood. He swears it's him. But who knows? Could be both of us. He came back eventually, made peace with it, but that guilt never left. Back in the car, wheels crunching over gravel, Reacher glanced at Sinclair. You buy any of that? Which part? He barely remembered his own name, or he was stalling 20 years in the infantry. He knows how to spot MPs. That call me Arnold bit, classic delay tactic. And his answers? Claimed no contact with Wiley, no memory of the stories. You think he lied? Reacher stared out the window. Hard to say. The regret seemed real, but a dying man's got nothing to lose and everything to hide. The silence stretched uncomfortably after the Davy Crockett question. Maybe the tumor had dulled his mind, or maybe the pieces were finally clicking into place. The years slipping by, Horace Wiley's own stubborn tendencies, whatever hidden meaning lurked in those old frontier tales, and now, decades later, an investigator showing up out of nowhere. It all pointed to trouble. Denial was the easiest escape, something anyone might chalk up to fading memory. But was it really forgetfulness? There was no way to know for sure. You couldn't exactly rough the guy up for answers. Bishop cut in. He's been out of commission for over a year. No way he's involved now. Agreed, Reacher said. Which means the Davy Crockett stories are the key on the surface. They're just kids' stuff, harmless tall tales. But Wiley listed them first for a reason. They meant something to him. Sinclair frowned. What kind of meaning? Negley leaned forward. He never mentioned them to his wife, so they weren't family stories. They had to be Army lore, the kind of unit legends soldiers pass down. Maybe Mason spun those yarns to bond with Wiley like some stepdad in a bad movie. Whatever was in them stuck with Wiley strong enough to drag him back into this mess years later. What kind of legends are we talking about? Negley flipped through Mason's service record like a musician reading sheet music, her finger tracing the lines. Long shot, But if we go way back, a lieutenant from that era could have climbed the ranks, captain, major, maybe even light colonel. Back then, airborne infantry guys could make a career of it. If one of them stuck around, he'd remember. Everyone remembers their first unit. That was 40 years ago. If he graduated West Point at 22, he's not even retired yet. He'd be a general by now, most likely. How do we find him? I've got a contact in personnel command. They'll track him down. Do it, Sinclair ordered. The second, we get back. The car rolled on as the sky darkened, either storm clouds or the approaching evening, maybe both. Meanwhile, in Jalalabad, dusk had already settled. The messenger stepped out of the white mud house and climbed into a battered Toyota pickup. Same routine as before. Drive through the night, catch the first flight out. She was prepared, still anonymous, still untraceable. Not that Swiss bankers cared. Money was money. She'd memorized everything, the Zurich address, the account numbers, the passcodes, the exact sum, $100 million and 0 cents. Even the taxi fare was covered, crisp Swiss francs tucked in her pocket. Pray for success. The fat man had told her, but not hers. Her job was simple. He should have said pray for Wiley. She didn't like him, not because he'd crossed a line, but because he was skittish, unreliable, that made her nervous. His task was the hard one. If he failed, so did she. If this deal falls apart, you're dead. Not that she'd be the reason. The Toyota jolted over the rutted road, leaving the last streaks of sunset behind. Back at the consulate, Negley dialed her contact in personnel command and laid out the theory. Her friend agreed it was plausible. Find junior officers from the mid-50s, airborne divisions in Germany still serving 40 years later. Negley tossed out a $5 bet they'd find a handful. Her friend raised it to 10, betting on 0, too many variables, Vietnam, the Soviet collapse, the shift to a high-tech military. Too many ways for a career to end before it reached the top. No man could walk away from that kind of beating unscathed. Just then, another phone buzzed to life, snatched up by Vanderbilt, and passed to Reacher. Griezmann's gruff voice came through, demanding, "We need to talk, just you and me." Reacher kept it simple. Talk now, not over the phone. In person, where are you? Not sharing that. Then I can't do my job. Reacher exhaled. Fine, U.S. consulate, be out front in 60 seconds. Chapter 32. Leaning against the curb with the consulate's pale facade behind him, Reacher spotted Griezmann's Mercedes weaving through traffic a block away. The car rolled up, he slid in, and Griezmann jerked the wheel into a sharp U-turn without a word. The man was just as massive as ever, his jaw tight, something simmering beneath the surface. "Where's this headed?" Reacher asked. "Train station," Griezmann muttered. "Reason." "Because I do my damn job," circulated Wiley's sketch to patrol. A currency exchange clerk at the station recognized him, said he was there 2 days ago swapping dollars for pesos. "That puts him in your lane, not mine. Appreciate it." Griezmann's grip tightened on the wheel. "But that's not the only thing." Reacher waited. "Our forensics team pulled something wild. Victim took 7 blows to the skull. Most landed in the same spot, turned it to pulp. But 2 strikes veered slightly off, left and right. They pieced together the impressions. Know what left that mark? Enlighten me." "The grip of a Beretta M9, standard U.S. Army issue." Reacher didn't blink. "Not mine. Wiley's?" "Couldn't say." Griezmann opened his mouth, but a green light cut him off. The Mercedes lurched forward into the station square, now shadowed under an early dusk. Streetlights flickered on as crowds surged, commuters darting, lost tourists frozen in place. Near the back, a fluorescent sign glowed above a currency booth. The clerk inside was wiry, talking a mile a minute even in broken English. Reacher flashed the sketch. "Yeah, him?" the guy confirmed. 2 nights back, traded cash, looked jumpy, kept scanning like he was working out a problem. Reacher stepped back, mirroring Wiley's gaze. The station loomed like a Gothic monument, its arches lit against the darkening sky. Horns blared, the city pulsed. Griezmann nudged him. Back in the car. 2 blocks later, they turned onto a quieter street, engine idling. They sat in silence, staring at the windshield like it held answers. Griezmann finally spoke, voice low. "Remember that gap in the files? We didn't find what was missing? Found something else?" Reacher waited. "Those folders, stiff vinyl, 4-ring binders, color-coded. Ever seen 'em? Ours use 3 rings. Say you've got 10 lined up, labeled 1 through 10. I ask you to grab number 6. How?" Reacher smirked. "Unless there's a trick." "There's always a trick. They tested it." 34 random people, same method every time. Griezmann's knuckles whitened. "Whoever took that file knew exactly how we'd look for it." "Absolutely certain," came the reply. "Explain." "You lightly press your index finger against the spine of the file, number 6 in this case, like you're marking it as yours without drawing attention. Ownership is established in your mind, but the alignment is flawless, leaving no grip. Yet you can't pull your finger away. Subconsciously, you refuse to let go, so you position your thumb on file 5 and your middle finger on 7, gently easing them back to create just enough space. Then, with a quick motion, you pinch the exposed edge and slide the file free, your index finger still in place, steadying the weight as it comes toward you. "Nicely done," Reacher acknowledged. "Swap the numbers for left-handed folks naturally." Odds are he wasn't left-handed. We've got a pristine print from the neighboring file's spine, his right middle finger pressed lightly into the vinyl. "Is it in your database? Dead-on match? That's something. Matches the print from the dead woman's sports car, the chrome lever, same unknown suspect. It's him, Reacher. Identical prints, same finger, same angle, same careful pressure, almost eerie." Reacher stayed silent. "A woman, then a man, brutally killed," Griezmann continued. "You know who's responsible. Help me track down Wiley and I'll fill you in. Would that benefit me too? We'll ask him when we find him. You could tell me now." "Tell who?" "The straightforward detective or the dutiful bureaucrat who'll report everything to Berlin's intelligence service within minutes, after which I'd be behind bars just as fast. Don't you inform your superiors of what they need to know. I tell them the bare minimum. Simple words, no equations, no charts. You'll end up in jail regardless. Withholding this information is illegal here. Planning to arrest me? I could label you a material witness. You'd have to comply. Refusal would mean contempt of court. Feels like there's a punchline in there somewhere. This isn't a joke. One could argue our situation is more urgent. I'm sure my president would gladly clarify that to your chancellor, but let's skip the formalities. Help me locate Wiley, and we'll handle the rest together. Did he do it? Forget the print. A defense attorney would tear it apart. Could have been left ages ago. Try another angle. The Beretta was a solid lead. They sell them at your victim's usual bar. Did you know that? Who might have bought one there? Wiley, Griezmann said. He got his fake ID there too. Solid theory. Not proof yet, but the next move is obvious. Find him and ask. Where is he? No idea. Meanwhile, Wiley was just 100 yards away, crossing at a crosswalk 2 blocks east of the train station. Dressed in all black, pants, hooded sweatshirt, he carried a small, weighty duffel that clinked with each step. At first, he followed his usual path toward the bar with the polished wooden facade. But midway, he veered off, slipping into a vehicle entrance past towering trash bins. He pushed open a door marked exit only and climbed a flight of stairs to the hotel parking garage, the same place he'd met the woman. He recalled how she'd turned, beckoning him to her car with impatient urgency. Every detail was sharp in his memory. No cameras. Moving to the far corner, the air thick with the scents of stale gasoline, diesel, rubber, and concrete dust, he eyed a silver BMW, an older model, 6-cylinder, clearly abandoned. The windshield was hazy, the paint dull from neglect, perfect. The man crouched low near the BMW's front grille, fishing a Phillips screwdriver from his duffel. With practiced ease, he removed the front license plate and stashed it away before circling to the rear to repeat the process. From his bag emerged a compact camp stove, brand new, still smelling of factory oil, its steel body no larger than a hardcover book, complete with a coiled rubber hose and a brass valve. He paired it with a bright blue propane canister, the kind sold at every hardware store across America, giving the valve a quick twist to test the hissing flow before shutting it off again. Stretching out on the chilly pavement, he slid the burner beneath the car's undercarriage, then pulled 6 wooden blocks from his bag, vibrantly lacquered children's toys, likely Scandinavian imports. Methodically, he stacked them into a miniature pyramid over the burner, alternating the layers like a scout building a campfire, a disposable aluminum roasting pan, the sort used for holiday turkeys, perched atop the structure. His final touch, a box of 9mm rounds purchased alongside the Beretta from those dim-witted dealers at the bar. He nestled the ammunition into the pan directly below the BMW's fuel tank. After double-checking his escape route, he flicked open a Zippo, adjusted the burner's flame to a steady simmer, and scrambled backward before snatching his bag and melting into the night. Meanwhile, across town, Dremeler stepped off the elevator from his office, his Italian loafers clicking against the marble lobby floor. Muller fell into stride beside him, wasting no time. "You've heard about Schlupp, I assume?" Dremeler grimaced. "The police have turned that bar inside out. My associates are furious. My phone hasn't stopped ringing." "Wiley never left the city," Muller said. "Traffic cameras caught him heading toward St. Georg in a white SUV. Every cop on patrol is hunting for it now." Dremeler exhaled sharply. "How deep will this investigation go?" Muller smirked. "Griezmann loves his paperwork. Schlupp's skull was crushed. They'll chase every lead. Politics won't survive this scandal." "Then lie," Muller said flatly. "Say you discussed stocks or shook hands at some charity gala. Dead men can't contradict you." Back at the consulate, Reacher stepped inside to find Negley grinning, a telex in her hand. "Told you it'd be single digits," she said, tapping the paper. "Zero counts, doesn't it? By 1955, the U.S. Army had swelled to well over 1 million soldiers. Among them was a fresh-faced first lieutenant named Wilson T. Helmsworth, fresh out of West Point and a string of advanced training programs. Ambitious and relentless, he chased airborne command positions like a man possessed, technically outranking Arnold Mason on multiple occasions, though if they ever crossed paths, it would have been in some stiff, ceremonial setting, not over casual drinks. Helmsworth climbed fast, mastering every parachute technique imaginable, shattering records even in free fall. He became the go-to expert, churning out manuals on paratrooper tactics until he was thrown into a grueling jungle war where the dense canopy and indifferent infantry made his theories irrelevant. Yet he emerged not just unscathed, but promoted, diving headfirst into Special Forces doctrine. Decades later, he stood at the pinnacle overseeing elite training at Fort Benning, Georgia, the birthplace of hardcore military prowess. Major General Wilson T. Helmsworth, the last Cold War airborne commander still in uniform, a living relic from the brown boot era to the modern age, a 1 in a million survivor. Negley cut in. He's stationed at Benning right now. Sinclair frowned. "He'll need half an hour to arrange a call," the man swamped. Reacher shook his head. "Phone won't cut it." 40 years in the Army means he's a master at dodging questions. "We need him in the room, reading his tells." "None of us can fly back now," Sinclair argued. "Exactly. So Helmsworth comes to us, Benning to Atlanta, then the red-eye. He could be here by morning. The Joint Chiefs should order him to report to the Hamburg consulate ASAP. Based on some half-baked childhood rumor, Ratcliffe promised us whatever we need. He's a 2-star general, Reacher, which means he'll bolt at the first whiff of uncertainty. Phone calls? Forget it. He needs to stare down the NSC, and we need to see if he flinches. This is a long shot. We're on foreign soil, possibly facing an enemy. They'll pin another medal on him. Hell, maybe a silver star for hopping on a plane. Generals collect medals like airline miles. Sinclair relented and made the call, then gunfire. A muffled pop-pop in the distance, followed by a rapid staccato. Reacher's instincts kicked in, 9mm urban echo maybe half a mile away. He shoved the window open, sirens wailed, then another burst, 4 shots, 5 growing louder. The chaos escalated, a relentless barrage like a fireworks finale, then the deep whump of an explosion. 2 final handgun rounds punctuated the silence before the sirens took over. Police, ambulances, fire trucks, a dissonant chorus of urgency. Reacher leaned out, watching cops sprint past, vehicles flashing red and blue, the street alive with panic. One officer ran full tilt, his face etched with grim determination. The city pulsed with danger, and Reacher knew this wasn't just noise. It was the sound of something unraveling. Sinclair frowned and asked, "What was that noise?" Negley tilted her head, listening. Sounded like a house fire with ammo cooking off in the kitchen, followed by a propane tank exploding. But we should have heard sirens by now. Could be a stone building. Maybe the flames weren't visible from outside, so the call came in late. Think it was intentional? Hard to say. Doesn't change the sound either way. Connected to us? White shrugged. This city's huge. Could be anything. Another explosion rumbled in the distance, muffled but distinct. The deep thud, the eerie silence afterward, the pull of air rushing back, and the phantom warmth that shouldn't have reached them. Reacher scanned the street as every cop in sight sped toward the chaos. Meanwhile, Wiley worked methodically, prying off the padlocks, securing the warehouse door. Inside, he focused on the straightforward task of swapping the rental van's plates for the old BMWs. Then came the fun part. He grabbed his spray cans, bright greens, yellows, oranges, and silvers, and tagged the van's side with his initials, WH, blown up like graffiti on a subway car. He shaded them with silver, added wild swirls, then threw in an SL for good measure. Not another artist's tag, just a nod to Sugarland, his hometown and destination. A mist of gray dulled the fresh paint, aging it instantly. Stepping back, he grinned, dizzy from the fumes but pleased. The van now looked like urban decay, invisible to casual eyes. Not that anyone would notice, the whole city was fixated on the hotel, swarmed with cops, firefighters, and SWAT teams. He swung the doors wide, climbed into the van, and reversed carefully until its bumper tapped the old trucks inside. He faced the wooden crate, a relic from a 1950s Pentagon experiment, massive and immovable without equipment he no longer had. The screws holding it together were oversized, spaced every 6 inches overkill, probably some contractor's idea of military grade. Wiley smirked, imagining the suits who'd signed off on it, then got to work with his screwdriver. Across town, the consulate phone rang. Griezmann's voice crackled through. "We've got gunfire and an explosion in the hotel garage, right? Where that escort disappeared." The flames were under control thanks to the overhead sprinklers and fire-suppressing foam, but getting closer wasn't an option, not with the possibility of an armed threat still lurking. Reacher frowned, considering the situation. "You really believe the shooter's still inside?" "Don't you?" came the sharp reply. Reacher shook his head. That noise didn't sit right. Could have been ammunition overheating, some kind of timed detonation. "If that's the case, your guy's already miles away, exactly where you aren't looking." "Who are we talking about?" "Horace Wiley, for starters. He's got a tight schedule these days. Might have needed a distraction. You should pull half your unit back to patrol the streets. You think he's still in the city?" "Starting to think he never left. Could be relocating his truck as we speak. Get eyes out there? Not happening. This is federal protocol. Gunfire and explosions downtown? Not my call. The mayor's office has been planning this response for a year. We follow procedure. How long before they breach? Armored units en route, maybe 30 minutes. Reacher exhaled. Good luck with that. He ended the call, the silence thick around him. Without another word, he grabbed his jacket. "I'm taking a walk." Wiley's forearms burned as he wrestled with the last of the 44 screws. 20 minutes of tedious work, but finally, the panel gave way. He laid it across the gap between the two trucks, creating a makeshift bridge just as he'd planned. The air inside the crate was thick with the scent of aged wood and dust, a relic of another era. Exactly as his uncle had described years ago, 10 identical units, each weighing 50 pounds, packed in H912 transport containers. The straps made them easier to handle, but that didn't mean it was effortless. One by one, he hauled them from the old truck to the new, muscles straining with each transfer. He started at the far corner, stacking them tight, pausing only to catch his breath before returning for the next. Reacher headed south toward the Ulster Lake, the city unnervingly quiet. Europe had a way of shrugging off chaos, another explosion, another faction, another headline, forgotten in days. He turned east along the waters, circling back 2 miles from Wiley's last known location. No way a panel van would go unnoticed there, but keeping it close made sense if close meant within a wide, uncertain radius. Most of it was land, some water, and Reacher could only cover so much ground, but walking beat, sitting idle, at least he was moving. 50 pounds didn't sound like much until you had to move it repeatedly. After the 7th unit, Wiley stopped, hands on his knees, lungs heaving. Nerves played a part. This was the riskiest moment, stretched into a grueling half-hour under the flickering dock lights. The two trucks were pressed together like some bizarre mechanical coupling, rocking slightly with each transfer inside the crumbling shed, vulnerable, exposed. He rolled his shoulders, gritted his teeth, and went back for number 8. Dragging it across the wooden bridge, he guided it into place beside the others. 9 followed, then 10, the last one. Done. He yanked the crate away from the wall, revealing exactly what Uncle Arnold had promised, a faded khaki folder with red stripes, tucked inside a simple plywood holder carved with a finger groove. Some apprentice's handiwork from decades past, back when the crate factory still hummed with activity. Inside were brittle mimeograph sheets, their brass fasteners tarnished by time. Clutching the folder in one hand, he hauled crate number 10 with the other, propping it beside its twin before wedging the book securely between them. The bridge slid back into the old truck with a scrape, and he slammed the new truck's door shut from the outside. Squeezing past an empty crate, he climbed through the cab and circled back to the driver's seat. The engine growled to life as he maneuvered the truck into position, backing and filling until it faced the right way. Nosing it into place, he killed the engine, locked up, and repacked his duffel. The heavy doors groaned shut, bolts sliding home, padlocks snapping tight. 40 minutes longer than he'd hoped at the street corner. He paused, scanning the cobblestones toward the iron bridge. Traffic flowed normally beyond it. No sirens, no screeching brakes, just another quiet night satisfied. He hoisted his bag and took the footbridges, weaving between piers until he reached home. Reacher cut through St. Georg, the road curving west along the lake. Nothing stood out, just cars, none hiding Wiley, and pedestrians who weren't him. At the crosswalk, he hesitated. Ahead, the main road stretched toward St. Pauli, while a narrow turn led to a boxy metal bridge. Moonlight glinted off the water, the cobblestones silent, no movement. He turned back, passing houses lit by the flicker of TVs, dozens of blue screens broadcasting the news. Those handgun rounds had been a masterstroke. Explosions could be dismissed as accidents, but gunfire? That got attention. Textbook execution, a year of planning, paying off. Back at the consulate, the night guard waved him in. Negley met him with news. The Joint Chiefs had given Helmsworth his orders. A Delta flight nonstop from Atlanta would carry him out tonight. A consulate car would collect him in the morning. Silver Star guaranteed, Negley said. Explosions, gunfire, they'll call it a war zone. Then Griezmann called again. The garage was empty, he reported. Just 3 torched cars and bullet holes everywhere. It's a mess. Set up, Reacher said. But by who? Unless it's a wild coincidence, it's them. The mayor's office is running the show. They don't know the backstory. Can you spare some unmarked cars? Not a chance. I'm waiting for a briefing. Might be tomorrow at this rate. Someone already suggested animal activists pissed about foie gras or veal crates. Not their style, agreed. But you see the problem. It's going to be a long night. The mayor's office is clueless. 12 hours until Swiss banks opened. Reacher stayed silent. Griezmann hung up without another word. Later, Bishop's shuttle ferried them back to the hotel. Doors clicked shut. Negley's, then Sinclair's. A minute later, the house phone rang. Sinclair's voice cut through the quiet. She tilted her head, fingers brushing the pearls at her throat. When do we finally call for backup? He exhaled, leaning against the doorframe. Not today. That's what you said yesterday. Optimism keeps me alive. Her dress clung to her curves, black, sleek, the kind that made a statement without saying a word. Nylon's heels, hair tousled, like she just rolled out of bed or into a fight, she studied him. "What's on your mind?" His answer came in the form of a kiss, slow and deliberate, before he circled behind her. She arched into his touch as his fingers traced the zipper's teardrop pull, smooth as a blade. The dress slithered down, pooling at her ankles. "Work or personal?" he murmured. "Work. Always work first." The bra followed, straps slipping free under his calloused hands. She shivered when his palm skimmed her ribs. "Where's the buyer planning to deploy?" "Your guess is as good as mine." "Germany?" She laughed, the sound warm against his collarbone. "Not a chance. Try D.C. or New York. Maybe London if they're feeling fancy. Then it's going by ship. We blew a day tailing Wiley for nothing. That cargo's too bulky for a road trip across borders. Hamburg's his play, second biggest port in Europe, ships out, vanishes." His thumbs hooked into the lace at her hips. She stepped free of the last scraps of fabric, pearls glinting against bare skin. "So when does it sail?" "When the money clears." "Could be tomorrow?" Silence. She turned, all defiance and bare feet. "Back to my first question, when do we call for help?" He yanked his shirt over his head. "Not while we're busy." This time she took charge, twisting to face away as she straddled him. A strategic choice, less eye contact, more friction. Not that he was complaining, her rhythm was relentless, like she had something to prove. Fine by him, whatever got the job done. Bishop had the bus rolling before sunrise. General Helmsworth's plane touched down as the sky lightened, the driver reported. Protocol demanded the man be whisked straight to the consulate's guest suite to scrub up before the briefing. Helmsworth's orders were rigid, Sinclair, Reacher, and Negley only. The rest of the team, officially invisible, no one argued. A crowded room full of half-baked theories wouldn't help. Better to keep it tight, 3 people who spoke the same shorthand. The others scattered to the bullpen while Bishop ushered them into a chamber straight out of a military museum. Gilt chairs, velvet drapes, flags stiff as cardboard. Reacher half expected a medal pinned to his chest again. Only the ceiling height gave it away. This wasn't Virginia. This was old-world power, the kind that didn't bother to hide its weight. Negley arranged 4 armchairs in a loose square, creating an informal setup where no one held a position of dominance, just a group of people chatting like old friends. After Bishop excused himself, General Helmsworth entered the room. A wiry man in his mid-60s with a silver buzz cut and sharp gray eyes. He wore a crisp battledress uniform adorned with 2 black stars on the collar. Despite having flown through the night, he carried himself with the disciplined energy of a career soldier. Polite introductions followed, though. Negley opted for a nod instead of a handshake. Once everyone settled into the chairs she'd positioned, Reacher cut straight to the chase. "General, how pissed are you right now? Scale of 1 to 10. Helmsworth's voice was dry as gravel. "Given the circumstances, son, I'd say an 8 or 9. Reacher smirked. "Brace yourself. It's about to get worse." "I don't doubt that, Major." "Then let's skip the formalities and get to the point. We're here to reminisce about the glory days, yours or mine," Helmsworth countered. Reacher leaned forward. "A sergeant named Arnold P. Mason, 82nd Airborne. Your paths technically crossed in 55, though you were already climbing the ranks. Doubt. You remember him?" Helmsworth scoffed. 40 years is a long time, Major. Maybe, but we need whatever you recall about his unit. Is this some kind of military nostalgia hour?" "Close. We're tracking a guy named Wiley. When he was a kid, his mom's boyfriend, a 20-year 82nd Airborne vet, spun him war stories. Wiley grew up obsessed, enlisted just to chase whatever myth that guy planted in his head." Helmsworth frowned. "That's not how recruitment's supposed to work." Wiley didn't join out of patriotism. He joined because he thought those stories were a treasure map. Now he's gone AWOL with something valuable, and we need to know what the hell he's after. The general's expression tightened. "AWOL from where?" "Fulda. Armored divisions." Helmsworth exhaled sharply. "Major, you better have a damn good reason for dragging me into this." Reacher's tone turned razor sharp. "We think Wiley's hunting something tied to your old unit. Every officer remembers their first command. What were the stories? The ones that didn't make a kid enlist just to dig up ghosts? For a beat, Helmsworth hesitated. Then, almost too casually, he asked, "What exactly were these Davy Crockett tales?" Reacher shrugged. "That's what we're asking you?" The room went still. Helmsworth's fingers drummed once on the armrest before he muttered, "I can't help you." Reacher's grin was wolfish. "How's that anger scale looking now? Drop to a 2, maybe?" "Because suddenly you've got bigger problems." The general's jaw clenched. Sinclair stepped in, her voice cool. "General, you're speaking to the NSC. There's no higher clearance." Helmsworth's eyes flicked to the door. "Is this room secure?" "Selected by the CIA station chief." "Now stop stalling." Reacher leaned in, his voice dropping to a growl. "General, either you talk to us or you explain to the Joint Chiefs why you didn't. Either way, that file's getting opened." Helmsworth swallowed hard. It was classified for a reason. Then unclassify it. Right now, Wiley's gone rogue with classified intel, and we need answers now. We're not leaving until you talk. Time might not be on our side, so let's cut to the chase. Helmsworth leaned in, his chair scraping against the floor. "Fine. Here's how it went down. Picture Europe in the early 50s, Cold War tensions, Red Army movements, the whole 9 yards. Our strategy: block their advance through the Fulda Gap by crippling their supply lines, bridges, roads, power stations, anything to slow their armor. But precision strikes were a joke back then. No smart bombs, just unreliable Air Force runs. So we trained combat engineers as human-guided munitions. Paratroopers with demo charges strapped to their backs, ready to hike through enemy territory and plant explosives with pinpoint accuracy. Sounds clever, right? Except there was one glaring flaw." Reacher nodded. "Weight limits." "Exactly. 100 pounds of TNT might as well throw a firework at a skyscraper. Bridges and power plants laughed at us, so we shelved the idea, waiting for better tech. Meanwhile, the real action was happening stateside. Los Alamos was cooking up something monstrous. The hydrogen bomb that 15 megaton test in '54 made every other explosion in history look like a sparkler. But here's the kicker. The Pentagon had a second lab, Livermore playing the underdog, while Los Alamos chased bigger booms, Livermore miniaturized nukes, perfecting the W-54 warhead. Genius, but useless for my problem. Reacher smirked. "Still stuck on your 100-pound backpack? Worse. I needed a ton of TNT. 200 pounds, maybe for a short sprint. 400, forget it. A ton, 10, pure fantasy. So much for human smart bombs." He sighed. Sometimes the simplest plans hit the hardest walls. A beat passed. Then Reacher cracked his knuckles. Ever think outside the box? Maybe the payload wasn't the issue, it was the delivery. Helmsworth's eyes narrowed. No, that was a twist. Reacher stayed silent as Helmsworth continued. "That's what they handed us in the end." "Who did?" "Livermore Labs, the new facility out in California. Their latest weapon system flopped. They shrunk the payload, but not enough. They managed to cram the destructive force of the Hiroshima bomb into a cylinder just 11 inches wide and 16 inches tall, weighing only 50 pounds. Same 15 kiloton yield as Little Boy, 15,000 tons of TNT packed into something you could carry. Little Boy was 10 feet long and weighed 5 tons. So yeah, it was a breakthrough. Just not enough of one, too big for artillery, too heavy for a mortar, no practical way to launch it. A solution with no real problem until they found one. Helmsworth smirked. They slapped a new name on it, SAD-DM, Special Atomic Demolition Munition, and handed it to the 82nd Airborne. Suddenly, my guys could jump with 50 pounds on their backs and vaporize any bridge, road, or overpass they wanted, using nukes as powerful as Hiroshima. A heavy silence settled before Reacher asked, "What was the SADM called before?" "Take a wild guess. Davy Crockett." Helmsworth nodded. "That was the nickname for the W-54 warhead. No idea why it stuck, but it did. Nobody called them SAMs, just Davy Crockett's. They came in padded canvas backpacks. Strap it on, and you were ready to go. Not exactly a popular assignment, though. Rumor was the cylinders leaked radiation. Some guys got sick, worried about cancer, but mostly they were haunted by those old Hiroshima newsreels. That same fireball strapped to their backs, their orders? Plant it on a bridge, set the timer, and run like hell. Not exactly the same as dropping it from 40,000 feet. Negley cut in. How long was the timer? 15 minutes max, give or take. Not exactly precision engineering. That's insane. The lethal blast radius was a mile. Fireballs stretched too. Even on a track, most guys couldn't outrun that. Throw in rough terrain, enemy fire, impossible. You'd be sprinting straight into your own funeral pyre. Suicide mission. Helmsworth shrugged. Different times back then, losing 2 companies to stop 1,000,000 men and 10,000 tanks, we'd have called it a bargain. Reacher frowned. 2 companies? We had 100 Davy Crockett's, each with its own target, planned down to the inch, spread out, like chicken pox on a map. But there aren't 100 bridges or power plants. It's a bottleneck. That's why it's called a gap. Redundancy, half were backups waiting in reserve, filling the gaps, connecting the dots, like a chain. You were building a radiation wall, a minefield of nukes. 100 bombs could cover 10 square miles, any shape you wanted. Force the Soviets to reroute straight into your guns. The files closed. Because treaties happened. You couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't even admit you'd planned it. Exactly, Helmsworth said. The SAD-Ms got retired, but not for military reasons. They were all pulled back, no replacements. Eventually, small nukes got banned outright. Sinclair leaned in. Arnold Mason's sick. His wife says he told her the army would come knocking. Sick how? Brain tumor? That was decades ago. Most cases showed up way earlier. There were others? A few, Helmsworth admitted. Added detail, the mention of the padded canvas backpacks and the psychological toll of the assignment, including the haunting newsreel imagery. Tone shift, the sarcastic edge in Helmsworth's different times remark contrasts with the grim reality of the mission. Reacher leaned back in his chair, the creak of old wood echoing in the tense silence. Hearing stories like that doesn't exactly inspire confidence in joining up, he remarked. Helmsworth remained quiet, his expression unreadable. General, Reacher pressed, raising an eyebrow. People enlist for all kinds of reasons, Helmsworth finally replied, his voice measured. Reacher scoffed. Horace Wiley was a thief in his 30s. You really think he'd sign up after training for a suicide mission, getting sick, and then watching the weapons get shipped back home anyway? The general stayed silent, his jaw tight. Sinclair cut in, her tone sharp. For the record, everyone here has clearance at the highest level. Helmsworth exhaled. Fine, there might have been an inventory discrepancy. Reacher crossed his arms. Explain. Initial records showed 10 crates leaving Livermore, each holding 10 Davy Crockett bombs, 100 total. Same crates, same count came back, everything matched, inspections confirmed it. But years later, an unsent invoice surfaced for an 11th crate. Reacher smirked. So someone forgot to bill for it? That's your big mystery? At first we thought it was just a paperwork error, Helmsworth admitted. Then we found an apprentice's log proving 11 crates were built. The foreman signed off on all of them, but the 11th crate? Gone? No trace at the factory, no trace at Livermore? So where did it go? Did it even exist? Reacher's smirk faded. Sounds like someone was covering their tracks. Maybe the majority ruled it a clerical mistake. The minority? They figured Livermore wouldn't have ordered an extra crate unless they had bombs to fill it. One wrong digit in the inventory codes, and suddenly you've got nukes headed to the wrong place. Reacher shook his head. That's a lot of maybes for something this serious. Helmsworth's gaze hardened. We were moving mountains of equipment in those days. Mistakes happened. How long have you been in, Major? Reacher glanced at his pants. Marine Corps issue, mislabeled and misdelivered decades ago. 12 years, but we're talking about nukes. The general's voice dropped. In our history, 32 nuclear weapons have been lost, stolen, or accidentally set off. A chill settled over the room. Somewhere outside, a car backfired, and for a split second, everyone froze. The investigation wrapped up with 26 cases definitively closed, but 6 remained unsolved, vanished without a trace. Those numbers were concrete, no room for doubt. And while 10 more might seem like a stretch, given the nature of the Davy Crockett weapons, small, mass-produced, treated as ordinary munitions, it wasn't entirely out of the question. The search had been exhaustive, spanning every corner of the globe, yet those 6 were never found. The official conclusion? They never existed. The paperwork was likely part of a scam that someone abandoned before it went through. When asked for his personal take, the response was blunt. Back then, they were gearing up for a potential ground war in Europe against the Red Army, with supply depots sprawling across Germany, some larger than actual cities, others still bigger than a football field. To him, the official stance felt like willful ignorance, fingers in ears humming to drown out the truth. Arnold Mason would have been knee-deep in the search years later, when the real experts were the ones hunting. Those were the stories young Horace Wiley grew up hearing. A missing crate, 10 bombs as devastating as Hiroshima, buried somewhere like forgotten treasure. Sinclair scoffed. Why would he find them when no one else could? Reacher shrugged. Different skills, different luck. Maybe his uncle dropped a hint. Maybe he stumbled onto something everyone else missed. Or maybe he was just the right kind of clever. Still sounds impossible. Agreed. Helmsworth cut in, his tone darkly amused. Nothing was impossible back then. The Cold War was its own brand of insanity. They once implanted a microphone in a cat, threaded the antenna through its spine and tail, trained it to eavesdrop at the Russian embassy. First day on the job, roadkill. Everything was a disaster waiting to happen. Negley crossed her arms. Does it even matter? Who knows the arming codes? Even if they were issued, they'd be split between 2 people. Standard protocol for 10 bombs, that's 20 veterans. So who's left? Helmsworth stayed silent. Reacher pressed. General, it gets worse. How? You've seen the war films chaos, misdrops, instant combat, the odds of 2 guys landing together? 0, which meant 100 useless hunks of metal, but we had to be effective, so the split code ruled tactical suicide. Who decided that? Commanders. Like me. His admission was grim. I told my quartermaster to have the armorer chalk the full code right on the bomb. If the carrier died, someone else could finish the job. Back then, we didn't know it wouldn't happen. It felt real. But the 11th crate never made it to the field. Meaning its codes are in a top-secret file tucked inside a custom compartment, the part the apprentice built. 11 times over. The room fell dead silent. Then Sinclair exhaled. In 1 minute, I call the president and tell him 10 loose nukes might be out there, each one a city killer, ready to go. Anyone got a reason I shouldn't? No one spoke. Meanwhile, Chief of Detectives Griezmann rode the elevator up to Herr Dremeler's office. The lift was painfully slow, an original relic from the post-war rebuild, but eventually it got there. Griezmann shifted in the cramped visitor chair across from Dremeler's imposing desk, feeling like an oversized guest at a child's tea party. The businessman waved a hand toward his secretary, a woman Griezmann guessed was from Brazil, and ordered coffee before asking, with practiced politeness, what brought the detective to his office. Griezmann cut straight to the point. This concerns Wolfgang Schlupp. Dremeler's expression didn't flicker. Funny you mention him. We spoke earlier today completely by coincidence. That's exactly why I'm here. Nothing useful came up in our chat. Certainly nothing that would explain what happened to him later. Griezmann leaned forward. What did you discuss? Small talk, really. We'd crossed paths at a networking event once, barely acquaintances, just exchanging pleasantries, professional courtesy, you understand? You weren't pitching him anything? Shoes, maybe? Dremeler chuckled. No, just keeping the gears greased. You know how it is. How often do you visit that bar? Not often. I rotate my spots. Visibility matters in my circles. Your circles, business leaders, movers and shakers, people who make things happen. Griezmann's voice sharpened. Did you notice who was sitting behind you? Dremeler hesitated, replaying the moment in his mind. He'd sidled up to Schlupp with his back to the room. Who had been there? He couldn't place them. Griezmann didn't wait for an answer. A man with some tax complications overheard everything. His memory was very precise. Dremeler's mind raced. He prided himself on sharp recall and quick thinking, essential skills for a man in his position. He mentally rewound the conversation, sifting through the exchange, Schlupp's guarded replies, the mentions of information, drivers, licenses, the repeated emphasis on the cause, the bribe, the American's new identity. Damning if taken out of context, he exhaled slowly. I have connections in places you wouldn't expect. This city depends on them, and not one of us has broken a single law. Yet Griezmann countered. Never, Dremeler corrected smoothly. Prosecute us, and you'll only make us stronger. Think for yourself, detective. The tide is turning. Why cling to outdated loyalties? Join us. Your position would be secure even in the new order. There'll always be petty criminals to chase. Griezmann ignored the bait. Did Schlupp call you back before he died with the American's new name? No, Griezmann believed him. Of course he did. Meanwhile, Sinclair dialed the White House from his office. Helmsworth had left. Bishop had taken his place. Waterman's pessimism echoed through the line. Too little, too late, the Germans would drag their feet, NATO complications piling up. Sinclair agreed delays were inevitable. Reacher tried Griezmann again, only to be told he was out in his car. The secretary promised a callback, her tone warm, efficient. He hung up. Sinclair eyed him. Wiley's an AWOL soldier in your city. I need his new name, Reacher said. Good luck with that. Maybe we can guess it. Based on what? Customers pick their own aliases. Wiley used Ernst and Gebhardt at the rental place. Why those two? If they were second and third on a list, what was first? Sinclair scoffed. That's not detective work. That's throwing darts blindfolded. Reacher grinned. Call it a wild-ass guess. And in my experience, those hit harder than Hail Marys. It was like swinging blindfolded, hoping to connect. So what are we calling him now? Still working on it, Reacher admitted. It's stuck in my head, just out of reach. Might need to dig through some records or make a call. Who would you call? Someone who knows Southeast Texas inside out. The phone buzzed. Griezmann, what can I do for you? Not sure yet, Reacher said. Then why call? Wanted to be prepared. Sinclair nudged him. Take the shot, Reacher. A memory flashed his fingers, tracing Sinclair's hairline, threading through the waves, thick then soft. He'd tucked some behind her ear, left the rest loose. A gamble that paid off. Now he rolled the dice again. Check city records for Wiley's neighborhood, he told Griezmann. Under what name? Kempner. That's not exactly rare. Single guys, mid-30s, living solo, no paper trail to speak of. That'll take hours. You in a rush, moving faster than we'd like? Better be certain, no do-overs. Run it, Kempner. Call me the second you find anything, Reacher said, hanging up. Sinclair frowned. Why Kempner? Why Ernst? Why Gebhardt? Reacher countered. Wiley grew up in Sugar Land, Texas. Years later, he's asked for German names. What bubbles up? Texas is steeped in German roots. First settler, Ernst. Then there's Gephardt's hot sauce. A Texas staple? Coincidence? Maybe. But if those names came from his childhood, what's next? Sinclair shook her head. No clue. Wiley loved his hometown, Reacher said. It was in his file. His old crewmate confirmed it. Sugarland was built on imperial sugar, founded in 1906 by Isaac Kempner. The man was a local legend, probably has a street named after him. That's one hell of a bet. You pushed me into it. White cut in. They should shut down the port. They will, Sinclair said. The White House will loop us in. She checked the wall clock. Zurich's banks were open. The phone stayed silent. Hours passed. No call. Reacher stretched. We need Orozco. Bishop raised an eyebrow. Why? Time's tight. We need another set of hands. What's he bringing? Interrogation skills. If we find Wiley before the crate, we'll need answers fast. Orozco's good at that. How much does he know? Enough. Sinclair nodded. Call him. Reacher dialed, rattling off orders. Orozco was now attached to the NSC, effective immediately. He hung up, catching Negley's questioning look. Back in a minute. He headed downstairs to the lobby, waiting by the front desk. The phone rang. The guard hesitated, then handed it over. Orozco's voice crackled through. "Talk to me." The radio code 1016 signaled an urgent callback request, something Orozco recognized immediately. Privacy mattered, so the change in number made sense. "Are we in deep?" Orozco asked, tension threading his voice. Reacher's reply was calm, almost casual. "Not yet." Orozco snorted. "That's what the guy said right after jumping off a skyscraper. Feels great so far, just like flying. All we've got to do is grab him. You really think we can? How tough could it be?" Orozco exhaled. "What's my role?" "Officially, you're the interrogator. Unofficially, you're extracting the Iranian from that safe house. They've either forgotten he exists or they're playing reckless. Either way, he's dead if we don't move. Get him out the second we make our play." "You actually planning to move?" Staying hopeful, Orozco hesitated. "How do I tell the Saudis from the Iranian?" Reacher smirked. "A man of your worldly charm won't have a problem? And the Saudis?" "Collateral damage, if you're feeling generous," Orozco whistled, harsh. "But 10 missing nukes changes things." Reacher's voice turned grim, Hiroshima-sized, packed in a single crate. A long silence followed. Finally, Orozco muttered, "I'm bringing my sergeant." Wouldn't have it any other way. As Reacher hung up and headed back to the office, the phone rang again. Sinclair put it on speaker. Griezmann's voice crackled through. "Found 5 Kempners in Wiley's neighborhood. 4 don't fit, the 5th. No job records, shady finances, lease ending soon. Registered as Isaac Herbert Kempner." Reacher's pulse kicked up. "That's our guy. Same name as the Imperial Sugar founder. We've got him." Griezmann's tone turned urgent. "Meet me in 5. Just you, Negley, and Sinclair. No CIA. I'm already on thin ice with Berlin." Sinclair ended the call and shot Reacher a look. "Another medal in the making, Major?" Reacher shrugged. "Not until it's done." Meanwhile, Mueller shut his office door and dialed Dremeler. "Griezmann's digging into Kempner, Wiley's alias. Found 5 in the area. One stands out, 35, no records, no trace, like a ghost." Dremeler sounded skeptical. "Common name. Too clean for a real person. Wiley's using it." Mueller leaned in. "Forget the apartment, think like a cop. That van? Not on the street, not in a garage, too big. It's stashed in a shed or warehouse nearby. Right now it's just sitting there, waiting. Where, ask your contacts? Someone rented space for cash, no questions. The kind of deal your people gossip about." Dremeler smirked and said, "What is this? Some kind of mobster chain of connections?" Bishop just shrugged. "Tell you what, play along, and I'll make sure you get a shiny police chief badge." He motioned for them to follow him into his cramped office, where an ancient safe stood in the corner, bulky as an industrial washing machine. With practiced ease, he worked the combination, swung the heavy door open, and pulled out a cardboard box filled with firearms. He handed out 3 Colt 380 government models, compact, reliable, and already loaded. "Try not to use these," Bishop warned, "but if you do, for heaven's sake, don't hit anyone but Wiley. The paperwork alone would be a disaster." Reacher tucked his into his jacket pocket. "Once Orozco shows up, fill him in and have him stay on standby," he instructed. Bishop nodded, and without another word they were ready to move. Outside, Griezmann pulled up in the same spot as before. Sinclair slid into the passenger seat while Reacher and Negley took the back. The car wound through the city, past familiar streets, until they reached the crossroads. To the right was the upscale champagne shop, but they turned left toward the newly developed urban complex. The buildings loomed tall, though none broke 15 stories, their exteriors clad in bold, primary-colored panels that made the whole place look like an oversized toddler's play set. Reacher couldn't help but grimace. Even as a kid, he'd hated forced cheerfulness. Griezmann slowed as they approached Wiley's building, a rectangular monolith with windows too small for its size. "Next one on the left," he muttered. The lobby yawned open like a gaping mouth, with elevators waiting on either side. "Drive straight up," Reacher said. "No point in wasting time." They parked outside the entrance, stepping out into the crisp air. Wiley's unit was on the 9th floor, and standard procedure called for a full assault, elevators and stairs covered simultaneously. Reacher wasn't taking chances. He paired Sinclair with Griezmann in one elevator while he took the other, leaving Negley to handle the stairwell. Sinclair's gun was still buried in her bag, bad form. The Colt's magazine release was finicky, and digging for it mid-creases could mean disaster. The elevator door slid shut, and the car lurched upward. Time to see if Wiley was home? Sinclair studied Reacher for a moment before asking, "What's your take on this?" Reacher smirked. "You asking for my mood or my professional opinion? Wiley, what do you think?" Caught him on the liquor store footage, fast little weasel, armed and ready to make the score of his life. Doesn't bother me. I prefer when they put up a fight. Sinclair crossed her arms. "We grab him the second that door cracks open. He won't even blink." Reacher tilted his head. "And if he doesn't open up? What if he's camped out in the bedroom watching through some hidden feed?" Silence. The elevator dinged, doors sliding apart. Griezmann was already moving, scanning the empty hallway. Doors lined the corridor at even intervals, each marked with bold, playful numbers on colored panels like something out of a kindergarten classroom. Wiley's door, 9B, stood out in cheerful yellow, the green panel beside it sporting a bulging, egg-sized camera lens instead of a peephole. No surprises here, just a high-tech peeping Tom setup. Below the lens, a doorbell button practically invited visitors to smile for their close-up. Negley didn't wait. She pressed herself against the wall, angling toward the camera before slapping her palm over the lens. With her free hand, she drew her Colt and used the barrel to jab the bell. Silence. She hit it again. A soft chime echoed inside, pleasant, unhurried, nothing stirred. Griezmann exhaled. "We need a warrant." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that? In Germany, it's mandatory. He's American." "So are we? Let's skip the paperwork." Griezmann frowned. "Even your movies say you need one. The Fourth Amendment." Reacher grinned. "And credit cards." "What? You're bribing someone?" "Nah, just good old-fashioned American problem-solving." Negley held out her hand, and Sinclair passed over a government Amex. She wedged herself against the door, shoulder-braced fingers working the card against the lock with surgical precision. A twist, a nudge, then the satisfying click of the latch giving way. She ducked low, expecting gunfire. Empty. They swept the place first fast, then methodical. Nothing. The kitchen held the only clue, a worn map spread on the counter, edges smudged from handling, a vast stretch of land, oceans on either side, Buenos Aires tucked in the corner. "Argentina," Reacher said. "Guy's buying himself a ranch big enough to disappear in." Negley rummaged through the trash, discarded food, a blood-stained shirt, crumpled pants, then her fingers closed around an empty champagne bottle, its gold label dull under the light. Dom Perignon, classy way to celebrate a vanishing act. The binder was constructed from rigid vinyl-covered board, its interior fitted with 4 metal rings that held pre-punched pages filled with handwritten code arranged in 5 neat columns. Griezmann barely glanced at it before nodding. "That's Schlupp's work," he muttered. "Case closed as far as I'm concerned." Sinclair emerged from the bedroom, her expression sharp. "He left a packed suitcase in the closet," she reported, "which means he hasn't left town." Meanwhile, 9 floors below, Wiley lingered in the lobby, his attention fixed on the Mercedes idling at the curb. The car was a few years old, polished to a shine but showing signs of hard city use beneath the wax. The antenna on the trunk suggested official use may be law enforcement but not your average detective's ride, too old for a high-end service, too clean for a budget operation, and that driver's seat shoved all the way back. No self-respecting chauffeur would allow that. Wiley smirked. He knew cars, had spent years moving stolen ones across borders, mostly to Mexico, occasionally the Caribbean. He could appraise value in his sleep. But this wasn't about him. He was a ghost. Statistically, in a building this size, the cops had to be here for someone else. Still, he needed his bag. More importantly, he needed that map. The thought of leaving it behind gnawed at him. It wasn't just sentimental, it was evidence. A single penciled square, smudged but still legible, he'd killed for less. But now wasn't the time. 1 in 15 odds they were already on his floor. No sense risking awkward questions from neighbors he'd never bothered to meet. Instead, he slipped outside, strolling casually toward the waterfront until he found a bench near an old dockside crane. From there, he had a clear view back to the building. 300 yards away, the Mercedes was just a speck. Good. That meant he was invisible too. Across town, Dremeler worked the phones from his fourth-floor office, setting off a chain reaction through the city's underbelly where deals were struck, favors called in, and everyone knew someone who could get things done. The replies came back like echoes, all pointing to one guy, a failed investor who'd bet big on dockland south of St. George, only to watch the city pour its resources into St. Pauli instead. Left with crumbling warehouses and a bruised ego, he'd been desperate for cash. No paper trail, no questions. And 7 months ago, Wiley had walked right into that opening. The moment they came face to face, Wiley stood there with a crimson baseball cap pulled low, his jaw clenched tight. Bundles of cash bulged in his pockets, and his restless energy screamed urgency like every second counted toward some unseen deadline. He didn't haggle, slapping down way more than the going rate without blinking. The guy rattled off the warehouse location, and Dremeler recognized it instantly. That ugly, blocky bridge, seriously, he almost laughed. You thought they'd build condos there? No wonder your business tanked. With a polished smile, he said, "Appreciate the assist. When this plays out, you'll get your due." They toyed with the idea of ambushing Wiley at his apartment, but Sinclair shut it down fast. Helmsworth's testimony had flipped the script. Now that hulking panel van was priority one, Wiley himself demoted to second place. Griezmann snatched a surveillance team from the mayor's office where the chaos had finally simmered down, and the guy promised a 5-minute ETA. They left the apartment untouched, retracing their steps down the stairwell and elevators, spilling back onto the sidewalk. To their left, a narrow path snaked toward the waterfront, where a rusted dock crane loomed, freshly painted in black and gold like some fossilized predator. At its base, a park bench held a distant, motionless speck. Maybe a guy, maybe nothing. Beyond it, a footbridge arched to the next pier, splitting into two more like branches of a dead tree. Reacher squinted. "What's over there? Starts off all manicured parks," Griezmann said. "Then it's just wasteland." Reacher pivoted, orienting himself. The fan-shaped sprawl ahead matched the derelict maze he'd glimpsed the night before, past that clunky bridge where he'd turned back. Moonlight on oily water, crumbling buildings, perfect hideouts for a van. "We're checking it out," he decided. They moved slow, 4 across, matching Griezmann's unhurried stride. The speck on the bench vanished, break time over. Past the last buildings, the crane shadow swallowed them. The footbridge led to a fork, left or right, each pier doled up with different sculptures like exhibits in a half-abandoned museum. Then the bridges multiplied again, spiderwebbing toward rotting granite piers slick with algae. The city had thrown money at the waterfront, but not enough. Beyond the last sculptures lay a graveyard of weeds, shattered bricks, and sagging warehouses. The bridges here were ancient iron, leading nowhere good. Acres of decay, a nightmare to search, but logical. Reacher cracked his knuckles. He's not hauling that van across town. This is his backyard. 100 empty warehouses, maybe 1,000 half probably ownerless. Change the locks, and boom, squatter's paradise. Sinclair's eyes narrowed. "That's where we'll find it? Fits like a glove. Short drive to the port when he's ready to roll." They doubled back to the car just as the surveillance unit rolled up, unassuming, perfect for the job. The hunt was on. They climbed into the Mercedes and left the complex, navigating the freshly built traffic circle before heading back toward the intersection flanked by towering brick structures. Taking a right onto a familiar road, they passed a stretch of dark water, maybe an old industrial dock or a deep basin, before making another turn onto a narrow cobblestone lane. It led straight to the same angular metal bridge Reacher had spotted under the pale glow of the moon. On the other side lay the skeletal remains of a forgotten era, a ghostly relic of 19th-century longshoreman life. The streets here were wide enough to have once accommodated horse-drawn wagons with iron-rimmed wheels, lined with crumbling warehouses and sagging sheds on the verge of collapse. Weeds sprouted from cracked gutters, and the occasional sapling pushed through the cobblestones. The maze of side streets made it feel like a hidden city, abandoned yet sprawling, far too much ground to cover blindly. Griezmann drummed his fingers on the wheel. I could pull rental records for Kempner's name. Reacher shook his head. Doubt he left a paper trail. Probably paid cash or just moved in uninvited. Still worth checking, Griezmann insisted. Someone might have noticed unusual activity. We can't just wander around hoping to stumble on him. After maneuvering a tight turn between an old rope factory and a dilapidated sail loft, Griezmann drove back over the bridge. Reacher leaned forward. We need eyes on this bridge. It's the only way in or out, no other route for that van. Griezmann exhaled sharply. The mayor's still got my men tied up at the hotel. You got one guy free, not two. Reacher stayed silent. Griezmann rubbed his temple. I could ask traffic division. They're not involved in the garage mess. Muller owes me a favor. Just make sure you say it in German, Reacher muttered. His English is painful. Meanwhile, Wiley was already putting distance between himself and the scene. A brisk walk, then a quick bus ride. He was 2 miles away when the uneasy feeling hit him. Not quite fear, but a gnawing suspicion. He'd spotted 4 figures emerging from the building, pausing by their car before advancing toward him with unsettling purpose. 2 towering men, 2 smaller women, their gazes locked on him like they knew. One of the men wore a jean jacket just like his, the same one he'd glimpsed in the park near those idiots from the bar. Impossible. He was supposed to be invisible, wasn't he? Casually, he strolled away, keeping his pace unhurried until he was out of sight. Then he bolted. Ducking into a modest Turkish cafe, he beelined for the payphone, coins jingling in his palm. Probably too early for the call, but the guy in the jean jacket had rattled him. That stare like he'd already been made. He dialed Zurich, punched in his code. Any deposits to my account today? Keys clattered on the other end. A pause. Not yet, sir. Back at headquarters, Muller reached for his phone, dialing Dremeler. Griezmann's asking for backup. Wants a man posted at the warehouse bridge. They're on to the location. They're not, Dremeler countered. They're just guessing. If they knew exactly where the van was, they'd have it by now. How much time do you need? 30 minutes would help, Muller scoffed. I can't stall that long. Griezmann's not stupid. I already skipped the Hanover job. Then send someone you trust. Trust how? One of us, Dremeler clarified. Muller considered the idea carefully before responding. That could work if we find the right person. Dremeler leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Offer him deputy chief. That should get his attention. Meanwhile, Reacher found himself waiting outside Griezmann's office, where he was greeted by the man's secretary, a warm, efficient woman who moved with purpose. Griezmann barked orders in rapid German, and soon enough a parade of city planners arrived, each clutching stacks of maps and historical documents. The most useful were spread across the conference table, one detailing the new pedestrian bridges, another a fragile relic from the past, and a third outlining the city's ambitious beautification project shaped like a pizza slice. Progress had been slow, with only the tip properly restored while the rest remained untouched since the war, when women in ragged clothes had rebuilt the city brick by brick. The new bridges at the park's edge were meant for quick strolls walk across, take in the view, then turn back. But for those who wanted more, there were winding paths leading deeper into forgotten corners of the city. Old iron bridges, narrow catwalks, sudden turns, each one opening up new routes. By the time all the possibilities were mapped out, there were nearly 20 different ways to reach the abandoned outskirts, where rows of crumbling warehouses and garages stretched for blocks. It was like stepping into a ghost town. Wiley, meanwhile, took the bus back the way he'd come, stepping off at his original stop. Instead of heading straight home, he took a detour behind a neighboring building, scanning the street from the shadows. The suspicious Mercedes he'd spotted earlier was gone, but now a sleek black limousine sat parked nearby, polished to perfection, with a uniformed driver behind the wheel. Wiley smirked. Some junior exec getting the VIP treatment, maybe, or a couple celebrating an anniversary whisked off to Paris in style. Either way, it didn't matter to him. He slipped into his building, rode the elevator up, and unlocked his door without a second thought. Outside, the limo driver pressed his radio. Wiley's back inside. Repeat, target is home. A pause. Then the dispatcher replied, "Stand by. Griezmann's on his way with the Americans, 4 of them." "Copy that," the driver said, adjusting his cap and gripping the wheel like he was still on duty, even though the engine was cold. Inside his apartment, Wiley moved quickly. He grabbed his bag, folded his map with practiced precision, and tucked it away alongside his plane ticket and travel documents. A quick call to Zurich confirmed no deposit had hit his account yet. He frowned, a strange unease creeping in. The air felt off, like someone had been here. But it didn't matter. He wasn't coming back. The door clicked shut as he stepped into the hallway, making his way to the elevator. The car was already waiting, probably some energy-saving feature the Germans loved so much. He jabbed the button, and the doors slid closed, descending smoothly to the lobby. Outside, he turned toward the waterfront, his footsteps carrying him past rusted cranes and narrow footbridges stretching into the distance. Meanwhile, the limo driver slammed his radio and barked. "Wiley's on the move again, gone in under 5 minutes. Now he's walking away with a bag." The dispatcher crackled back, "Griezmann and the Americans are inbound. Can you tail him?" The driver scoffed. "Not unless this sedan sprouts legs. I'm stuck behind the wheel, bad back, remember?" The dispatcher pressed. "Then at least tell me where he's headed." The driver squinted through the windshield, straight for that old crane by the docks, maybe 200 yards out. Griezmann, meanwhile, was gridlocked behind a wreck at the intersection, surrounded by towering brick buildings. He nudged the car onto the sidewalk, weaving through gaps with gritted teeth. Sinclair rode shotgun, while Reacher and Negley sat in back, simmering with frustration. By the time they swerved onto the traffic circle and pulled up behind surveillance, the driver delivered the bad news. Wiley had a 10-minute head start. "Gone for good," Sinclair muttered, and he took his bag. Reacher's gaze locked onto the skeletal crane ahead, then swept over the maze of warehouses beyond. 20 exits, he mused. But only one way in. Think about it. He didn't just stumble in here blind. He scouted it probably during those volunteer stints at the storage depot. Had to have wheels, rental, borrowed, or hot-wired. So when he finally rolls in with a truck, where does he park? Not the first spot he sees, not the last. Somewhere unremarkable, somewhere forgettable. Negley cut in, and he'd want a legit setup, no squatting, too risky. He'd pay cash, play the clueless tenant, let them overcharge him. That way, they leave him alone, hoping for more. Reacher nodded. Now we're getting somewhere. Sinclair sighed. Still no word from the White House. Reacher smirked. Maybe they're still drafting the apology letter. The tension hung thick, but the hunt was on. Wiley had a head start, but they had a pattern, and patterns, Reacher knew, were made to be broken. The tension hung thick in the air as they debated their next move. "Maybe if we wait long enough, the problem will just disappear on its own," one of them muttered. "Which do you think it is?" The other pressed. "I wish I had the answer, but I don't," came the frustrated reply. "My gut says they're counting on us to keep going," the first insisted. "So you're saying we should act now?" Reacher cut in, decisive. "First things first, let's move the car to the bridge. After that, we'll figure out the rest." The aging dockside district still had a few relics of the past, working telephone booths, a rarity these days. Wiley stepped inside one, fed a cascade of foreign coins into the slot, and dialed Zurich. After entering his passcode, he got straight to the point. "Any deposits to my account today?" Keys clattered on the other end before the reply came. "Yes, sir, a deposit was made." Wiley stayed silent, letting the confirmation sink in. "Would you like the amount?" The voice prompted. "Go ahead. 100 million US dollars even." A slow smirk spread across Wiley's face. "There's a plan in motion." "I see that, sir. The Argentina project. Should we proceed?" Immediately, Wiley said, closing his eyes for a brief moment. His grand vision, something so massive it could be seen from space. Little Horace Wiley, no longer so little, he snapped back to reality, hung up the phone, and strode away with renewed purpose. Meanwhile, in Zurich, a messenger stepped out of the bank through an unmarked door, blending into the city's rhythm. She hailed a cab and slid into the back seat, her German crisp and rehearsed. "The airport, please. Lufthansa to Hamburg." The driver nodded, flipped the meter, and merged into traffic. Dremeler had pulled some strings. Muller had given him the rental van's plate number, which led to a Mercedes-Benz dealer who traced its security code, a quick favor at an auto parts store later, and he had a duplicate key in hand. He passed it to one of two men he'd handpicked for the job, both ex-military, both ruthless, one now fixed motorcycles, the other provided security for visiting Russian officials. "The bridge cop's on our payroll," Dremeler assured them. "He won't see a thing. But don't get cocky in and out, fast. You know where to grab it and where to stash it afterward. Any questions?" The man holding the key smirked. "What's inside?" Dremeler's answer was deliberately vague. "Something that'll give us the upper hand." Close enough to the truth, up ahead a black and white patrol car idled near the bridge. The officer inside rolled down his window, shaking his head. Nothing's come through. No trucks, no vans, no foot traffic, dead quiet. Reacher turned to Griezmann. "Tell him to block the road if he spots a panel van. Could be white, could have original plates, or it might be disguised. Better to stop anything suspicious." Griezmann frowned. "Why?" "Because if we don't act fast, NATO will swoop in and take the credit," Reacher said, playing to Griezmann's ambition. Maybe the man had political aspirations, mayor someday. Griezmann relayed the orders to the cop, and Reacher added, "Now let's scout the area." The car rumbled over cobblestones, the bridge's metal deck vibrating beneath them. Ahead, two routes stretched out, one along the wharf, the other an inland artery. "Which way?" Griezmann asked. "Take the back street," Reacher said. Signs of life were sparse, a welder fixing up a sports car in an open garage, an electronics shop with flickering neon. But the place felt hollow, like the tide had gone out and taken the energy with it. The hunt was on, and time was running out. The stretch from the closest point to the farthest was precisely 2 miles, with barely a dozen active businesses lining the route. Griezmann drummed his fingers on the wheel. "Should we double back and check the middle section?" Reacher agreed. That's exactly where Wiley would have gone. Griezmann swung the car around a loading dock and rolled back along the waterfront. The middle stretch spanned over 1,000 yards, 2/3 of a mile, with just as much depth, resembling the commercial heart of a mid-sized city. Somewhere in that maze, Wiley was hiding. "Where do you want to start?" Griezmann asked. Reacher leaned forward. "Put yourself in his shoes. He's got a van to stash. What's he looking for? Where does he go?" Griezmann eased the car between two looming warehouses, turning onto a cramped street that opened into a storage yard lined with weathered wooden doors. "Not here," Reacher said. "He rented a second van for a reason. He needed space for both. That means double doors, not a single entrance with a rusty sign. 2 solid doors, one with a working phone number. Plenty of options fit that description." Some signs were peeling and faded, while others looked freshly printed. But without calling every number, there was no way to tell which were still active. As they cruised, Reacher visualized the map from Griezmann's office, yellowed paper crammed with ink, every alley and loading zone marked. "Wiley's from Texas," he mused. "How do you think he handles driving in Europe?" Sinclair scoffed. "Probably hates it. Tight turns, narrow streets, not exactly built for a guy used to open roads." Exactly. Now imagine wrestling a bulky van through that. He wouldn't want to feel hemmed in. I bet he picked a spot with room to maneuver, one of the wider streets. There were plenty of those laid out in a grid-like pattern, some side lanes broad enough for heavy trucks. Griezmann pulled over, frustration creeping into his voice. This could take all night. Reacher shrugged. "We've got time, as long as your traffic guy stays sharp." "He will. One more thing I'd bet. Money Wiley swapped out the locks. This was too important to leave to chance." Griezmann rolled forward again, crawling through the district while all 4 passengers scanned for double doors, clear access, and shiny new locks. Meanwhile, at Hamburg Airport, the messenger shuffled forward in the immigration line. Same 4 booths, same Pakistani passport, but this time her hair hung loose, her outfit all black. The glass reflected a face she barely recognized. They'd assured her the officer wouldn't remember too many faces, too many stamps. She moved up, now second in line. Back in the car, Reacher spotted a phone booth on the corner. "Need to make a call?" Griezmann pulled over and Reacher stepped out, dialing the consulate. Vanderbilt answered, then passed the phone to Orozco. "Ready? When you are, boss," Orozco said. "Do it now," Reacher replied. "We've got a roadblock here. Either way, the deal's dead. They'll figure it out soon enough." "Any luck finding Wiley?" "Getting close. Not bad for winging it. Like riding a bike," Reacher said. He hung up and stood in the quiet. Behind him, the Mercedes idled softly. The distant hum of the city mingled with a ship's horn from the river. Closer by, a compressor rattled, maybe a paint job underway. Engines grumbled now and then, trucks moving cargo in the shadows. The place wasn't dead yet. Wiley had to be close by. Reacher retreated to their vehicle and told Negley, "We'll go the rest of the way on foot." Meanwhile, the courier navigated through the airport's baggage claim, weaving past joyful reunions with balloons and embraces until she reached the street level, a dim underground area overshadowed by the departures terminal above. Her instructions were clear. Find the 2 men waiting near the far left end of the covered walkway, close to a cluster of 3-wheeled cargo carts. Spotting them was easy. They matched the description perfectly. Compact, lean, with scruffy beards and sun-darkened skin, they wore unbuttoned coveralls over stained undershirts, their arms and legs strapped with protective gear. Clear ID badges dangled from their biceps, marking them as freight handlers with connections to Middle Eastern cargo airlines. The Mercedes was named after a client's daughter, she said as she approached. The man on the left squinted. "You're a woman?" "Ever heard of blending in?" she shot back. "This isn't a tea party." "You sure you know what you're doing, do you?" she countered. "Because if you're waiting for me to hold your hand, we're already in trouble." He scowled but stayed quiet. "Here's the deal," she continued. "We grab a cab to the docks, pick up a long wheelbase van, then you 2 drive it back here and load it onto the plane. Simple enough?" They nodded. This was exactly the kind of job they were used to. Airport badges got them anywhere, but nobody expected them to perform miracles. Back in the city, Reacher and Negley split up, each scanning opposite sides of the street. They moved deliberately, trying to see the world through Wiley's eyes, methodical, cautious, always calculating the safest, most hidden path. The deeper they went, the more they noticed a pattern. The same phone number plastered on building after building. Fresh, laminated signs advertised a small but ambitious real estate operation. "Same number for 30 blocks?" Negley muttered. "Guy must own half the neighborhood." "Or he's planning to," Reacher replied. They pressed on, pausing at every intersection, weighing their next move. Then Reacher stopped cold. A pair of weathered green warehouse doors stood slightly ajar, one propped fully open. From inside came ragged, wet breathing, the kind that meant broken ribs and a mouthful of blood. Reacher drew his Colt, flicked off the safety, and edged closer, pressing against the doorframe. The dim interior revealed an old delivery truck, its faded German lettering reading mobile furniture. The rear hatch was up, exposing an empty wooden crate. Negley waited, poised, as Reacher listened to the labored gasps. Then he stepped inside. The cramped space measured roughly 12 feet long by 6 feet wide and 6 feet tall, its walls constructed from aged timber that had darkened to a metallic bronze over time. In the dim light, a lone figure lay sprawled across the floor, surrounded by an expanding pool of blood. The sharp angles of his face, the high cheekbones, the deep-set eyes, were unmistakable. It was Horace Wiley. Wiley's once prominent nose was broken, and one arm hung awkwardly, likely fractured. His free hand clutched his abdomen, fingers slick with blood that pulsed out in rhythmic spurts. His gaze was fixed on some distant point, eyes wide with a mix of shock and despair, as if the weight of the world had collapsed onto him in the worst possible way. Reacher moved closer. What happened? Wiley's response came in ragged gasps, his voice barely above a whisper. They took my van, stabbed me, broke my arm. Who? Germans. How? I was waiting. 2 guys showed up. They attacked me and drove off with the van. Waiting for what? Wiley grimaced, his breath shallow. For the guys who were supposed to take it, part of the deal. His voice cracked. I need a doctor. I'm dying. Reacher's expression didn't waver. Yeah, you are. Treason tends to do that. The sound of an approaching car cut through the tension. Reacher glanced outside to see Griezmann and Sinclair pulling up in a sleek Mercedes. Sinclair immediately knelt beside Wiley, her voice steady as she bartered medical help for information, already extracting details at lightning speed. Nearby, Negley gestured toward the empty crate inside the truck, its flimsy plywood and finger-grip notch a clear sign of amateur craftsmanship. Reacher and Griezmann drove back to the iron bridge expecting to find the stolen van. Instead, the traffic cop insisted nothing had passed, no vehicles, no suspects, nothing. Frustration simmered as they returned to the warehouse where Sinclair and Negley stood motionless in the dim light. The pool of blood had grown, but Wiley's body was still. He was gone, then the hum of another engine. A taxi rolled up, disgorging 3 passengers, a woman fumbling with her purse, and 2 wiry, bearded men in work gear. They scanned the area, their eyes locking onto Reacher with a knowing nod, as if his presence was expected. The woman, striking with jet-black hair and olive skin, froze when she saw him. Confusion flickered across her face. Reacher wasn't who she'd anticipated. The men waited, expressionless like workers clocking in for a mundane shift. Reacher's hand drifted toward his gun. These weren't just laborers, they were part of the operation. Wiley had chosen Hamburg for its port, but plans had shifted. Now the van was likely destined for the belly of a cargo plane, maybe bound for Aden, a different kind of harbor. From there, tramp steamers could ferry the goods to any major city, New York, D.C., London, wherever the buyers waited. The world's back doors were wide open. The memory of Negley's warning echoed in his mind, a lethal blast radius stretching a mile. The fireball swallowing 2. Multiply that by 10. 10 million lives erased in an instant, civilization crumbling into a century of darkness. The messenger's voice cut through his thoughts with a hesitant, "Hello," her accent wasn't Turkish or Italian. Pashtun, most likely from the rugged northwest frontier, where ancient tribes shrugged off the lines drawn by dutiful mapmakers, labeling the land as India, Pakistan, or Afghanistan. To them, borders were just ink on paper. The messenger narrowed her eyes and demanded, "Who are you?" Reacher gestured toward the half-open door behind him. "Mr. Wiley's in here." The group hesitated, letting the messenger take the lead. Reacher studied their expressions as realization dawned. The empty room, the corpse sprawled on the floor, the dark pool of drying blood. 3 strangers standing back from the scene, too calm, too still. Something was off. Reacher drew his weapon. The 2 men and the woman turned, their faces unreadable. "You're under arrest," he said. Their reactions split along gender lines. The men's eyes flickered with resignation, the weight of generations of defeat settling over them. Guest workers in a foreign land, stripped of rights, leverage, even hope. They had nothing left to lose. Their hands dove into their pockets, fumbling against wrinkled fabric, desperation in every jerky movement. Reacher barked warnings, first in English, then German, but they didn't stop. Their weapons were crude, stubby revolvers with pale wooden grips, barrels barely an inch long. His mind flashed to potential targets: Washington, D.C., New York, London, Tel Aviv, Amsterdam, Madrid, the Golden Gate Bridge. Just as Helmsworth had warned, their orders were clear: strap the device to a support beam, set the timer, and run. Reacher fired twice, center mass, left to right. When they hit the ground, he put a bullet in each of their heads. The deafening gunshots faded into a ringing silence. Blood speckled the side of the abandoned furniture truck. The word "mobile" now streaked crimson. He leveled his gun at the messenger's face. She raised her hands. "I surrender," she said. No one responded. She licked her lips, voice turning wheedling. "I have valuable intel, their bank accounts. I can give you their money." Sinclair stepped forward, taking command. NATO protocol gave her the authority, and Griezmann, ever the pragmatist, yielded without protest. She ordered him to redirect his men from the mayor's office to secure the bridge perimeter. Negley was dispatched to a phone booth to summon Bishop, White, and Vanderbilt, while Waterman and Landry held down the fort. Within minutes, Griezmann's units were in position, cars fanning out, officers forming a human chain. The traffic cop was dismissed with thanks. Reacher turned to Sinclair, jerking his chin toward Wiley's body. "Did he say how he found the crate?" She nodded. His Uncle Arnold's stories. Even as a paratrooper trained for suicide missions, Arnold thought the atom bombs were too much power for one person. He told Wiley about the missing crate. The panic behind the scenes was real, not just bureaucratic cover-ups. Arnold was convinced the crate would surface at a specific depot. He swore by it. Wiley didn't find what he was looking for at first. It seemed like life was teaching him a lesson in humility. Or at least that's how Arnold interpreted the situation. When asked what Wiley took from the experience, the answer was simpler: a glaring error in labeling. The realization came from an unrelated story Arnold shared about post-war Germany, where desperate civilians, mostly women, worked odd jobs for the military just to survive. Food, cigarettes, anything was currency. Arnold had his share of opportunistic moments, like the time a woman gave him her sister's address, but poor handwriting turned an 11 into a 77. Europeans wrote their numbers differently, ones with a long stroke that made them look like sevens, while sevens had a crossbar to distinguish them. That got Wiley thinking. What if a German clerk's handwritten note was misinterpreted by an American typist? Or worse, if the number passed through multiple hands, each misreading it further? At first, Wiley assumed the military would have caught such an obvious flaw. Charts, cross-checks, something, but bureaucracy had a way of blinding people to their own mistakes, so he mapped it out himself, tracing how a single digit could spiral into chaos after 3 rounds of transcription. Turns out he was right. The missing crate had been there all along, just misfiled under the wrong number. He found it on his 3rd attempt. Reacher absorbed the story without comment, just a silent nod before turning away. The messenger woman caught his eye, offering help, not money, but information. "The fat man's wrong," she said. "A van did cross the bridge. It was leaving as we arrived." Negley hauled Wiley's bag to Griezmann's car, unzipping it on the trunk. Reacher motioned Griezmann over, asking him to search it. Suspicious. Griezmann hesitated. Was this a test? He combed through the contents with deliberate care, like a seasoned cop expecting a trap. Only 3 items stood out: a flawless passport under the name Isaac Herbert Kempner, the sentimental map from Wiley's kitchen, and a bulky Mercedes key too large for a sedan, more suited to a work van. Reacher pressed the obvious question: can a brand new Mercedes start without its key? Griezmann confirmed it couldn't. So the van was stolen with a duplicate, Reacher concluded. Hard to get. Griezmann agreed, praising the department's efficiency. Reacher paused before adding, there was just one weak spot. The unspoken tension hung in the air. What had they missed? The surveillance operations south of Hanover never took place. That was handled by traffic control, Griezmann muttered. They positioned the car on the bridge for us. What are you implying? I'm saying there are a dozen ways to interpret any chain of events. Name one: pure dumb luck, a series of random accidents. Try another. Maybe the traffic division has a leak. Leaking to who? Some organized group, not the Italian kind. Think old-school Germans with a taste for nostalgia, structured with bylaws, ranks, and big ambitions. That's the rumor anyway. Griezmann stayed silent. Sorry, Reacher said. We're keeping our cards close while digging into yours. Got a working theory? Only 2 options. First, they swiped the truck from one garage and stashed it 3 blocks away. Why, to come back for it later? Some kind of twisted mind game? Too convoluted for me. I like the second option better, which is the cop at the bridge lied. That's a heavy accusation. They took the truck and drove off. The guy looked the other way. Happens all the time. Get used to it. That's how these things work in a port city. You've got to recalibrate your expectations. Griezmann didn't respond. Reacher added, "It fits with what the messenger just told me." Hardly a credible source. Agreed. Griezmann exhaled. What's in the truck? What's the worst thing you can imagine? Too many options. It's worse than all of them. Trust me, that's why we need to question everything, so we know where to look next. Griezmann hesitated. A dirty traffic cop isn't impossible, I guess. You know these people? You told me you're playing the long game. Can't arrest them for what they're thinking. You need hard evidence. Griezmann paused, then said, I spoke to their leader this morning. Dremeler imports shoes from Brazil. He was the last one to see the forger alive, wanted Wiley's new identity, had a copy of the sketch. I had to go to his office, obviously. He made it clear he's got connections in places I wouldn't believe. Said I'm up against something big, and it's only getting bigger. Then let's go pay Herr Dremeler a visit. Griezmann took the wheel, heading to a street lined with a mix of businesses and apartments, 4 blocks from the bar with the polished wood facade. This part of town apparently had no rules against neon. Dremeler's building was a narrow 4-story relic from the 1950s, with a glowing sign stretched between the top floor windows and the gutter. The script was ornate, red, and pretentious, like an old Coca-Cola ad back in the States. Shoe, Dremeler. Reacher figured that translated to Dremeler's shoes. The elevator crawled upward, but the man himself was gone. His secretary shrugged. He'd left after a phone call, no word on when he'd be back. They returned to the consulate. Inside, the others were already waiting. Wiley's body was on its way to the morgue at Landstuhl, courtesy of Orozco's arrangements. The messenger was cooling his heels in a basement cell, waiting for a U.S. Marshal to drag him back to Dulles in cuffs. The Iranian sat by the window, looking lost. Orozco and his sergeant had brought him in clean, no fuss, no witnesses. Lucky break, he'd answered the door himself. Now his old life was over, and a new one was about to start in a country he'd never seen. Orozco said no one was complaining. Bishop had apparently been ready to give the order anyway. The paperwork would reflect that. Still, Bishop had thanked him for cutting through the red tape, if nothing else. White felt a quiet satisfaction knowing field agents were being looked after, while Vanderbilt's mood was darker, convinced the CIA's operation in Hamburg had been left in the dark. Sinclair stepped forward, her voice steady as she relayed updates from Ratcliffe and the president. Back-channel communications were active, NATO and the EU on standby, though no one could say for what yet. The next move, filling in the gaps. The U.S. would have to swallow its pride and confess it had misplaced a shipment of nukes decades ago. Germany, in turn, would need to acknowledge the unsettling reality of neo-Nazi factions powerful enough to hijack them. Neither admission would win any popularity contests. A final call was imminent. They're counting on us to clean this up, Sinclair said, before soon turns into too late. Reacher arched an eyebrow. Did they actually say that, or are we reading between the lines? The message was clear enough. Some answers only make sense in hindsight. How much time do we have? Not forever. Beyond the window, dusk settled early. Northern latitudes, short winter days. Reacher shifted gears. How big is Dremeler's shoe operation, really? Griezmann scoffed. Claims 1 million pairs a week, 50 million a year. Probably exaggerated, but still massive. Then that office we saw is just paperwork, orders, invoices. The real work happens somewhere else. Down at the docks, he owns part of a wharf. And he's got connections in places you wouldn't expect. Sinclair crossed her arms. Is this a desperate gamble? Reacher shook his head. More like an educated hunch. About the shoe guy? Start with a theory. Say he's some kind of extremist leader. His people are everywhere, cops included. He caught wind of the deal early, saw an opportunity and hijacked it. Rode our investigation straight to the van, but it was messy, no time to plan. Now he's stuck with a prize he doesn't even understand stashed somewhere nearby while he figures it out. Plausible, Sinclair conceded. But so are a dozen other scenarios. Not a dozen, a handful. This one fits. Dremeler asked about Wiley's alias. No coincidence. And that wharf? A million shoes mean constant shipments. An extra truck wouldn't raise eyebrows. She hesitated. We can't afford to be wrong. Reacher remembered the weight of a decision, fingers tangled in hair, the warmth of skin under his palm. A gamble then? A gamble now. Your call. You don't have a preference? I'm going either way. If this is our guy, he's the same one who sent his lackeys after me, told him to come settle it face to face. Maybe it's time he took me up on that offer. They waited for nightfall for the streets to empty, for the diplomats to finish their debates. Bishop insisted on joining, driving White and Vanderbilt. Sinclair agreed to ride along. Griezmann, ever the professional, offered seats to Waterman and Landry. FBI agents deserved respect. Reacher and Negley piled into Orozco's car, Hooper behind the wheel, the engine humming with quiet purpose. Reacher stood a head taller than Negley, though he wasn't exactly a giant. Both he and Orozco carried Army-issue Berettas, while Reacher had already reloaded his Colt, replacing the 4 rounds he'd fired earlier. Griezmann took the lead, guiding the convoy with his insider's knowledge of the city, opting for a route that wound past industrial sprawl before narrowing toward the docks. The closer they got, the more the atmosphere shifted. No nonsense efficiency, floodlights cutting through the night, a constant hum of activity. Endless rows of shipping containers stretched like a steel forest, cranes looming overhead, semi-sidling in line. Massive warehouses stood in succession, some branded with familiar corporate logos, others anonymous. Then they spotted it, a sprawling futuristic warehouse with a retro neon sign blazing crimson on its roof, the letters curling in elegant copperplate script. Shoe a Dremeler. Dremeler shoes. Griezmann eased off the gas as they rolled past, taking in the scene. The place was lit up like a football stadium, its far side opening onto the wharf where ships unloaded their cargo. Shoes likely flowed in one side, got sorted or packed inside, then rolled out the other onto waiting trucks. 1 million pairs a week meant round-the-clock shifts, though tonight it seemed like only half the workforce was on duty. Orozco squinted. You really think it's in there? Reacher smirked. What part of wild-ass guess didn't land for you? Should we wait till later? Could be an all-nighter. And even if there's 50 people inside, they'll be too busy to notice us skulking around. Worst case, the truck's got guards, but there's 4 of us. We'll handle it. If it's there, Orozco muttered. They parked 2 buildings down and stepped out into the damp harbor air. Sinclair frowned. Would we even recognize what we're looking for? Reacher shrugged. Never seen one myself, but from Helmsworth's description. 50-pound metal tubes and canvas bags. Could be anything. No labels? Probably just serial numbers and dates. Not exactly a neon arrow pointing to nuclear material. Sinclair exhaled. Which explains why they haven't panicked yet. Unless they cracked the codebook, Reacher countered. Then they're sweating bullets. Think D-Day codes aren't rocket science if you've got the key? She shook her head. A shoe warehouse? Feels like you're way off. It's absurd. Reacher's grin turned razor thin. So is duct taping a bomb to a bridge and sprinting for your life? That was decades ago. These clowns don't know what they've got. They expected rifles, grenades. Now they're staring at a puzzle. Sinclair hesitated. We only get one shot at this, then let's make it count. Griezmann, silent until now, finally weighed in. Dremeler, in his view, was all bluster, a history-obsessed rabble-rouser who loved the idea of power but lacked the nerve to act. Ambitious, yes, but green, the kind of guy who'd bite off more than he could chew, then retreat to familiar ground to regroup his own warehouse. Exactly where he'd hole up. Sinclair folded her arms. If it's him? Reacher cracked his knuckles. One way to find out, stealth was pointless. The docks were a floodlit maze. No shadows, no cover, just the inky blackness of the water beyond. They U-turned and rolled back toward Dremeler's, Griezmann and Bishop pulling to a stop at the curb. Engines idling like a pair of restless predators. Hooper, Orozco's man, sped past the others and headed straight for the warehouse. The massive structure loomed under a flickering red neon sign, its entrance wide open. Up close, the building was even more imposing, a sprawling metallic behemoth with a roof that arched like a giant loaf of sourdough or some over-the-top hairdo from the 60s. The walls seemed squat in comparison, lined with dozens of garage-style roll-up doors, half of them aglow with activity, while the rest stood dark and idle. Inside, the space was cavernous, more like a packed sports arena than a warehouse. Conveyor belts whirred, forklifts darted between towering stacks of boxes, and the air buzzed with the kind of noise that made ear protection a necessity. Reacher took it all in, his mind ticking through possibilities. Those were paratrooper weapons, he shouted over the din, designed for immediate combat. If stray rounds hit the packs, they wouldn't blow, probably. But let's not test that theory today. Orozco just grinned. If it's here, we'll find it. Hooper guided their vehicle through one of the quieter sections, weaving between taped-off lanes before dropping them off one by one. Reacher stepped out last, immediately hit by the overwhelming scent of new shoes, like walking into a mall, but cranked up to 11. The place was a maze of towering cardboard mountains, some stacked so high they looked like jagged peaks against the warehouse ceiling. A few workers in high-vis gear glanced their way, but a casual wave was all it took to brush off suspicion. Act like you own the place, and people believe it. Hooper idled ahead, waiting, while Orozco and Negley caught up. Either it's buried behind all this, Orozco yelled, or it's not here at all. Reacher smirked. Brilliant deduction. Negley scanned the stacks. This isn't temporary. They built themselves a private corner, probably offices, maybe parking. No way they moved all this just to hide something. They moved deeper, the shoe smell thickening like cheap cologne. The final wall of boxes blocked off the second-to-last door completely, sealing it like a barricade behind it. Something was waiting or nothing at all. Either way, they'd know soon enough. The final roll-up door led to the office staff's private driveway, military precision at its finest. They made a quick detour to door 47 to test the mechanism. The manual override was a relief. 2 oversized plastic buttons, vivid as carnival lights, each the size of a dinner plate. They reminded Reacher of his first psychedelic experience back in the day. The catch? The control panel was mounted on the left side of the door across the lane, tucked into the farthest corner of the commandeered space. Orozco studied the setup and muttered, "If that van's parked nose out, it could peel out of here in seconds. Aim for the tires if it moves." Reacher shook his head. "Better to take out the driver. Those Davy Crockett rounds are compact. Headshots should be clean. You really think it's still here?" For a split second, Sinclair's hand pressing against his chest flashed in his mind. Not a warning, just a calculated bet. She hadn't trusted him, not exactly, but she'd rolled the dice anyway. "Yeah," he said, "if it's here." And it was. Peering around the last jagged edge of stacked crates, Reacher spotted the van, its once pristine white exterior now defaced with fake graffiti, loopy W's and H's, slashed S's and L's. It sat ready for a quick exit, rear door gaping open, revealing rugged canvas packs stuffed with gear, their camo patterns still fresh, untouched by sunlight. To the left, a wall of windows revealed an empty office. To the right, the crates left just enough room to maneuver, no guards in sight. Reacher ducked back and scanned the opposite direction. 2 more workers had stopped to gawk. He regrouped with Orozco, Negley, and Hooper, briefing them before they each took a cautious peek. Orozco frowned. "They've got to be holed up in the back office or out grabbing a 6-pack and a large pepperoni," Reacher countered. "Why babysit a pile of metal? They don't even know what they've got." "Van first, then personnel," agreed, Reacher said. "So let's boost it back. We've got the key like swiping a car while the owner's glued to the playoffs. The real challenge? The warehouse door, electric, slow, loud as a freight train, 30 seconds of grinding metal, practically an invitation. Better to reverse it out, ease it back toward the center, swing it around, and bolt through the nearest open bay. 70 yards away, the workers were still rubbernecking. "All right," Reacher said. "Who's driving?" Negley didn't hesitate, me. If they hear the engine, they'll come at you from the passenger side. You'll need cover, but not from inside unless you fancy a bullet to the face. I'll flank the blind side hop in once you stop reversing, and we're gone. Hooper and Orozco can tail us." Negley smirked. "I'll reverse faster than you can stroll. Those launchers are built for paratroopers. They can take a little roughhousing. Just ride shotgun and try not to shoot me." Reacher scanned the area one last time. 4 workers had now become 6, forming a loose semicircle about 60 yards away, their curious stares cutting through the industrial clamor. "Keep it smooth," he muttered, "like routine business. The truck came in, now it's heading out." He ducked back, checking the windows again, still empty, just the idling rig waiting. Negley took the key, her grip steady. Orozco and Hooper slipped into their blue sedan, repositioning for a clear but unobtrusive view of the hidden bay, leaving Negley enough room to maneuver. She exhaled sharply, then stepped forward, Reacher trailing just behind. Negley moved along the van's blind side, testing the passenger door unlocked. She slid in, climbing over to the driver's seat while Reacher positioned himself near the tailgate, eyes locked on the office windows. He reached for the rear door strap, lowering it inch by inch, careful not to jostle the cargo. Paratrooper gear can take a beating, he thought, but not a chaotic spill across Hamburg's streets. The mechanism whirred softly, 1 foot then 2 before he froze. "Damn!" A quick signal to Negley in the mirror abort, and she was out, moving swiftly back to cover. Orozco and Hooper rejoined them as the worker crowd swelled to a dozen, shuffling closer. "Problem?" Negley asked. "Supposed to be 10 bombs, Reacher said. I only see 9. Hooper, the newcomer, wouldn't question it outright, too polite. Orozco wouldn't either, but Negley, she'd run through every scenario, shipments diverted, trucks rerouted, or worst case, a city in flames before landing on the obvious. "You sure you counted right?" she finally asked. Reacher smirked. "Let's double check. Hooper should go, fresh eyes, no bias." Hooper edged forward, peering into the bay, but his height worked against him. He could only see the front row. Meanwhile, Reacher spotted a burly figure in the office, rifling through drawers oblivious for now, then the angle shifted. "Hooper, get in the van." Reacher barked, loud enough to cut through the machinery's roar. Hooper didn't hesitate. He vaulted into the shadows just as the office guy turned, his search bringing him dangerously into view. The office worker peered through the window, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the parking area. He edged forward, studying the van and the empty space around it with deliberate focus. After a long pause, he turned and retreated to the far corner, slipping through a door into the concealed section of the suite. Reacher waited, counting the seconds. 1 minute passed, then 2. No return. If the man had heard anything suspicious, instinct would have sent him rushing back with weapons and backup. Silence meant they were still unnoticed. "All clear, Hooper," Reacher called out. Only the distant hum of machinery answered. He raised his voice. "Hooper, we're clear." Hooper finally emerged from the truck, landing lightly before jogging back to safety. 9 bombs, he reported, wiping grease from his hands, and the codebook's gone. Meanwhile, the gathering near the factory floor had swelled to 20 workers clustered 40 yards away. They stood tense but uncertain, more confused than aggressive, loyal employees protecting their workplace, or maybe even low-level members of the organization itself. Reacher sized them up before turning to Hooper. "How's your German?" "Good enough to get hired here," Hooper replied. "Go tell them to stand down and get back to work." "Any specific script?" "Tell them we're U.S. military police assisting Brazilian authorities with a routine footwear inspection. If they give us trouble, they'll get extra attention from the auditors." Hooper hesitated. "Think they'll buy it?" "That's on you." They watched as Hooper approached the group, speaking in measured German. The crowd shifted, unconvinced but wavering. Orozco muttered, "Ready to pull him out if this goes south?" "Don't aim for their knees," Reacher warned. "Why not?" "Knee pads." Hooper kept talking, and gradually the tension eased, not agreement, but hesitation. When he returned, he shrugged. "Best I could do." "They calling the cops?" Reacher asked. Not their call, they're just worried. Family business, and all. Then we move fast. Where first? The office, and whoever's hiding in there. Rules? We'll decide later. No more cautious glances, too obvious. Instead, they strode past the stacked crates like men on official business, guns drawn the moment they were out of sight. The office door stood in the far corner near the manual controls for the loading bay. Inside, factory noise pulsed through as they slipped in, spreading out with weapons ready. Hooper kept watch backward, no surprises from behind. The next door was slightly ajar. Reacher leaned close, listening. Muffled German voices, tense but not alarmed. Questions, answers, frustration without rage. He exchanged a glance with the others. Time to move. Reacher felt a mix of confusion and patience as he listened to the muffled voices. 3 men were deep in discussion, but were there others staying silent? The sound seemed to come from the left, echoing with a hollow, glassy quality, like they were tucked away in some executive office behind walls. He couldn't see them. Taking a careful step back, he checked the window. No sign of pursuit, not yet signaling to his team. He indicated at least 3 targets positioned far left in the corner. They moved in sync, pacing the distance along their side of the dividing wall. It was just a little too far for a clean surprise. Hooper took position guarding the door, facing outward, while Negley led the charge, followed by Reacher and Orozco fanning out to cover different angles. If things went sideways, they'd take down everyone but one. They fell into formation, Negley first, then Reacher, Orozco, and Hooper covering their backs. Negley kicked the door open and went straight for the 3rd target. Reacher took the 2nd. Orozco stopped at the 1st. Inside, a glass-walled cubicle sat like an office within an office. 2 men flanked the desk. One was the same big, capable guy Reacher had seen earlier, the other a near-carbon copy. Slumped in a chair in front of them was the 10th Davy Crockett, looking like a suspect in an interrogation room. Its canvas pack was undone, the dull green cylinder exposed, stenciled with white lettering. On top, a panel with 6 small knobs and 3 toggle switches. Behind the desk sat a man Reacher assumed was Dremeler, mid-40s, imposing, with graying blonde hair and a ruddy face. He wore an old-fashioned German-cut suit, high lapels and all elbows planted on the desk, fingers steepled. He'd been studying a file, but now his gaze locked onto Reacher, or more accurately, the Colt government model aimed at his face. Hände hoch, Reacher said, straight out of an old war movie. Dremeler didn't move. The 2 men beside him lifted their hands halfway, fingers stiff like they were considering their options, not surrendering, just pausing. Reacher stepped closer. "Do you speak English?" "Yes," Dremeler replied. "You're under arrest. On what authority?" "The U.S. Army." Dremeler glanced at the crumpled canvas. Reacher pressed. "Did you mess with that thing?" "Not yet," Dremeler admitted. "We don't know what it is. It's nothing you need to worry about. We turned the knobs a little, just testing." "And the switches?" "Flipped them on and off a couple times." Reacher's jaw tightened. "Now you're studying the file, trying to crack the code." "What is it, exactly?" "Step out of the room, one at a time." The first man moved, walking on his toes, coiled and ready. The second followed suit. Reacher kept his eyes on Dremeler. "You stay put." Dremeler didn't budge, fingers still pressed together. Reacher turned to the other 2. "You're now in U.S. Army custody. Legally, I have to warn you, if you try anything, we will hurt you. Badly." They didn't flinch. Reacher glanced at Orozco. "You and Hooper take these 2 out to Griezmann. Negley, secure the truck. New departure in 15. "Why?" Orozco asked. "Because he messed with the switches. That can't be enough to trigger it. Let's hope not, but I'm not taking chances. Herr Dremeler's going to help me figure it out. He's got the file, after all." Dremeler stayed seated while Reacher took a chair near the Davy Crockett, like some twisted dinner party with 3 silent guests. Minutes passed without a word. Reacher grabbed the file, scanning for answers, a 6-digit code entered by twisting those chicken head knobs. The first man entered 3 numbers and flipped his arming switch. Then the second followed suit, punching in another set of digits and activating his own. The middle switch remained untouched, its purpose unexplained in the file. Below it, 10 serial numbers matched 10 corresponding codes waiting for an armorer's chalk mark. Dremeler frowned. "What is that thing?" Reacher tilted his head. "What were you expecting?" "I don't follow." "To help your little movement send a message." "You need to leave," Dremeler snapped. "This conversation is over." Reacher didn't move. "Is it? You have no jurisdiction here?" "This is a misunderstanding. I don't even know what that device is. It's a bomb. You stole it right after digging into Horace Wiley's new identity." Dremeler smirked. "Griezmann won't get far trying to pin this on me. Because you've got friends in high places? Hundreds of them. Their fearless leader, then? It's my privilege. And where exactly are you leading them?" Dremeler's voice hardened. "They want their country back. I'll give it to them, stronger, purer, united. No weak links, no foreign influence, Germany for Germans, nothing less." Reacher let the silence stretch before speaking again. "How much do you really know about your country's past? The truth or the propaganda? The bloodshed, the 80 million dead, we studied it in school. Late at night, we'd joke about time machines going back to stop the monster before he ever got started. Would you do it?" Dremeler's eyes narrowed. "What do you think?" "I was all for it, but it's a pointless question. Time machines don't exist. Hindsight's easy. The real test is looking forward, spotting the threat before it happens. If you could stop someone today, prevent the nightmare before it begins, would you, even if you were wrong? Or what if you were right? 80 million lives for one." His internal clock ticked past 15 minutes. The bomb was stable. Random switches meant nothing. Just like he'd figured, a rough landing hadn't compromised it. It was a brutal moral debate. Some said no, you can't punish a man for crimes he hasn't committed, but every monster was innocent once. If you'd go back in time to stop him, why not now? Others argued certainty. What if you're only 90% sure? Some said better safe than sorry. Hell, even 1% might be worth it, a 1 in 100 shot at saving millions. What's your take, Herr Dremeler? Dremeler stayed silent. Reacher shrugged. "We were just cadets back then. West Point's a college. We talked big, but life's funny. Now I get to answer for real. Was I full of it all those years?" He shot Dremeler in the chest. Then, as the man slumped, put another round in his skull. Close range. No room for error. Tucking his gun away, he shoved the file into the camo backpack, hefted the Davy Crockett onto his shoulder, and strode to the van. A quick jab at the green button raised the door. Another sent the backpack tumbling inside with its 9 twins. He yanked the lever shut, locked it tight, and slid into the passenger seat. Negley glanced over. "You good?" "Never better." "Seriously? What? You're running a therapy session now?" The door sealed behind them with a final thud. Reacher didn't hesitate. "Let's move," he ordered. The National Security Council had a contingency plan in place, standard procedure to scatter key personnel, minimizing exposure and legal complications. Less than a day later, Reacher found himself in Tokyo. Word reached him that a specialized nuclear retrieval team had been dispatched to handle the van. They rolled up in an outdated rig, the kind built for recovering lost Cold War-era missiles from rural crash sites. Meanwhile, White and Vanderbilt had taken the messenger straight to Zurich, where they emptied one account and funneled the cash into another. The CIA walked away $600 million richer. The Iranian asset got a swanky condo in Century City, and within days a cushy gig in Hollywood. The Saudis vanished without a trace, recalled to Yemen. As for Wiley, he ended up in an unmarked grave beside a German Autobahn, forgotten. Months later, Sinclair reached out. Reacher was summoned to D.C. for a medal ceremony, and she slipped him an invitation dinner at her Alexandria home the night before. He showed up in his Marine-issue trousers and a freshly laundered black tee from Hamburg, hair trimmed, face clean-shaven. No jacket. Summer heat didn't play nice with layers. Sinclair greeted him in a sleek black dress, diamonds glinting under candlelight. Over a meal fit for royalty, she delivered updates. The enemy was reeling from the financial hit. Hamburg's air routes were compromised without their key players, and the messenger had spilled enough intel to connect some dots. But not all was rosy. Wiley's Argentine ranch remained untouchable. No will, no legal leverage. The operation still had gaps wide enough to drive a truck through. Dishes abandoned. They lingered in the kitchen doorway, close enough for her perfume to wrap around him. Nerves flickered in his chest. Like before, she murmured. His fingers traced her forehead, tucking strands of hair behind her ear. When he mirrored the motion on the other side, his hand lingered at the nape of her neck, warm, delicate. Her palm pressed against his chest, then slid up to pull him in. The kiss was familiar, effortless. The zipper of her dress yielded under his touch, metal whispering down her spine. Upstairs, she breathed. Her bedroom was dim, the air charged. This time she took control, moving with the same fierce grace as before, hips rolling, head tipped back, diamonds catching the light. Arms outstretched, palms hovering as if balancing on some unseen force, she chased the rhythm until breathless collapse. At dawn, Reacher arrived early at Fort Belvoir. The same stifling room, the same stiff-backed chairs and flags. The chief of staff presided over the ceremony, doling out Army commendation medals to Hooper, Negley, Orozco, and Reacher. Not as flashy as the Legion of Merit, but the bronze hexagon with its eagle insignia wasn't half bad. For a job well done, it would do. The crisp ribbon boasted a vibrant myrtle green hue, accented by sharp white pinstripes and clean borders, a decoration resembling the Bronze Star, though this honor wasn't earned on any battlefield. Take the shiny trinket, nod politely, and don't ask questions. The ceremony's highlight came when Major General Wilson T. Helmsworth received his Silver Star, prompting the usual round of stiff handshakes and forced pleasantries. Reacher, never one for drawn-out formalities, edged toward the exit unnoticed. The hallway stretched empty before him, no eager sergeant waiting with paperwork, no last-minute duties, just open air and the promise of an unclaimed afternoon, all his to spend as he pleased. Funny how the military loved its rituals, yet never seemed to notice when someone slipped quietly away from them.